organising, but you print off a car and say, there you go.
It is truly staggering. However, you put it against the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a circuit that sometimes gives you reason and requirement for these elements. Because, of course, one little slip up and you can be very quickly over the white line at the edge of the circuit, over the little fringe of grass, and it's seldom more than that, seldom more than a car's width of grass before you have barriers either side of the track. And it's good to see a Toyota in the pits that's not having remedial problems. They've had a lot of bad luck, but Jacko's Paddock Motorsport, car number 268, looks absolutely fantastic in its yellow, red, white, blue race livery. Looks in remarkably clean form. I was even carrying a frozenspeed.com sticker on the back, so Jochen and the gang clearly are in some photo deal with them. But that Supra running in the VT2 Heckantrieb class. So again, you might go, what is that? There are so many different classes that you can go racing in. So yes, you had a race starting with 132 starters, I think it was, but a lot of drivers are out here with one aim: win their own particular class. But it does look proper. There's something about a 24-hour race that just looks right when you get that first splash of darkness. It's been dark for several hours now when we just started our commentary stint. The last of the light was fading, the TV cameras picking up images of light that the human eye couldn't really detect. But there's a world, I always love it when you look across a pit lane into the garages. You see these vignettes, you know, the doors are rolled up, and in fact if the doors are not rolled up, that's when you really have to worry. That means something untoward is going on. Right, it looks so the driver change has been completed for the number 45 Realized Condo Racing with Rinaldi to give its full title, the Ferrari 296 GT3. Car number 45, Axel Jeffries brought it in, but waiting to see who's going to take that one out. That's a car that's gone really well, and good to have that out. Impressive. And for Ferrari fans, they haven't had a lot of success in the race until, oh my god, it only went to Monaco in 2023. That for Frickadelli Racing was quite something. It was the weekend before Ferrari turned up at Le Mans. It gave them something to crow about. They didn't think that they were going to win the 24 hours, and when I say the 24 hours, I mean Le Mans, and they only jolly well went and did it. And then last year, and then this year as well. So really Ferrari having a lot of affinity. Dorian Boccalacci, I always liken this event to being asked to thread the eye of a needle on the hour, every hour. Dorian Boccalacci in the number 44 Falcon Motorsport car seemed to be putting his Porsche in a space that was wide enough for 3/4 of a Porsche. He made it stick. He was about to overtake a BMW.
Think it was that wide, dude?
Yes, I do. You know, I'm an optimist in so many ways, but again, suddenly a shot of that car, and he's having to back it right off because there's a yellow flags, Straubenschwanz. Where else? Metzgersfeld as well.
How it was.
Okay, so yeah, and again, waiting for that one to come up. Maybe that came a moment before. Again, sometimes they come thick and fast. Still not actually listing. Anyhow, there's no debating. They were running along with Dossingerhoer, and suddenly Dorian Boccalacci, the French Porsche racer, had to back it off.
Yeah, because it's clear coming out of Galgenkopf onto the halfway on the Dossingerhoer. So it's really for Antonius Bucher, where it starts to become yellows 120, and by Antonius Bucher it's Tiergarten, it becomes a code 60, because we've got car number 455, which is stationary at the side of the track, the Tiergarten, and that is 455. That is the Porsche Cayman of AS Best Racing, Porsche Cayman CM12 B5 class car. Phineas Baumann, Hout and Chambany are the drivers of that. That is... Now, hang on, that's moving again on my... That's already made its way down to the GP circuit, so that wasn't the cause of that. So I take that back. That was a car that appeared station. That was a glitch on my GPS. I've got a little bit of disinformation there. So car 455 is happily heading down towards the loop at the end of the Grand Prix circuit. So I'm just trying to define what it is that's causing, which car it is that's causing the 60, and there's nothing at the moment. It's intervention vehicles. So
look back to Straubenschwanz, because still the yellow flag there. A slow zone now at Straubenschwanz. I think that is your offender. Straubenschwanz, of course, is the corner after the second of the carousels, the more wide open one, but before you get to Galgenkopf, and Galgenkopf, the quickish right-hander that takes you onto the track, onto the part of the track where you need to carry as much momentum onto it. It's the longest straight, the Her Act, but many a time people have been caught out at The Swallows
got the Max Cruz Racing Golf is stationary there, number 76.
Okay, that had been going very well in the early stages of the race.
That's now stationary, but that, you're absolutely right, Bruce, but that 120, so yellow 126 goes to a 60, goes back to a 120 and clears to a green at Marshall Post 186.
Car sitting sideways on the track at Schwalbenschwanz. There's gravel all over the place. It's had contact, I think, with the barriers, possibly another car. Need to have another look at that. So that is definitely what has happened. It was white and blue, and it's sitting sideways on the track. So that is going to need to be cleared up, and there will probably be slow zones on the circuit. So anyone in the pits will not be losing as much time as if it was full green conditions out on the circuit. Sometimes the luck comes to you. Talking of Max Cruz, suddenly being treated to the image of one of the Max Cruz cars in the pits. And it's only when you work your way down the starting list, it's in numerical order, but the classes aren't all in numerical order. And Max Cruz Racing number 10 is one in the pits, the VW Golf GTI. You're flashing your hands at me. Have you any solutions to the Schwalbenschwanz?
Yes, the second car involved is the 140 Pro Sport Aston Martin Vantage GT4 car from SP8 Turbo class.
Okay, so that's the Dumouriez car. I think that's the one I probably saw sitting sideways across the track with gravel strewn everywhere behind it.
That's a little bit further round for the Max Cruz car. So you've got the right in and the left of Schwalbenschwanz, and then it moves on into what becomes Galvenkopf. That's why I was slightly confused, Bruce, because you've got 76 Max Cruz Golf off there, 140 Pro Sport Racing Aston off there as well. And that's the Aston, according to my tracker or GPS, is stationary right by Marshall Post 185, which has 2 yellow flags and a 120 by it, even though the car's stationary. The next Marshall Post 186, logically, is also green. Then lets me into Dottinghower, and that's when down the Dottinghower it then becomes at Antoniusbrücke becomes a yellow, a 120, a 60 again for something I couldn't see.
Right, and it's just double checking the driver on board the 140 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin is Raphael Renhofer at the moment, so hopefully all is fine, but certainly there's going to be a little bit of clear-up operation down there, not just get the cars off the circuit, but the gravel as well, all over the place under darkness. So slow zone now upgraded at Galgenkopf to a code 60. That will give protection to all the course officials as they go out to clear up the incident. Right, at the front of the race, you sometimes just have to double check. Margin of the lead, 55 seconds now. That is the Prining Manthey EMA head of the Rover Racing Raffaele Marciello car. That's Max to me.
That's the Aston on the right, stationary. Galvenkopf. Yeah, blue flag. This is Raffaele Marciello on board. Galvenkopf, that is, coming out onto the Dottinghower.
Yeah, so the wave.
So the Aston's actually just stationary on the right-hand side of the track. So is it the Maxi Cruz Golf that's got sideways and all the gravel everywhere, and has maybe the Aston gone off on that?
Quite possibly.
They're three Marshall posts apart. It's in a short section, but they're not together.
Yeah, it certainly was a lot of gravel, and that could also explain the other car having gone off. We may not be right in that, but it's definitely
highly unlikely.
It's a consideration, I think one can safely say.
You have a greater hit rate than me, but being right, that is.
Who knows? Who knows? Who's keeping count? I'm not. So this is a typical section of the night in terms of events keep happening. We're past midnight. Ferris wheels still going around. Incidents coming thick and fast. You get flurries of them, and also the drivers, they'll be appreciating one element. The fact it's cooling down a little bit for the night, because it really was very warm, 33 degrees air temperature before the start of the race at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and certainly short sleeve weather as far concerned. But now,
definitely balmy, isn't it?
It's definitely balmy out there, and the fans maybe starting to feel the pace a little bit. Balmy, and palm trees is, I think, where you were trying to head there. A lot of people...
One followed the other. I did actually just genuinely say it's balmy, whereupon the palm trees appeared. I mean, it was almost like a producer's director's choice. It was incredible.
Yeah, I obviously, if you do go racing and you're going camping, just remember to take your illuminated palm trees so you can find your way back in the dark. Very important indeed. But the fans still in the grandstand, still a large, the most commonly coloured hat out there is Grello yellow, isn't it? So Manthey Racing, so much support. Their car is leading the race. Thomas Preining 55 seconds to the good. Swapping sector times with Raffaele Marcello, who's sort of giving chase in the number 98 BMW. And I must say, for GetSpeed, running the 14 and 17 Mercedes, they're third and fourth, seem to be running like trains. In fact, I tell you what, they're running just covered by half a second with Fabian Schiller ahead of Lucas Auer. Going back to the start of the race, who knew what to expect? We knew the weather was fantastic, and we were just waiting to get out on the track. The sky was blue. Conditions very, very warm indeed, and the fans are allowed out at the barriers through certain vantage points to light their flares, to wave their flags, show the love for the racers who are going to go out and get going. And get going they did, down to the first corner with Kevin Estre leading the way, and in behind Lucas Stoltz was fighting very hard indeed with the realised Condo Racing Ferrari, and at that point down in fourth place was Alessio Picariello, but somehow before the lap was over he was the one giving chase to Kevin Estre. Those first two Porsches got away. Now at various points you have slow zone on the circuit, it suddenly opens up. Matthias Trudi caught napping and given a little kiss from behind, and certainly just not getting the restart right could tip your race over. It didn't in that case. The next thing that happened was untrammeled. We didn't know what to expect. A red flag was flown in the pits. Why, Peter?
Power outage. So all our laptops are working, timing screen disappear, media centre goes quiet, we can't even put the kettle on. And I've never ever had a red flag in a race for a power outage before. Quite extraordinary. So gave everybody a bit of downtime, but we got racing again 2 hours later.
2.5 hours later, by the time they went off after 2 hours and 15 minutes, that was a formation lap. Took 15 minutes, they came round, and which car was leading away? It was Manthey, the 911. Manthey, EMA, Grello and Picariello again giving chase to Kevin Estre. In behind, fairly neat and tidy, but those two Porsches just pulled clear. But the car started to make moves. In sixth place, then it went fifth and worked its way forward to third. Was the number 98 Rover Racing BMW. And then if you were driving a Toyota, it seemed to be that you had to be in problems. And the number 170 Supra was given a little bit of contact with one of the Mulder Motorsport Caymans and front end damage, and then a sister car, number 160, short while afterwards, seemed to pick up someone else's debris that damaged the front end of their car. And then the save of the day was Christopher Haase, got very, very close to one of the Walk and Horse Motorsport Aston Martins, took to the grass and stayed on the grass for probably 150 metres before he dared rejoin. But the charge was coming on from the Rover Racing BMW. Eventually went around the outside, was slightly complicit, and thank you for that, Lucas Stoltz in his Mercedes. Could have made it difficult on the drop down to the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit, but you know what, he remembered the race is 24 hours long. And then we had a rotation from the Shearer Sport PHX Audi at just after it came out of the pits, and a short while later at that very corner, which is the Yokohama S, there was to be a further problem. Due to racing, Audi dropped it, and one of the Subarus had a face on that car going to one side and then the other before it went off the circuit. Sometimes the driver, Peter, you got to guess and hope you're right.
Well, missed everything there. That was a big moment for that. We then had one of the, was it the Stinchline GT4 Mercedes into the barrier?
Exactly, it was parked against the barriers. That needed clearing up, but one car was going very well. In fact, both of the Falcon Motorsport cars, the Porsches were going well. The 33 was better placed, but the 44 was coming into the mix as well. But nothing seemed to distract the Manthey EMA Grello Porsche, just sitting comfortably at the front of the race. The realised Condo Racing Ferrari started to lose a little bit of ground. Joachim Guven going very well indeed. And then poor David Kiefer was spun around just around the second corner, unsighted by the sun and the tyre barrier. Came Julian Andlau from second place in number 3 Falcon Motorsport car, saw nothing, felt that, and then he felt the impact, and then quite simply felt 6. He was sitting in such a good position in the race, but so difficult around that Yokohama S. You can't see what's around it, and it was one of the production class BMWs that hit David Kiefer, spun him round. He sat there for a handful of seconds, headlights on, and then blinded by the sun, round the corner came Julian Andlauer into the front end. Super unfortunate. In fact, Andlauer very nearly got hit by the Rover BMW that was coming around behind, but bonnet up, damage to both cars, over and out. So disappointing for both parties.
Big impact that one as well, and so felt for the 94 car, just sitting there totally innocent of being turned around accidentally in a racing incident at the tightest part of the circuit. But just you say it's so often the way in motor racing, it's somebody else's accident. But Julian Andlauer there taking out one of the Falcon cars, through unsighted and sun, and that's it. It's just job done, unfortunately.
But then eventually the sun went down, the most beautiful sunset, sundown as we call it. And but then one of the most extraordinary moments of the race, sudden mistake, and we're fairly sure it was his outlap for Luca Ludwig in the number 1 Scherer Sport PHX Audi. The sister car, their Porsche, didn't even get to start the race after damage yesterday, but that clouted the barriers at the bottom of the climb, the carousel, and I'm afraid the damage at the rear left corner of that car seemed to be too much. So that gave other cars in the field a chance to move on up the order. No one could move any higher than the 911. The 911 from Manthey couldn't move any higher because it was at the top of the charts, and it stayed there resolutely. Other people have been given chase. There's a 32-second penalty for the chasing Rover BMW. Will that take it out of the running? Well, we'll see. Proper darkness. That hasn't sent people home from the grandstand opposite the pits. They continue to watch. How long through the night they do before they stay in the grandstand, before they drift back off, maybe for a little more food, another glass of something to drink, or simply to lie down in their tents or caravans. But there's an enormous crowd here at the Nürburgring as ever. The 24 hours is such an annual treat. Last year, it was just before this time, about an hour ago, almost precisely, that the fog just became too much. It suddenly settled on the high points of the circuit, first at Herach, then over the start-finish straight, and then we went into the entire night with nothing happening. We woke in the morning, every restart time seemed to be pushed back and pushed back. This year, the weather conditions absolutely fine. Hot, but hopefully we'll take this through to the finish of the race. Still the fireworks go up, but it's a busy place. But it's no time, Peter Snowden, to go to bed. A lot of racing ahead of us.
An awful lot, and because it's almost been a race of two parts with that sort of 90 minutes of pure racing to start with, 2.5 hour break. So we had a slightly longer break than we'd had actual racing to start with, and then a reset again. So some 21 hours we had to go, didn't we? So then when it restarted. So it sounds silly, but what I'm trying to explain and not explain very well, which is not very good for a commentator, is it? That it's not a 24-hour race. It's actually been a 90-minute race. Kind of put that to one side. The finishing positions of that 90 minutes count for a 21-hour race. If that makes any sense.
It does. Having something that feels like an aggregate race. This one isn't an aggregate, but you've had that hiatus. But it can confuse, and sometimes you have count back. And sorry, I know you just gained that position, but we're going back to where you were the previous lap. So the order had to be shuffled. The finishing order of that first race wasn't accurate because we had to the restart suddenly, instead of having just when the race was red flagged, the pit stop sequence had just started, and it had various runners, including the Manthey EMA Porsche,
everything, didn't it, really?
down in about 7th. But at the restart, once they counted back a lap, it had been in front, so it took the restart from the front of the race. But these things keep the teams on their toes. And as you say, all the sort of preordained or the pre-imagined pit stop sequences and stint lengths, they get readjusted. But okay, keep it simple. Right, 21-hour race, effectively, go for it. He said it wasn't. It was less than that now. Think about it, because it was an hour and a half followed by 2.5 hours. So that's 4. So it's a 20-hour sprint to the finish.
Yeah. So it's I would say often strategy. People have all these teams. They have their strategies worked out meticulously to the last second. Minimum pit stops, all calculated in, etc., and all their algorithms and clever bits and fuel and stuff and whatever. And then that goes out of the window. And there isn't just a factor of take off so many hours, because it changes stints. You then have minimum pit stops times that may or may not apply differently. So it's a whole new game again. But as we said, drivers, Peter Kate messaged us and said, 20 seconds gone, our lead we had. Yes, that's the case. But you kind of got to suck it up, because it is what it is, and you've got a new race of, let's call it 20 hours. And that's what it is now. It's a 20-hour race, and you're starting afresh with a new starting order as it was 8 laps in.
Yeah, you almost have to expunge all that went before to just, okay, that's that. Right, but what we're having at the moment, we've got this clear-up operation happening at Schwalbenschwanz with still the Aston Martin. Look, I'm fairly sure last time I looked it was still sitting sideways across the circuit. People now know it's there, they've all been around for another lap, but as soon as that happens, suddenly you get a yellow flag. They go through, they get the green flag when they go through Galgenkopf onto the Dotting-Her. They get up to Hocheichen and you know, halfway around the next lap, or fairly early on the next lap, just after Hatzenbach, there's a yellow flag there. They're popping up left, right and centre at the moment.
Well, that 140 Pro Sport Aston Martin is now on the Dotting-Her at Milepost 197, which I think is one of those pull-off areas on the right-hand side after Galgenkopf. So it's been basically removed to their safety by an intervention vehicle and be out of the way. It can be returned to the pits from there, and if they can sort it out, then they can sort it out, but I suspect it's probably not the case.
Slow moving vehicle, trying to see what that one's towing. As I say, quite a few incidents needing clearing up for the runners coming through, like Lucas Auer. Sometimes you also get the moment where they're returning rescue vehicles to the next point on the circuit where they can be kept. And of course, you still have to get them onto access roads and shuffle them back potentially to where they were. But again, most racing circuits, it's a very good idea, even if you race there an awful lot, to do a track walk beforehand. Not so good on the 26-kilometre track goes up and down, but certainly that moment when you're walking at your natural pace and you can see the gaps in the barriers, you know, you can learn something. Also, if your car has a mechanical failure, it's quite nice to get to a place of safety. So if you knew where the gate was, that's where you head. But around here, there's so much to remember.
I remember doing a track walk at Monza ahead of an FIA GT round with three drivers, 2 cars, 4 of us in total, and it took about 4.5 hours, which ate into our evening, or our sponsor evening, and we had things to attend to as well. And so I can't imagine trying to do the Nürburgring track walk. It would be, of course, these days you just film it. In those days it was a pen and a notepad. You'd have loved it, Bruce.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember doing one at Donington Park and saw things I'd never seen, even at my abated pace, but
that was with Mr. Gounon, that was.
I know, I wasn't going to name that. That was your trick to throw in.
No, not at all. No, it was no more. I think the reason it took so long was it was absolute revelation of somebody of that level, of the things that he considered important, more significant, the things he didn't consider important, like I did, such as braking points.
Yeah, no, I can just imagine the scenario there.
Jean-Marc Bassini, as in Jules' father. Yeah. Yes, you can, as we can well imagine.
Lucas Auer pressing on, but at the moment he's running in 4th place overall. This is the battle of the 2 GetSpeed Mercedes. He's in number 17, but it's a sister car that's just in front. That's the car that was started by Lucas Stolz. He's got Fabian Schiller on board at the moment, and but they're not up with the fast ones right at the front of the field. They're best part of 30 seconds, nearly 35 seconds behind Raffaele Marciello, who's second in the road racing BMW, but he in turn is a whisker under 50 seconds down. Some lap he gains a little bit on the Manthey EMA Porsche, but still Thomas Preining up at the sharp end of the field in that. And quite a few laps now are being chalked up in the lead for the Manthey EMA, car number 911. It's just having a really, really good solid run. Every time there's been any question asked of it, it delivers. And that's right across its range of drivers, so that's very, very impressive indeed. And in the night, you can push to the edge of the circuit, but you just sort of feel even the front-running drivers are staying a little bit further off the curbs here than they would in daylight, when they can just place with sort of millimetre accuracy where they need to be. But at night, you've got the glare, you've got slower cars, you've got to be cautious. But it's so much easier, Snowy, to just make a tiny little slip-up, the one where you have to own up to your team owner.
And that's all it takes, and it's so often race ending. We've seen it a couple of times already with the Ludwig in the Audi, Shearer Audi. I don't know that he made a mistake or what it was. I'm not suggesting he did. Let's remain impartial and say it. But whatever happened, that car's out of the race because of it. And what we saw, which was on board footage, admittedly, so not angles on the outside, etc., it didn't look like a monumental tank slap that got it out of shape or went in, 50 k's too quickly or something, and wouldn't make those sorts of errors. It looks infinitesimal, but it's clattered the barriers and it's enough to put the car out. And it's galling and depressing, and no matter what level of professionalism or not, what the teams say to you of "don't worry about it, mate," or "it's all right," or backslapping goes on, whatever, you're still the one at the helm, and you still feel guilty for that.
Yeah,
you're the one that didn't bring it home.
Yeah, there's just no way around that, unfortunately. That's just how it is. But I'm just wanted to get into some number crunching on the race leading car. Its best lap of the race is still the fastest lap, 8 minutes 12.5 seconds. Best lap in qualifying was by the same car, the 911 from Manthey EMI, turn page, 8 minutes 12.741, so faster in the race than it was in qualifying, but qualifying boiled down to one flying lap in that top qualifying shootout. Of course, they'd had some delays early in the day, was going to be 2 flying laps, but talk about a pure test. And around here, it's very, very easy for someone to scupper your run, even if you're running just the top class on its own. Just needs the car in front to create a slow zone, yellow flags, and you come off the power, over and out. But nothing could be more galling, I don't think, than if you've done 90% of the lap, it's all fine, then you slip up at the final couple of corners at Tiergarten, going a bit too deep. You've undone all that work. But
what even more galling, actually, is not just slipping up, but being involved in somebody else's accident. Whether that be quite simply somebody has a moment in front of you, you lift off, and it happens. You saw that at the first corner with Julian Andlauer, with the Porsche that was rotated round by one of the BMWs. I'm not suggesting it was Machiavellian, but the BMW just tagged it slightly enough to rotate it. The car's light, it's unbalanced, around it went. It was no problem for that car to restart and get going again. And all of a sudden, one of the front-running cars hits it head-on and takes both cars out. It's a family-run car that's been hit. It was the 94, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that's that's their pocket and their damage, and whatever the insurance, whatever they made, they're taken out of the race through absolutely no fault of their own. First, they're rotated by another car, then they're hit by one of the leading cars. And Falcon, I'm sure everybody at Falcon will feel just as desperately for. It was in the 94 car, I forget.
It was David Kiefer. It was found 3 Kiefers in the car, and
I'm sure everybody at Falcon will feel just as desperately painful for them as they do for their own car going out, because entirely innocent victims are sitting there.
Yeah,
which is an expensive bill.
Well, exactly that, but it throws into light as we've only complete another half hour of this race. We've nearly got just 15 hours and a half remaining in this race, but
nearly halfway.
Yeah, getting on. I'm sort of urging it towards. Can't wait for the next stint. We're about to have a change in the cockpit, if you will, because John Hindhoff revving up, getting ready to settle into the hours after midnight at Nürburgring. These are the hours where, if you do nip off and try and get a bit of sleep, you come back and often scratch your head, goes, who was leading when we left? Where are they now? But the way this race is run is that Manthey EMA, with their Grello Porsche, car number 911, they've earned their corn in this car over the years, this team, so much expertise there. They're leading, they've been leading pretty much every lap in green flag running that we have had. And so you would expect them, hopefully, in a couple of hours when we come back, to still be in that position. But as we've seen, you can get caught up in someone else's moments around the Nordschleife. Certainly the Aston Martin that ended up sideways in the track just between Schwalben-Schwanz and Galgenkopf. That has been cleared up and moved to a place of safety, but who knows under cover of darkness what happened for that one. But these things can happen. But at the moment, Raffaele Marcello is giving chase, but he is the best part of 44 seconds down. The last few laps he's gained a little bit. Could be traffic. He's in the Rover Racing BMW, 3rd place and 4th place, 2 GetSpeed Mercedes, but the bragging rights at the moment for Fabian Schiller in car number 14, ahead of Lucas Auer, who's just half a second down behind him in the sister car number 17. But at the moment, as it has been pretty much since that 4 o'clock start of the race in the bright sunshine, in all the heat of the late afternoon here, Thomas Preining's car that was started by Kevin Estra, but it is Manthey EMA all the way but we've got an awful long way to go. 15.5 hours remain. Just going to run down very quickly through the classes. Cup 2, Tim Shearbart is now leading that for Milner Motorsports. I think that's in the pit stop cycle, because for a long time he's been second in that class behind the number 948 entry from Losch Motorsport. But here and now, it's looking very good for those two cars. Quite a long way clear of their rivals. But up front, it's Porsche as well. But it's sitting on a margin that's looking very tidy. But penalties can come, penalties can go. Will it be yours or will it be the others? Will you have a setback? Will someone else spin in front of you? So many elements, so many moving parts. But the good thing this year, unlike last year, the weather is playing ball. And let's hope he can stay that way all the way through to the end of this race. So I think now is time to bid farewell to you, Snowy, not for the rest of the race, just for the end of this stint. And I will step down as well. My name is Bruce Jones. John Hindhoff, I will hand over to you, and hopefully you have a smooth run and no red flags.
Thanks, Bruce and Snowy. It's P-Mac and Hindy here in the early hours doing the overnight swing shift. We'll continue with an update of the other classes in just a moment, with 15 hours and 30 minutes still to go here from the Nürburgring. So SP9 Pro-Am is the Ford Performance Mustang that leads. Cup 2, Milner Motorsport and their Porsche, the number 918. Max Kreuzer is leading AT2 in 21st position, and that will be I was going to start at the other end and I changed my mind. That is another GT3 Cup car. Behind them is Door Motorsport in the number 59. That's the SP8T, and that then, I haven't got enough screens to do this the way I want to do it. That is the 29th position car, and that is the Artura Trophy, of course, the bright orange machine. In TCR, the Hyundai 830, Manuel Laud, Mark Bessing among the drivers there. 83 in 35th position is the Max Kreuzer Racing Golf GTI Club Sport. SP7 is in 40th position, and that's a 911 GT3 Cup machine, 992. For K. Kramer Racing, leading their class. Where was I? SP10 FK Performance Motorsport with the 187 in 46th. W&S Motorsport lead Cup 3, that's another Porsche class, number 962. 57th position is the Gorion RT by Sharkey Racing SP3T leader. And so a quick look to see what sort of car that is. Is that another Golf? Yes, it is. It's the Golf 7 GT. TCR, excuse me. 72nd, the VT2 front-wheel drives, the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing car. That is in 73rd position. And that is the Toyota Supra. Right behind them is the leader in class for BMW M240. It's the Adrenaline Motorsport M240i Racing Cup. And then there's another class leader right there as well. The Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman S number 396. Then we have to scroll down to position number 80 for the number 69 KGL Auto Motor Club Porsche 17 Cayman that leads the SP4T class. Still they come. The BMW 325i, the privately entered E90 car, that's the 700 in 94th position. In V5, the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman CM12 leads the V5 class. Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris. Only 2 cars in that class, both from the same entrant. It's the Rookie Racing SP2T leader, 109 in 98th place. And I think the only other one that's down there, bizarrely, is the Toyota Tyres with Ring Racing car. With the SP Pro class, that's a car in a class of its own. Andreas Gulden had an accident in that car really early on, and I'm not sure that car's put in any time since then, to be honest. So let's kick off our little stint with you here with some quotes from the pit lane. Everybody seems very happy in the pit lane, and thank you as always to all of those who are working hard down there. We've just had a code 60 removed, so we have now a clear track, Peter, so you can start watching the times. Fabian Pietzmeier just come back in, and he must have had a problem. Somebody who was up at Hohenrain chicane, and he said there was an optimistic move for an overtaking Überholt maneuver. Great, I love German compound nouns. Contact with my car, and we've had to get the car back to repair it, but they'll get the car back out of the race, they think. As you can probably guess, with my faltering style here, my auto translate's not working for a change. I'll refresh it in a moment. So a very fresh looking BMW GT3 M4 with a Rover racing car back on the apron. Peter Mackay looking ready to go.
Yeah, it's been fantastic dueling on the timesheets between the leading number 911 Manthey Porsche and the 98 Rover BMW, with Raffaele Marciello for the Rover BMW closing the gap down piece by piece over that stint. Not by huge amounts, but just nibbling away at the gap. Preining is carried on for another lap. He'll be coming in at the end of this stint, but he's looking really good at the moment, is Preining in that Manthey 911. Meanwhile, there was a battle going on just as we're going through our class update. There's a really good battle going on between the number 45 Ferrari, the realised Kondo machine, and the number 44 Falcon Porsche, driven by Dorian Boccolacci. And Boccolacci was right on the rear of the Ferrari, and just as they came into what looked like a yellow flag zone, Neuber carried on, Boccolacci backed off. So I would imagine Boccolacci might be on the radio to the team to say maybe have a look at the footage again, because that cost a lot of the gap between them. The gap is sitting at 1.5 seconds at the moment, but it appears, as we are now under full cover of darkness and in the depth of the night here at the Nürburgring, it would appear, looking through the 9 sectors of this very complex track, which of course the first 2 sectors make up the Grand Prix track, the final 7 sectors make up the Nordschleife, and when you get on to the Nordschleife, it's, well, nearly every sector is dominated by the, not just Porsche, but the 911 Manthey Porsche, number 911 that is. So that is the pole-sitting car. They've been really quick all week, ever since they've rolled out the truck, despite a couple of balance of performance changes not in their favour. They had 5 kilograms added to their car. All Porsche 911 GT3Rs did, just before the race today after qualifying, but it doesn't appear to have held them back too much. But they're going to have to run the perfect race, because they're being chased by both of the GetSpeed Mercedes and indeed the number 98 Rover BMW, which is just taking a pit stop. Also, one of my favourite oddities of this year's 53rd Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring is the GR Yaris. That we've got two of them, the Gazoo Racing rookie racing machines with the big spoiler on the back, those little 3-cylinder machines out racing in the SP2T category. I'm lobbying very hard with Mrs. Mackay for us to add a GR Yaris to our fleet. But unfortunately, it's a one-in, one-out situation, and there's no space at the moment. But maybe one day we can get one. They are an amazing little car, 4-wheel drive, with a lot of rallying pedigree behind it. And Toyota, like other Japanese manufacturers, have such a presence here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Subaru coming over here every year with their Subaru Technica International squad. Now, unfortunately, one of the 991 GT3 Cup machines is being pushed into the garage for service. That is a real pity for them. Hopefully they can get the damage repaired quickly or get the problem fixed. Meanwhile, the number 11 Schnitzelalm Mercedes-AMG team, who've had a tricky day of things, are going to send out their Goodyear shod 6.2 litre AMG V8 back into action. AMG has always been a strong car here, but Mercedes-AMG have not won this race since 2016, and that was the last time the pole sitter won the race, believe it or not. So will the tides turn this year? We shall see. So at the moment, Thomas Preining, race leader, on the final lap of his stint, set a personal best in sector 1, so there's still time in the racetrack. Even though it's pitch black, there is still personal best sectors being set out there.
Jesse Krohn handed over to Raffaele Marciello, or was that the other way around?
Jesse Krohn has got on board, because it was Marciello prior
so
to
he's taken over from Raffaele Marciello in the Seoul BMW. That's the Farfus, Krohn, Van der Linde and Marciello car. So when that car went back out, still running around at the front of the field, it is still Thomas Preining, the Austrian. Was a Porsche Junior for a little while.
Yeah, he's come through the Porsche ladder, and of course won the DTM championship with them, with Manthey, a year or two ago. And you know, if you're a Porsche Works driver and you get put in the Manthey Grello machine, you're very, very well thought of. Yeah, Preining on the last lap of his stint. Yep, and he comes. So who will be waiting in the wings? You can do a maximum stint of 3 hours, but then you need a 3-hour break, or if you do a 2 hour, it's a 2-hour breaker, and vice versa. So whatever stint time it is, that is the break that you need. Into the pits he comes. No real rush in the pit stops here, because they have a minimum pit stop time they have to adhere to, which gives plenty of time to do service. Fueling goes in straight away.
Meantime, we've got the Toyota number 170, the GT4 GR Supra, or at least one of them, a technical defect at the Kiddebacher Hohe. So we've got a yellow flag there, and at the Steilstrecke as well, all around that sort of area in the carousel entry. So our green track didn't last very long. And despite the, well, possibly because of the fact that we have fairly leisurely pit stops here, I'm just noticing a few penalties for non-respect of minimum times. The most recent one for number 786. And we'll get a 30-second time penalty. That can be served at the next pit stop. They don't have to come in and do that. The engineer here is Raffaele Marciello, having just taken over the BMW.
So it's Jesse Krohn.
Sorry, Jesse Krohn, as we said. So the caption on the screen just slightly misleading there.
So it was Raffaele Marciello who was in it beforehand, and was doing a superb job at the wheel. It looks like Manthey are going to leave Thomas Preining on board. The Manthey mechanics having a little look in the front left wheel arches, in fact all the wheel arches, just to check everything is all okay. I can imagine the nerves are pretty high right now amongst the Manthey crew, because I think they knew coming into this week they had a potentially race-winning car. Everyone has been talking about how strong Porsche as a brand have been, whether that be in the hands of the Falcon team or indeed Manthey or the Shera Sport PHX team, which of course didn't make the start of the race after a huge crash in top qualifying yesterday. And we wish Lawrence Vantor well. Good to hear that he's recovering from that one. He walked away from the incident, but he reckoned it might have been the biggest hit of his career, and he's had a long and distinguished career, so we wish him well. But yeah, for Manthey, they're just wanting to execute as best they can. No mistakes, no penalties. They've clearly got pace. The lap time shows that, the sector time show that. But for Thomas Preining and for Ai-Chan Guven, they've never won this race before, so they've I'm sure that the nerves are high for them to deliver under what will be a lot of pressure indeed.
Back to a green track, Peter. Everything cleared down towards that part of the lap we were talking about earlier on. Top 5 are now in the pit lane, and the first one to leave is the Manthey EMA car, still with Thomas Preining on board. Fabi Schiller's brought in the first of 2 Mercedes team GetSpeed, the 14 and the 17. Lucas Auer came in the 3rd place car, the second of those 2 machines. All of those are SP9 Pros. Then it's Abt Speedline's Lamborghini Huracan. Christian Engelhardt brought that in. Fabian Buss for Dynamic GT SRL with the Porsche in 5th, all in the pit lane. Looks like Lucas Auer stayed on board as well, but I'll tell you more about that when he goes out rather than when he comes in.
Double pit stop then for the GetSpeed crew. It's the blue, yellow and black number 14 Bilstein car brought in to the pits by Fabian Schiller. There's a driver change going on there. We'll confirm the new driver when they come out of the pits. They're quite far down the bottom end of the pits, as they often are here at the Nürburgring 24 hour. The GetSpeed team, the number 17 car brought in by Lucas Auer. So these 2 cars actually competed in the very much shortened Nürburgring 24 hour, or Nürburgring 8 and a bit hour we had last year because of weather. So the cars actually had a little running on them, so Mercedes-AMG decided not to actually move the cars on or retire them. It's decided to rebuild them and bring them back for this race, for this 2025 edition. And so far, going very, very well. Both of them running almost in flying formation throughout the race. And I know for a fact our colleagues, Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley et al., they love this bright purple and pink number 17 machine, which was brought into the pits by Lucas Auer in 6th place. So after that run of pit stops, the gap has actually increased a bit, John. So Thomas Preining now has a gap of 1 minute and 5. Now that was down at 42, 43 seconds when they came into that round of pit stops. So there's a little bit of time gone back in the favour of Manthey in the 911.
So the Kinoshita, Tischner and Tonga's Toyota must have been moved, because we've gone back to green flags there, although now we've got a problem at the Tear Garden towards the end of the lap. There is a problem for the 3 Ertls and Bendorf 911 GT3 Cup 991. This is the 909 car. Maxi Ertl said Lucas just got in and drove 2 laps, but his brakes were gone, so we brought it back in, hope the problem can be resolved quickly. So that's not good news there. The Marcus Fisher driven 317 John Cooper Works Pro car also in.
Problem for the number 14.
He's just waiting for his time, is he?
But you're not allowed to sit in the pit in the fast lane. Problem for GetSpeed. Actually, GetSpeed got a penalty for that either last year or 2 years ago. Oh no! So problem for the number 14 machine that was brought in by Fabian Schiller. We haven't even seen which driver was installed because they didn't go over the timing beam. Dear, oh dear, so something wrong there. Is that car still in the pits? Number 14, yes it is. Oh, no, what's going on here?
Well, it fired and moved and then stopped. So he wasn't even, I don't think he was even off the pit lane speed limiter. They've tried it again. They put it up on the jacks and then dropped it again. It's rolling forward, but I don't think it's rolling forward under AMG power. I think that's rolling forward on gravity, because there's a slight downhill at that part of the pit lane.
Yeah, it's getting pushed back into the garage, unfortunately. So garage being cleared, which of course GetSpeed have 2 cars. They're sharing with 2 other cars in the race. That is what you have to do here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. At the Nürburgring 24h, you share with cars that might be in your class, they might not.
Yeah, it's the 2 RPM racing cars, isn't it? The 777, Porsche 911, the Nick Johnson driven car. That's the Tracy Krohn car as well from memory. Running at the moment in 32nd and 8th in class. And what's the other one there? It's a GT3 Cup 991 car, the 778. See if I can find that and tell you where that one's running.
That's RPM as well.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they're both
the same
RPM.
team, yes.
Correct.
So into the garage then for GetSpeed, and the mechanics can now pour over the car and try and fix whatever is going wrong. Interestingly, they're not opening the bonnet or anything. They're all in speaking to the driver. So is it an electrical problem? Is it something to do with the steering wheel, something in the cockpit?
Can he not select a gear?
That could well be it.
We've seen this before. Should have optioned
heartbreak.
Should have optioned the Cosworth steering wheel.
Yeah, the heartbreak for, I see what you did there. Heartbreak for GetSpeed Mercedes AMG. But this is why you have more than one bullet in the gun, and this is the nervous part for, strangely actually, for Porsche, because they've got a strong front-running car. The Falcon car's on the fight back, but BMW they do have 1 car in SP9. That is it. So GetSpeed, their other car driven by Mikkel Grenier, is off at full speed onto the Nordschleife right now, but there seems to be a degree of just confusion here. One of the mechanics doing a kind of circle round, fire it up motion. They've got the laptop out, trying to find out what is going wrong with this venerable Mercedes 6.2 V8. Plugged into the car, into the electronic brain. If only you could talk to it. You say, tell me what's wrong, what's the matter?
It's kind of what they're trying to do, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, yeah. Whatever the problem is, it's not happening quickly. The fact that the engine's firing and the lights are on shows that it's maybe not an electric problem, but I think you could be right with the gear selection, John. I think if we were to guess anyway.
Have they got the car up on the jacks?
Yes.
All right, and are they spinning the back wheels? Are they running the back wheels?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now the engine getting cut off again.
They've got the rear wheels off, but I think there's either a problem with the steering wheel, or it's not totally. They're looking round the back end.
Did I just hear drive shaft?
Yeah, possibly. Somebody needs to stick their head in and say, "Was ist los?"
Your German's better than mine, but I did hear the word drive shaft there.
Oh, they're putting the hijacks underneath. This car is going absolutely nowhere. So this is one of the cars that we would have had down as a front runner.
I mean, that's any chance at a victory gone
now.
The way that this race is now, you have to execute perfectly. If you don't, you can only afford a very small delay, and even then you need a car that's more than quick enough to make up the time.
Totally.
There's no safety cars, there's no full course yellows, nothing like that. You the best you can hope for is a red flag, actually. But I mean, that's totally out of the control. That is it, really. Oh dear, oh dear. Well. Heartbreak for GetSpeed Mercedes. So Jesse Krohn then for the Rover BMW team, trying to close down the leading car, the Manthey 911. It's Krohn now coming up the hill, up towards, just over the crest now, coming through, it's up down through Whipperman, I think.
They've lost drive in that car. Fabian Schiller, he says, I'm at a loss for words. It was a tough 2.5 hours out there. Hairy, and scary scenes. People doing 60 k's instead of 120s in some of the slow zones. Right rear wheel has, excuse me, has lost drive, so that would sound like a drive shaft or a diff problem.
Maro Engel had just been put on board, ready to go. He'd get himself all psyched up, ready to try and run down that gap to the Manthey Porsche. That's devastating, really devastating. That's not the work of a moment either to fix that. It's Krohn now coming up towards the end of the lap. It wasn't Wipperman, it was Galgenkopf he was coming out of.
Mick Grenier is out in the number 17 Team GetSpeed car. They had a time penalty on the way in. Lucas out, Mick Grenier in. That's the Adam Christodoulou number 17 car. And the number 48 Porsche 992 has been pushed into its garage by the team.
That is double pain for GetSpeed, because not only do they have one car out the running for the win now, but a 32-second penalty for minimum pit stop time. That might sound foolish, but the thing is that is pit in to pit out, so they have to not guess, they have to calculate when they need to release the car to get out, and they're quite close to the end of pit lane there. But we have seen the GetSpeed Mercedes have a penalty for getting that wrong, having to slow down in the fast lane, and then getting a penalty for slowing down in the fast lane. So it's 32 seconds is really, really painful. But the reason why, if you lose 1 or 2 seconds of pit stop, that really adds up. That could be nearly a minute you lose over the course of the race, but just 2 seconds per pit stop. So you can't afford to just we'll be a few seconds on the other side of it. We'll just let that one go. No, you've got to be right to the 10th of a second.
This is interesting on the GetSpeed car. They haven't done what I thought they were going to do. I wonder if that's the diff that they're looking at there. There's all kinds of gubbins underneath the back. Meantime, in to the pit lane, the number 84 green and white Audi, on green and silver white, I suppose.
This is the all-Austrian Audi, the Easterland Racing Team, number 84, with Christian Klein as part of the driver lineup, which I thought was very cool, and to see an all-Austrian driver lineup. And they've been quick actually in points in their Audi R8. It's Simon Reicher, Christian Klein, Norbert Siedler, and Max Hofer is a very, very impressive young Austrian driver as well. So there's it's Reicher, 25 years old, Hofer, 26, then Siedler and Klein into their early 40s. Youth and experience in combined effect there for the Austrian squad. At the moment, where are they running at the moment in the number 84 team? It's the Easterled team. They are running down in 16th overall at the moment. They are in the overall SP9 class, not the Pro-Am or the AM. So it's on the fringe of the top 15 at the moment. But if they keep on trucking through the night, no mistakes, they could well find themselves heading towards the top 10 if they keep going the way they're going.
Already starting to look, though, very interesting up front. If I read the manufacturers down: Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, Aston Martin, Ford Mustang leading the Pro-Am class, Mercedes, Lamborghini, Porsche, where am I down to, 9th, and Lamborghini in 10th, and then another Mustang in 11th. That's the kind of variety that we haven't seen in a wee while.
And if I may, Michelin, Yokohama, Falcon, Michelin,
very good.
Yokohama, Michelin, Pirelli. That's the top 9.
That we haven't had that for a very long time.
It shows you how, and everybody's up in their game. I mean, Michelin are the target that everyone's going for. They've won 9 out of the last 10 24-hour races here.
The number 175 Aston Martin Vantage EMR GT4 has stopped in the second carousel.
Probably not where you want to stop.
No, well,
not in it, that's for sure.
Somewhere around there, yes, indeed.
There is no yellow flag or slow zone or code 16, and that, I think that was that's about 10 minutes ago. There was a yellow flag around that area.
In the carousel. In the carousel.
The
big carousel.
Fallen in
area, yeah. And the Dacia Logan is in the Falkenborgen area as well. That one has ground to a halt. And Maro Engel, by the way, out of that number 14 Mercedes GetSpeed car. And his helmet is off. It's going to be a longer job.
It is. Hopefully they'll get that car back out there. But any chance of a win is over. They are registered for Intercontinental GT Challenge points. That's probably why they want to keep going. Otherwise, you'd maybe potentially see the car retired. But they have other things there. Marco Mappelli in 8th place is flying at the moment. He's got personal best in Sector 1 and 2. This is the Grand Prix track, which is where we've seen the Lamborghini be very quick. All the way through, to be honest, the run-up to the race as well, the 2 qualifying races, as well as through practice and qualifying so far this week. And indeed, it is the number 27, the sister car to the 28, the 2 Lamborghinis that is quickest in Sector 1. It's been a good day for Lamborghini, on pole in the GTD Pro category for today's sailing 6 hours of the Glen at Watkins Glen in the United States. We've of course got coverage of that as well on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's a busy weekend for endurance racing fans, as a very, very glum looking Maro Engel looking at his machine in despair, really, knowing that that's it. I mean, Maro Engel, I'd love to know how many kilometres he's done in Mercedes AMG GT3s. It must be into the 7 figures. You think how many miles he does a year, and yeah, unfortunately, the resigned handshakes and high fives. Big respect between the crews. I mean, Maro's driven with GetSpeed for many, many years, driven with so many different AMG teams, and there's just utter despondency in that garage, unfortunately. They knew they were in the hunt.
Yeah. I think that's worse, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is worse.
I think that's worse, because there was certainly in play. I mean, you look at some of the gaps here. You go down to Daniel Hunkadea in the Red Bull Abt Huracan. He's 5 minutes off the lead, but that's not even a full lap. It's nowhere near a full lap. It's 2/3 of a lap. You have to, you have to recalibrate your thinking here, as we've just gone through 1 o'clock in the morning.
Maro Engel, even the suit's coming off now as well, packing up his helmet. That's in.
He's mentally out of him. He's mentally out of him.
No wonder. Yeah, that's. I mean, the other 2 drivers, of course, one will be sleeping, I would imagine, and Fabian Schiller, of course, just got out of the car, and Maro
honestly,
Engel,
I didn't break it. That's what
no, there's nothing you can do. You won't get anyone who knows that car better than Maro Engel. And yeah, back to the motorhome, maybe for a sleep or potentially straight to the airport. This is a cruel sport.
He'd have driven here, Maro, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he lives in Monaco, so maybe, yeah, it could be, yeah.
Well, he was going to be up all night anyway. He could be on the way home.
He's
be home for breakfast.
Yeah, it's a stint, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a Mercedes AMG he drives.
It'd be nice and comfy.
Maybe, yeah. And he's neighbours with Thierry Neuville. In fact, Thierry Neuville let him have a go in his company car, a Hyundai World Rally car, quite recently. But this is a big race on the calendar for Maro Engel, and yeah, he'll be devastated with that. Another year goes by.
Yeah, I have news on the Dacia. We've been listening into the radio messages, or at least our live ticker team have been. It's being towed towards the pits, and from what the team is saying, they've been talking to the driver. Clutch failure on that car. Mick Grenier in the number 17 Mercedes GetSpeed car. and he is right at the tailpipes of the Ford HRT Ford Performance Mustang. That is a battle for position, and that is the 6th and 7th place cars.
Salman Ovega in the
and he was
Mustang.
slowed down by traffic. He was off the track for a moment.
Oh,
my
and
goodness.
Ovega just gets held up coming through Galgenkopf, and this will give Grenier a run.
And look how dirty and dusty and cruddy it was offline. No rain here for such a long time. It's been so hot this week, and that is providing its own problems. There's very little grip offline. A number of drivers been reporting that to our ticket team. If you want to read the ticket, it's there on the website. It is in German, underneath the Bilstein Bridge. And that Mustang's got a bit of poke. I say.
V8, Ford V8 versus AMG V8, the two companies that know how to make an 8-cylinder engine in a V formation. Wow. Just and up the Dottinger Hoe, that is a proper straight line speed race. And in the draft, Grenier could not get much of a run. That pony can gallop.
So not only was it a bad exit from Galgenkopf onto the straight, because there was traffic there, also you're then giving a tow to the guy behind, and Mick Grenier couldn't make the pass. And that, of course, is the leading Pro-Am car. Salman Ovega.
On the previous lap, Thomas Preining lost 12 seconds to Jesse Krohn, and lap time 8:37 flat, whereas Krohn was an 8:25.4. Now, that's not because Preining has particularly made any particular mistake. That is much more likely to be a slow zone or a code 60 or something like that that's been in place when Preining came through that part of the track and then lifted before Krohn came through, and that comes and goes all the way through the race. So it's easy to read too much into that. That will come and go.
The mistake, too much curb on the Grand Prix circuits. Salman Ovega just trying too hard there. Maybe he's looking in his mirror. He's just coming off onto the Sabine Schmitz curb there as he went through the Vidal chicane. Took way too much curb, and it massively unsettled the car, and he couldn't get back on the throttle as they go by the Samantha Tan Mini.
Yeah, the Bulldog Racing machine. Brilliant. Brand new Mini. Many have made quite a habit of running their new Cooper S or Works JCW car here at the Nürburgring, and imagine that you're in that Mini. It's got well over 300 horsepower, and you're going down the ass and back as hard as you can, and you're really pushing, and then two SP9 cars come by you like fighter jets. This is not an easy race. This is one of the ultimate challenges you can possibly face in endurance racing, whether that be for the car, as we've seen in the Mercedes AMG GT3, which you'd think that car would be totally bulletproof now, and it more or less is, but here at the Nürburgring it exposes issues in cars. If it doesn't even require you to do anything wrong. It can really be cruel sometimes, and for a driver it's so easy to make an error at every turn. And in the dark particularly, you have to have your eyes everywhere, because you're looking out. If you run through a code 60 or you run through a yellow flag, or there are huge penalties, race-ending penalties. That cost the Manthey car in 2019, Lawrence Vanthoor leading by over 4 minutes, and they went through a code 120, I think it was, and they got a huge penalty, multiple minute penalties, and lost the race. So for a driver, it is such a challenge.
Those two cars, the two cars that we're keeping an eye on at the moment, battling for 6th position, Salman Ovega and Mick Grenier, both front-engine V8 rear-drive cars. The Mustang probably a little bit higher in profile than the AMG GT. They have completely different handling characteristics. You can see by the lines that the individual drivers are taking. Grenier can turn the car into the apex easier and then hold a tighter line and release if he wants to off the corner, whereas Ovega is really struggling to get that Ford into the apex. Now, where are they on their respective run plans is that, if there's a tyre advantage for the chasing car, down towards the bridge at Adenauer.
Wega is 4 laps into his stint, whereas Grenier is 2 laps into his stint.
Right.
Grenier running a Michelin tyre, Vega running a Yokohama. So, you know, that could play a factor. Also, it could be down to who prefers the night as well. I mean, there's nothing more compelling than 2 SP9 GT3 cars at night on the Nordschleife being driven by 2 proper drivers, which is exactly what is playing out right now in this battle for 6th position. And honestly, I could just revel in onboard footage of driving at night at the Nürburgring. Is just fantastic.
That's what you're going to get at this time of night.
And that's the best kind.
This is the closest battle on the circuit at the moment. There was barely 0.2 of a second when they went across the line last time around. Awega has stretched that out a wee bit at various parts of the circuit, but it appears now that as they go up towards the top of the Caracciolo carousel, that the number 17 of Mick Grenier is right back there. Yes, he is. Must feel confident here. So bumpy over those concrete blocks on the inside of the carousel. There's traffic ahead. Opportunity for Mick Grenier to take a position in the overall, but not in class. 2 different class cars here. A little bit of an early break by Awega. It was just a lift off before the little jump by Mick Grenier.
Now down the hill, down the helter-skelter that is Wipperman, right, then left. So quick down here, coming through Wipperman. That you're over 200 kilometers an hour through there.
Now coming down to the left before Brunchen. That's quite steeply downhill there as well, and traffic needing to be wary of these 2 cars. One of the Hyundai TCRs there. I think that was the 831. Can't quite see it on the tracker. The closing speeds are incredible. And we've got a course vehicle there as well. It's one of the 4 Mentors. There's a job you wouldn't fancy either, by the way.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Not even with all the flashy lights in the world.
No, and that's something that why you cannot step straight into a GT3 car here. You have to go through the whole ring permit processes. Grenier gets a big amount of air underneath the front wheels coming through the Belle of S. That is so quick through there as they come up towards the Schwalbenschwanz, the really fast right-hander before Schwalbenschwanz. And then Schwalbenschwanz proper, but just before the Kleine Carousel, Vega and Grenier putting on a show here. Some fans going back to bed, some standing on the
mistake.
A mistake for Awega.
Yeah, mistake by Awega. He got too close to the car, exiting the Kleine Carousel, but then parked the car in the middle of the road. Now we know that even if he doesn't get a good exit from the triple Apex right, I said triple pressure there, sorry, bobsleigh, triple Apex right-hander. So they're coming down the straight, and the Ferrari is now in. Don't panic that it's up on the jacks. That's standard operational procedure.
Thomas Neubauer looking like he's going to be left in the car, or have they already switched the driver? We'll confirm that when they come out. Of course, running on Yokohama tires. No problem. Boccolacci.
Yeah,
Boccolacci, number 44, Falcon Porsche, is going slow.
Slow puncture to the right rear. I was just about to tell you that. And a really good battle as well in SP7 at the moment. That's the 909, the Ertel and Bendorf car, ahead of the Neufler, Hopfer, Brandl, Saatchi as well. Just about, not even half a minute there. In fact, no, not even 2 seconds between them. So Boccolacci.
What do Falcon have to do to win this race? Their number 33 car taken out earlier on when Julian Andler collided with a Porsche Cup car that had spun out width of his view around that blind chicane at the start of the lap, and now a puncture has slowed down Dorian Boccolacci. Oh dear me, what do they have to do, John?
They've been so close, and they've had cars that have been quick enough down through the years. I remember when they first came into what was then the American Le Mans series, they ran incredibly a Ford GT40, well, Ford GT I suppose it would have been, the new version of the GT40, but not the GTE car. And then they ran a Porsche as well, and then they decided just to run the Porsche. That's great driving by Boccolacci. He's managed to make it back into the pit lane.
It's just
right rear. It'll be the far side from us, Peter, if you can see it at all. Heck of a drive to get that in without doing any more damage. There's a problem at Klostertal as well now.
Yeah, Boccolacci losing a lot of time there. Well over a minute. So they go to work now. So Boccolacci getting out, and driver change. That's just so frustrating there, as off goes the number 45, Realize Kondo Ferrari, run by Rinaldi Racing. That is was the front-running Yokohama car. That's now held by Salma Niwega in the Ford Mustang, but the Ford Mustang is due a stop, is it? Yes, it is. We've due a stop in a couple of laps' time.
Couple of class battles going on down the field. The Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, etc. car. Jimmy in the car at the moment is chasing down the Door McLaren for the class lead. Currently only 5 seconds behind the Walking Super car. And just a little shout out as well for the number 948 in 17th position, just come into the pits for Tobias Müller at the wheel, the best non-SP9 class in the field.
The Falcon mechanics are going to have to push the car into the garage. Are they? They're twirling it around. They were paying a lot of attention to that axle where that corner where the puncture was. I don't know if there's maybe tire cords come off and got tangled around. They're trying to free something away. And this is just costing even more time. Hopefully they'll try and be able to get it done in their minimum pit stop time, so that they don't cost themselves undue time.
They seem to be working with purpose, Peter. They seem to know what's going on.
Yeah, purpose indeed.
Quick note on the best production car in the field so far. That's the number 500 BMW 330i. Oscar Sandberg, the Norwegian driver, behind the wheel there. And it is the 8.3, is it? The 8.31 that's leading TCR. All right. They've got a bit of wheel arch liner that's stuck there.
They're just trying to rip off that inside wheel arch lining. The mechanics giving it their full might. There it goes.
But why would you do that?
That's something they want to take a close look at.
Is that what's caused the puncture? Something slipped.
Yeah, or was it a puncture, or was it something else?
TCR class is the 831. That's the Mr. Felipe Robert Wiggins et al. And it's also the best front-wheel drive car. That number 831. That's the Hyundai Motor Company ended machine. And that's sitting down in 36th position. Well, there you go. Out goes the Vulcan car.
Minus a wheel arch lining.
It's got to affect the aero under that back wheel.
Yes. Yeah, these are very intricate aero cars. The Porsche 911 GT3R, they've got an Evo package coming for next season, and it's the little under the car aerodynamic things that they're working on, and kinematics as well, little bits and pieces just to try and improve the overall package.
Also, the standard GT3R, which is the GT3 Formula car, is going to get the Manthey Nordschleife louvres.
The gills.
Yeah, on the top of the wheel arches, which have been missing up until that. on the standard cars. I don't think they've ever gone away here.
No, it's been very much a Nordschleife thing. Yeah. So the front of the field, the gap actually is sitting a minute and 35 at the moment. It's gone back and forth quite aggressively because the previous lap, Jesse Krohn was 2 seconds ahead of Preining, but the gap is now sitting at a minute and 35. So all under control for Manthey Racing at the moment.
I can't believe you've just said that. Do you realise you'd be drummed out of Germany?
It's certainly out of Moy's path anyway.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, but one little oddity, the speed trap at the end of the Dottinger hole, you'd think surely it must be one of the top class cars. No. It's actually a GT4 car running in the alternative fuels class that holds the top speed, the number 146 BMW, 293 kph. That's very, very fast.
So that's 180 miles an hour.
Because it's running in the alternative fuel class, they don't have to run it to SP10 GT4 balance of performance, so they can turn it. They can turn the engine up as much as they want to and run it as light as they can.
Something's happened at Exmüller Metzgerfeld area. Bless you, Peter. It is dusty in here, isn't it?
It is.
I've been
got the mute button in time.
You did very well. I've been struggling all week with the dust in the air, and the car is filthy again. I may have to wash that before I take it home. It just doesn't feel right driving it when it's covered in a patina of dust.
Well, sometimes big four-wheel drive cars look good when they've got a bit of...
If it was muddy up the side, that'd be different, but
true.
Dust just looks like you don't care about it. And I do. So I'll probably get a wash on Monday morning before I take it home. Right. So the Dupre Audi S3. Now, is leading, I think, in that combined
front four class.
Yeah, it's leading. And that's the first time since the start of the race. That was a change in the regulation for that red S2. This is the Maxime Dupre car for the Dupre Motorsport group. And last year, it was rear and all-wheel drive in VT2. Now it's been moved into the front and all-wheel drive area. Lamborghini getting pulled into the pit lane on the end of a tow rope.
That is the app number 27.
Yeah.
The app number 27 getting pulled in. So that's Daniel Huncadea. Now, how much time had he lost? He'd not made it. He'd gone out of the pits around the Grand Prix track and didn't appear to take any more. The app mechanics are running down to go and push the car towards the pit. So what has happened there for Daniel Huncadea in the number 27 Lamborghini? It's sitting in 8th at the moment. I think it's run out of fuel, John, because he's been 7th. I think he has, because that's 7 laps he'd done. So that would have been his 8th lap. Surely not.
Oh my.
Maybe they didn't get it fully brimmed up on the last pit stop, because it should be able to make that.
Valkenhorst Aston in the pit lane getting filled. This is a car that is drawing attention to a telethon, a TV marathon for RTL. But should also say that Nitro are trying a record here. They're broadcasting their major studios up in the Porsche Lounge just in front of us. Been there doing that for about the past 4 years, and they've got 28 hours straight through today.
They had Olaf Manthey as one of their guests earlier on, a true legend of the Nürburgring. Now, if for this 27 at Lamborghini, if it's just run out of fuel, that's a very easy problem to fix. You just fill it with more fuel. But I wonder if that is the case or not.
Well, they're taking the tyres off at the very least just to put some warmer ones on, I would think. And also it'll have been dragged offline, so the tyres will be full of muck and rubbish.
And they were due a pit stop anyway, so this is absolutely on schedule in terms of when they were coming into the pits. So wonder if they have an onboard we might be able to have a look back on, but the engine cover coming off now. No, I don't think it's just fuel somehow.
Meanwhile, back in the battle for 6th, Mick Grenier still hasn't been able to get past the Ford Mustang of Salman Awega on the Grand Prix circuit. Goes one way, then the other. Oh, he's used the BMW as a pick there, as a little screen. They're side by side. Can't see the Ford on the inside, but I think Grenier's gone through. No, he hasn't. Here comes Awega back up the inside, but has to brake it earlier into the Schumacher S's. Oh my goodness me, that was tight. No, excuse me, that was the Vidal chicane. So that is a new 6th position then for Mick Grenier.
And will he pull away now? Because I think through the corners the AMG might well have the edge, but in the top end that Mustang was hard to pass.
Make that 4th position for Grenier because of the pit stops. My apologies. I was working on where we were the last time we saw the cars. But for Grenier, that is now 4th position, 2nd in the SP9 Pro class. Awega now demoted to 5th position, but remains the leader in Pro Am. That Cup 2 Milner Motorsport Porsche 918 now up to 17th position.
Looked just looking back at the onboard, and just seemed like a sudden loss of power coming out of the chicane after the Michael Schumacher S. I think it might just be fuel, John.
Oh dear.
Because
well, that's not even close though. It's not like he's got out onto the.
No, very true. So maybe, but it may be just that they hadn't brimmed the tank properly. But he had to basically take a very quick action and pull in. I guess on one side of things, it does mean that yes, he'll have lost a lot of time there. But if he'd gone onto the Nordschleife and the same thing happened, that would have been game over. This isn't ideal for them, but. Now dropped down to 9th place, but could have been a lot worse there, I would say. No such issue for Manthey, who are just going like a steam train at the moment. Thomas Preining.
You can't keep saying that.
Yes, you can, because it's factual. I don't believe in the commentators.
Oh dear me.
No, not at all. Not at all. But they are. They've executed so well so far, and that's what it is. That's what it's about. And the young Austrian, Thomas Preining.
Execute, it was the word of the week last week at Le Mans, wasn't it? I can't tell you how many times I heard team members saying this. Technical problem down at the exit of Metzgerfeld for the number 418 Porsche Cayman. It's the La Madrid Mendieta Krona 718 Porsche. We'll get you some more details on that when we have them, but at the moment just listed as a technical defect. Leader going round slower traffic. This is a second stint for Preining, isn't it? They left him in the car last time by.
Yeah, it is. So he completes his 5th lap of the stint. So he'll have 2, possibly 3 laps left in the car, probably before handing over. And again, this is an advantage to having 4 drivers on the lineup that they can use. They've got Patrick Pilet on the lineup as well, alongside Achan Guven and Kevin Estre. Now, when you're going through the night and you've got 4 really quick drivers, that helps to just give everyone a rest, because this race is so mentally taxing, so physical as well. That makes a big difference indeed. But I remember when Manthey won it the last time in 2021, when Kevin Estre won it for the first time, they did have Lars Kern on their roster. So it was Estre, Christensen and Cairoli who won it, but they did have Lars Kern on the roster but Lars Kern didn't actually drive.
No, he never got in the car.
So he
that.
wasn't classified as a winner because they did have that red flag overnight.
Yeah, because we were wondering if they were saving him for a particular part of the race, and then of course 8 hours and 24 minutes into the race it was stopped and effectively never restarted. I remember
Then we got about 3.5 hours sprint to the end in 2021. Yeah, my first 24 hours for the Nürburgring.
Yeah,
it was quite a performance from them there. But Preining, in fact, Estra's the only guy in that car that's won the race before. Pile has never won the race yet.
no way.
Yeah,
I'd have lost some money on that, Peter.
Yeah.
Keep the comments coming in at RSL_studio. Thank you for everybody who has been interacting so far.
I tell a lie, he won it in 2018. So you wouldn't have lost money on it. He won it with Nick Tandy, Fred Makovecki and Richard Leeds. So your money is safe.
Thank you. Check some of the Twitter messages while we keep an eye on what's going on out there at the moment.
Well, I mean, the number 98 Rover BMW crew, they're trying everything they can to try and chip down the gap through the night, but it's not quite working that way yet. Thomas Preining really not flinching under the pressure. The number 34 Aston Martin for Valkenhorst has now made it up onto the podium positions, being driven by Mattia Drudi. They got a little bit of a balance of performance break this morning. They got a little bit of extra turbo boost added to that turbocharged V8 front engine machine. Good driver lineup as well in that car. Christian Krognes, Mattia Drudi is in the car right now, Nicky Thiem and David Pittar, former winner of this race.
It's all quality, that bit.
Oh yes.
Hello to Blur Fiend over from the United States, back at the accommodations now. Great day at the track, tuned in live for another hour or so before I take a rest. Something else, the ring, isn't it? Good to know you've had a good day. Hello to the Sim Racing Bar Steward, just back in from watching Pulp in Manchester. Hashtag RSL19N24. Good to know you're there. Hello to Brody, who was out with Blur Fiend, partly going hard at Vipperman tonight, isn't it always? Now, again, that gap coming down between the SP8T first and second. Steve Brown got in the car, and he is now, well, actually, the Door Motorsport McLaren owes us a pit stop, I reckon. So let's see when that car comes in. Also in the pit stop, one of the older BMWs at the moment, the 277. Love the fact that some of the cars we saw in the classic run this morning are of the same sort of era of cars that are in there. That BMW was a 318 Ti E36. And that's the SP3 leader, that bright green car. Ready to go back to green. And the Mini JCW getting out of the way so that the leader, Thomas Preining, could accelerate straight away. That's really rather smart driving by everybody there.
Likewise, the Hyundai Elantra putting the indicator on as well. In the driver's briefing, the drivers are told no indicator means stay on the racing line. Left indicator means you are going to go left.
Going left,
and
yeah.
if you, like you would on the road, and then right means you are going right. So that gives the. But if you do put the indicator on, you have to do that. You have to do what you say you're going to do, if you like, to try and allow the faster cars to come through. pit work going on for one of the fan favourite cars, an E36. Yes,
yeah,
E36 M3 with the art car livery on there, number 277. A little bit of work going on there at the moment for that machine. They're running, in fact, they're first in their class, the 318 Ti, first in SP3. In fact, they are in a class of their own. So a race finish will get them a class victory. So the gap at the front of the field, though, is 1 minute and 35 seconds. Thomas Preining leading the way from Jesse Krohn. Matteo Drudi a further, just under a minute back, 51 seconds back from the second place. Then Michael Grenier in fourth, in the number 17 Mercedes AMG, now the sole surviving front-running Mercedes AMG.
Let's have a quick look at the categories again whilst we're in the middle of the pit stop cycle. We'll start at the back of the field this time, if I may. So from the back upwards, discounting the SP Pro category car, which hasn't moved for quite a long time, some 46 laps. It's the Andreas Gulden car that was crashed very early on. Our first class leader that we come from the back is the BMW 325 E90, which is leading the 325i class. That's the number 700 car in 94th position. 92nd SP2T is the better placed of the two Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing GR Yaris. And one place ahead is the Lars Kern-driven Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman CM12. No, that's not Lars Kern. It's Korn, isn't it? Not Kern. That's the V5 leader, the 444 that we were talking about earlier on. SP4T is a Porsche Cayman, KGL Auto and Motor Club. And that's in 86th position. The Audi S3 leading VT2 front and all-wheel drive. A little chat with that team earlier on in the week when we were in the pit lane for Midweek Motorsport. That car, which is about as standard as you can get, is running 77th. Well inside the top 100. More class leaders to come. The V6 class leader is the 396 Cayman S. The BMW 330 leads the rear drive VT2 class. He's only a minute ahead of the Toyota Supra, the Toyo tyres with ring racing car. And they're in 72nd and 73rd position. The 240i Racing Cup class is led by Adrenaline Motorsports number 650. Jens Klingmann in the BMW M2 Racing. This is the new G87 car. Still under development, really, but this is the car that seemed to be the replacement for the M240i, and will, I'm sure, have plenty of customers. So that's a class leader. Sits in 56th position at number 310. And then we're inside the top 50 with tmracing.org, Porsche Cayman in SP7. The number 80 car sits in 47th position. 3 places higher up is the FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4 G82, which leads SP10, the GT4 category. Then it's the SP8T Door Motorsport car in 32nd position. That's the McLaren Artura, the number 59 car. 2 class leaders together, the Hyundai Motorsport number 830, so Mark Bessing back in the lead of that class. That's swapping with their team car on the pit stop. Also Benjamin Leuchter for Max Kreuzer Racing in the Club Sport number 19, that's a Golf. And we've also got the AT2 class, the Österreich-driven Porsche GT3 Cup car, so the Max Cruiser Racing. And that car leads its class. And then it's the SB9 classes ahead of that. So there's your little update whilst we have time between the pit stops.
Yeah, heading into the latter part of the stints now. In fact, the number 98 Rover BMW will be due in at the end of this lap, as it's just coming on to the Grand Prix circuit now. 7 laps done for Jesse Krohn. This is his first stint after taking over from Raffaele Marciello. Meanwhile, Thomas Preining, who's going a lap longer, or is a lap shorter in the stint, if you like, so will be 1 lap later coming into the pits. He's on the back end of a double stint at the moment. He could do a 3rd stint, but I think they will more than likely bring him out of that car and do a driver change. But if everything is equal, if you were to all the way now to the end of the race, the Manthey car would have an ever so slight edge. Why is that? Well, when you get into the last 70 minutes of the race, there is a minimum pit stop time. That the closer you are in minutes to the end of the race, the shorter your minimum pit time is. So actually, if everything was to stay equal between now and then, Manthey would have quite a significant advantage actually in terms of when they would pit. But is everything going to be equal for the next 14 hours and 19 minutes? We shall see.
No, it isn't. It's the Nürburgring.
Unlikely.
Oh, big bit of gravel thrown up at Thomas Preining. By one of the Cup cars he was...
It's a Hankook 55.
Yeah.
Porsche 911 GT3R. And right in front there of Preining.
Salman Awega into the pits a moment or two ago. Also in the pits, in the pits, that is the SP9 Pro-Am leader. Got to think that Ford's going to be pretty happy with that car running solidly in the top 10.
Yeah, I think if their number 64 car had been kept in the game, unfortunately, this had to retire after an incident. So that car, I think, would have been right in the hunt for a podium. Actually, it's been either good drivers, good pace, but I think as a debut, yeah, I agree. It's been a good start, and the cars are running reliably. That's the main thing. I think that is the want to get cars to the finish on the mechanical side of things, and then after that, then focus on going to absolute outright pace. But so far, so good for the Ford Mustang here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. No hurry at all in the pit stops. Just get everything done as you need to. Get your work done. Get the car ready, and then send it off into another stint.
Yeah, it's not. If you are just joining us, it's not a hurried pit stop because the minimum amount of time that you take to get into pit in and out from pit out is actually pretty generous, and there's a reason for that. There's 2 reasons for that, actually. One, with such a variety and spread of experience in the pit lane, there's a safety aspect there where they don't want people running around and tripping over each other. Also, because all of the pumps are just standard petrol station pumps, there are variations between the pumps. And back in the day, some of the clever team managers would get down and somehow manage to time the flow rate and would request certain garages. Well, having a minimum pit time mitigates that. So if you're getting 15 seconds, your tank filled 15 seconds quicker at one pump than the other, your minimum pit time just means you're sitting around for 15 seconds more from one pump to the other.
Yeah, it just evens everything out. It saves the need for, a lot of expensive pit equipment as well. As out goes that number 65 Ford Mustang for HRT Ford Performance, with the glowing yellow outline of the Mustang stallion on the side of the car. Looks fantastic in these darkness hours. Salman Ovega then going to stay on board for a double stint. Shouldn't be long before we see Jesse Krohn. He's just he's about 4 minutes away at the moment. He's just out on the other end of the Nordschleife. On this lap, his last lap of the stint, still not able to take any time out of Preining. They are actually immensely closely matched on the times. Every sector, just a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there between these two leading cars. Nobody blinking yet.
Hello to Ray Leverne, I think is how you would say that. He's in Cape Town in South Africa. 3 feeds running, so he doesn't miss anything. How are you doing the ring in the Glen the same weekends? Some years ago I was cloned by the company.
Yeah.
The magic of broadcasting, and a flyaway kit that fits in my haversack, which is the same reason we were at Le Mans last weekend, but also at Montreal for the Grand Prix and doing the Carrera Cup.
Big traffic for Preining there. He got held up massively coming through Flanskart, coming out of Ice Curve and Flanskart. There was 2 BMWs dueling with each other. There was no room to get by, so that's deeply frustrating there for Thomas Preining as he goes and then straight into a slow zone. 2 yellow flags waved. That's code 120 and then down to code 60 in towards Schwalbenschwanz. But I would suspect in sector 7 that Thomas Preining is going through at the moment, there will be quite a bit of time gained back for Jesse Krohn, but there's so much give and take here. You're through with a field as big as we have here. You know, we had starting the race, we had 134 cars started the race. It's busy out there, so you're going to get these moments. You just got to stay patient.
Gavo Tour saying, wow, this looks much more physical than Le Mans. Le Mans is still a physical track because it's so high speed.
It's very mentally taxing, Le Mans.
That is very true. We had a couple of drivers saying that.
A lot of them were, yeah. But here you've got the physical and the mental together. That's why it's such a fierce challenge. And a little bit of
the Robert Wiggins car in. The Michael Lewis is at the wheel of it. Now that was leading the class on the pit stop rotation. It swaps between itself and the Manuel Lauk and Mark Bessing and company car.
The sister car, yeah. So both Works Hyundais. I mean, really trying to beat the Works Hyundais in the TCR category has been almost impossible for anyone. They've just been so strong over the last few years here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But the bonnet coming up and looking in at the engine bay, that's never good.
Oh, that car's
been on the front left.
Yeah, that car's been up the wall. Yeah.
At some point, yeah. And there's quite a lot of pride at stake. The young American drivers in the Hyundai team, they're desperate to try and beat the World Touring Car drivers that are in the other car. Now, are they going to be able to get back going? Looks like it. Bonnet back down again. Just wait for the lollipop man to flick his extended lollipop, and then off you go.
Off you go. Go on.
Go on, when you're ready. Oh, the fuel's still going in.
Oh, right.
Oh, that's a particularly slow pump. And it just coming down to the mandatory pit time. 5 seconds left, 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left.
It's Michael Lewis, by the way, who's in behind the wheel.
And just like that, off he goes.
Those little 4-cylinder turbocharged engines make a decent noise, actually, don't they?
Pretty aggressive things, yeah. 350 horsepower from those TCR machines, maybe even a little bit more than that now. That's what they used to be anyway. As into the pits comes Jesse Krohn at full pace, then down to 60 kilometres an hour.
That's from second position, Peter. So this is their 6th time into the pit lane. Thomas Preining yet to make that stop. And there was about 2 minutes, 1 minute and 48 seconds as the number 98 Rover Racing, Rover Motors as it is. Motor oil, of course.
They had one of their best adverts ever when they they won the Spa 24-hour back in 2021 with a Porsche, and they had an oil leak, and yet the engine still made it. They almost had no engine oil left, but their oil kept the engine going, and that was certainly a good advert for that Rover team. Always a threat here at the Nürburgring, though. They've a really impressive lineup.
They have run several manufacturers down through the years. Didn't they run a Mercedes at one stage as well? I'm imagining that.
Possibly. It's a good question. They definitely ran a Porsche.
Yes,
Remember that? It was
Porsche.
Bamber, Vantor and Tandy winning the Spa 24-hour that year with a truly dramatic finish.
That's not a dangerous triumvirate, is it? Dear me. Now, one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris's being pushed backwards down the pit lane. Oh, he's not allowed to drive backwards. That is still ticking over.
What's gone wrong here then for the Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing? Have they put enough fuel in it? I wonder. It's the tailgate being pushed up, but I wonder. No such panic at the Rover crew, just making sure everything is all good to go for sending that car back out after its pit stop. Jesse Krohn staying on board. Meanwhile, the car he's trying to chase of Thomas Preining still heading out around the Nordschleife at the moment. Interesting update on the App Lamborghini, which is now running down in 11th place after having to miss out. Basically went out onto the Grand Prix loop and came round the Grand Prix loop and had to go back into the pits without going on to the Nordschleife for the 8th lap of its stint, potentially running out of fuel. Daniel Hucadella has just put in the absolute best sector in Sector 2. So it's wow. It may be driving a bit angry possibly after that one. So nothing wrong with the car now, and that means that the number 27 App Lamborghini is quickest in Sector 1 and Sector 2 throughout this race. So that is the Grand Prix track again, the happy hunting ground of that Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Off goes Jesse Krohn. Going to take another pop at the Manthey 911, trying to run that gap down as best he can.
Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the booth at the moment as part of the international TV feed. Matteo Drudi just coming through their first part of the Grand Prix track.
Yeah, and that's Rover BMW. They've just got to keep the pressure here on Manthey, try and force them into any kind of mistake, whether that be driving or operational. Just keep that pressure on through the night. It's a long way to sunrise even, let alone the end of the race. Remember, it's 4 p.m. race finish, so it's a long way through. Still 14 hours and 8 minutes left to go. Preining now heading towards the end of the lap. So he will be, I would suspect, handing over, because otherwise he might well actually, yes, be able to stay within a 3-hour maximum stint time with 3 full stints. Yes, he could. But is that a good idea? I don't know. And not when you've got 4 drivers, I don't think. I think if the 2 hours at a time gives a driver a good rest in between stints while his teammates get down to business. Of course, they'll either have, some of the drivers will have motorhomes, but some of them will be staying in the Dorrant Hotel by the start-finish straight. You see many of them going up and down in the lift. That's where we're eating this week, and we see the drivers going up and down the lift, heading off either for a stint or indeed for a snooze.
It is a bit of an extravagance, but it just means you're right on the circuit. You can walk straight in.
When you're running, if you're running at the factory level, a top SP9 GT3 car, an expensive hotel room is the least of the problems, I think.
Right, let me dig into what happened with the number 14 GetSpeed Mercedes now retired by the team, and it was a defective drive flag. So it was the blew the diff up as he was trying to pull out. Oops.
That's. I mean, the chances of that happening on such a well-established car, a car that was brand new in its development cycle, maybe, but for that to happen, that's so frustrating. But that, again, that is the stress that this circuit puts through the car.
The 146 BMW M4, Carrie Schreiner telling our reporters in the pit lane at Metzgerfeld the car caught up with a GT3 that braked abruptly before it caught 60. Our brakes aren't that effective, so that's when we got the front damage. We'll be back out in about 10 minutes, and that came in about 3 minutes ago.
Which GT3 might that be, I wonder? That Carrie Schreiner's gone into the back of. The thing is, braked abruptly going into a code 60. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. But yeah, that's. I wonder which GT3 that was. Is Thomas Preining coming up along the Dottinger Hole past the past the workshop on the left-hand side at Moispath, underneath the bridge at Antonius Bucher, with a blue light flashing. That's to tell the cars ahead that one of the top cars is coming through. It's really helpful for them. There are no blue flags at night here, only in daytime hours. So the only blue you'll see is that in the windscreen into the pits then from the race lead.
Wow. How many laps was that?
8. Yeah, so everyone's going on an 8-lap stint run at the moment. Now, who's going to get in this car now? They've got an embarrassment of riches in that Manthey team. Who's next in the rotation for Grello? Car number 9 either runs 911 or 1, depending whether they've won the race the year before. That's Kevin. That looks to me like Kevin Estra marching purposefully towards the number 911 Grello machine.
Has taken on a life of its own, this car, in that Grello colour. I suggested because green and yellow would be Grello, and it's a yellowy green colour. But of course that's in English. It should be grün and gelb. So it should be Grelb.
I think Grello's a bit more catchy, I think.
Oh, I like Grelb.
I think. Well, whatever it was, that's a fantastic stint from Thomas Preining. That young Austrian has done his job for the moment. He can go and have a debrief with the engineer, get a little bit of a refreshment, and go get a well-earned rest. Job done under immense pressure, because the number 98 Jesse Krohn-driven Rover BMW is keeping the pressure on all the time. We'll confirm if it was Kevin Estra who got in the car. It looked awful like quite a tall character with the Grello helmet as well. Of course, remember when Kevin took that emotional win, his first ever win at the Nürburgring 24-hour in 2021, and his wife Carol watching on with their then young son Tommy, who was fast asleep when he came over the line. Tommy's obviously 4 years older now and is now absolutely car mad and loves what his dad does, and was cheering away when his dad came over the line to take pole yesterday. Family Estra all here in force to watch Kevin do the job.
Heard Bruce Jones talking about the Subaru STI entry, the WRX. That's number 88 car. Not much. The team was saying that they were looking to get inside the top 20, as they have done before here. By the end of the race, they had a long pit stop. That's why Bruce and Snowy were discussing it, and apparently there'd been some quite heavy contact at the exit of Siphon, and that is Kevin Estra behind the wheel, the unmistakable eyes of the Frenchman.
The smiling assassin. He's
good though, isn't he?
Out of the car is one of the nicest people you ever meet. A true gentleman in that sense of the word. But in the car, he is an animal. Put him into anything and he drives the wheels off it. His opening stint at Le Mans a week ago, from 21st on the grid up to the sharp end of the field. It's one of the best stints I've ever seen, and he's had a few good stints here at the Nürburgring 24-hour. Will this be another? This is probably the time of the race where actually heroics and fireworks aren't necessarily the order of the day. It's just sector by sector, keep clicking off the laps, tyres and fuel. But you can be sure if the fireworks are required later on in the race, he'll be there to do it.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? You've got to be there with a car that can fight. No point being there with a car where you think any second now a wheel's going to fall off because you've been hip checking people. So we'll run down the categories for you again in a moment or two. Just a reminder where we are in the race. Coming up at 2 a.m. Central European Summertime, and what is the second shortest night of the year. It was the shortest night of the year last night, with well under 8 hours between sunset last night to sunrise tomorrow morning. It's as late as we've had this race for many years. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre for about another half an hour or so. Team GetSpeed back out, should I say. We'll check that out in a moment or two. So, a race that is currently still got 14 hours on the nose to go, so not even at half distance yet. The usual folderol at the start of the race. Kevin Estre leads by about a minute and 14 seconds to the Ferrari 296 in second, the blue and white car. That's the Realize machine from Rover Racing in third. In the classes, Pro-Am SP9 is the HRT Ford Performance Ford Mustang. The Cup 2 Porsche GT3 Cup car of Müller Motorsport is well inside the top 20. And actually, that's a great battle going on, because the 48 Loesch Motorsport car, that's and which Müller is that in that one? The 949. Anyway, they're only 0.2 of a second apart, having a great scrap. Max Cruz Racing leads the AT2 class with their 644 Porsche. And further down the field, it's Mark Bessing back to the lead of TCR, the number 830 Hyundai. Freddie Dawes just come into the pits in the McLaren. Now, does that mean that the Team Bilstein car goes through and picks up the lead? It does. That's the 150. Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, and the rest of them. Max Cruiser Racing has Jan Kristoffersen leading in AT3. To the SP10 leader, the 187. Further down the field, WNS Motorsport leads Cup 3, and the number 97 car leads SP7. And I think that's all bar one. There's an SP3T that I need to find. The M2 Racing, the new G87. You see that one going around. BMW Works colours. And that is the number 310 in 59th position. And the BMW 240 class itself, Adrenaline Motorsport leading with their number 650. Just a couple more to go. VT2 rear drive, that's the Toyo Tyres Supra. And the Audi S3, as we mentioned before, leading VT2 front and all-wheel drive. And those, ladies and gentlemen, bar the SP40, KGL Auto Motor Club 718 Cayman, and the Sagmeister driven 325 E90 in the BMW 325 class. That's the 709 in 94th position. And those are your class leaders. Oh, actually, there's that 318 Ti, the 277 green car. That's your class leader in SP3 in 108th position. And those are your class leaders. So at the front of the field, it's Porsche, it's Kevin Estre, it's Manthey by 1 minute and 13 seconds over Ferrari, BMW, Aston Martin and Ford for the top 5. Incredible scenes earlier on, Peter. Such an unlucky incident for Julian Andlauer. Completely unsighted. The Saint Royale number 94 Porsche round the corner, just out of sight, and neither of the drivers could do anything.
No, not at all. That's just devastating for Falken and for Julian Andlauer. Just like you said, unsighted, came around that blind chicane and the car in the way, just in the wrong place. And this event can be so cruel at points. Likewise, the Sheriff Sport number 1, Luca Ludwig, just got in the car, got up towards Klostertal, looked to be too late on the brakes, bang, into the barrier.
Amazing that car wasn't more damaged. Got a couple of updates for you from the pits, which we'll do at the end of the highlights reel. We have had some great racing, and Dorian Boccolacci threading the needle earlier on. The usual array of fireworks. Interesting comments from Thomas Preining that I'll read to you in a moment as we get out of this highlights package, as I say it. Into the early morning here, we're still just under 14 hours to go. Team GetSpeed with problems coming out of the pit lane, and that, I'm afraid, was to prove terminal. That proved terminal. The drive flange on the diff. I mean, of all the places to go on the pit lane as you're pulling out slowly, when you consider how much hammer they get over the curbs.
Yeah, just puts the car through so much stress, and it's not going to be another N24 win for Maro Engel, unfortunately. The wait continues for him, for the pole sitter in 2016. Falken, with one car out, had to take on repair to their number 33 after a puncture cost a lot of time, and a slightly strange incident for the number 27 Lamborghini as well, which may have run out of fuel.
Yeah,
certainly had to pit prematurely.
Pit crews now, this is the time when you've got to keep your concentration as the pit crew as well.
It is.
These cars are out for about an hour, and it's so easy to have brain fade and finger trouble.
It is, yeah, and to get those timings wrong. We've seen a lot of cars get a penalty for minimum, for not serving the minimum pit time, and it's a 32-second penalty every time, and that is really punishing. So that is something that the drivers have to be on top of.
So we're back to full green track again at the moment. I wanted to give a couple of quick quotes from the pits. Kevin Estre leading, of course, at the moment. Thomas Preining saying, we have to push hard. That BMW behind us is very fast, and we're feeling the pressure. Not easy to stay in rhythm at the night when we've had so many code 60s and double yellows. We're sticking to our plans for now. I'll have a quick bite to eat, sleep for an hour, and then back in the car. Into the pits for one of the Supras. That's the VT2 Hecker machine. the number 263.
Very much a standard road car, GR Supra there, to be running in that category. In fact, so much so that it's got even the road, exactly where you would fill up the road car with the standard fuel flap on the right-hand side. One car, it's been quite a celebration actually for the Golf GTI. It's in its 50th anniversary year, and just this week Volkswagen have launched the GTI 50. So I remember when the edition 30 came out, and then there was the edition 40, and now edition 50. And the Max Cruiser Racing Run machines running on the alternative fuel, they've got some really good horsepower. And at the moment it's Johan Kristoffersen on board, the multiple World Rallycross champion and seriously accomplished stage rally driver too.
So just a reminder, no yellows, no code 60s. Now Benjamin Leuchter in that Golf Club Sport. Now that's the headlight, that's a set of headlight alignment that I can get along with. I think it was the BMW, wasn't it? The SP9 BMW the other night that we were watching the onboard footage of, Peter, and it was barely 100 metres down the road.
Our graphic is showing on our world feed pictures Benjamin Leuchter. It is Johan Kristoffersen who's on board at the moment, and leading in the class in AT3 at the moment. But yeah, a lot of the teams were paying attention to those lights, particularly that Max Cruiser team, funnily enough, getting those laser lights that complement the car's existing headlights, so it's additional headlight material on there, and illuminating the circuit very, very well for Johan Kristoffersen. So at the front of the field, Kevin Estra now on board the leading Manthey Racing Porsche. The gap is just through the pit cycles, come round a little bit. The number 45 realised Condo Ferrari is up into second, but does owe us a pit stop in the next 2 laps. So the gap actually net between the Manthey 911 and the 98 Rover BMW is about what it was before the pit cycle. So Kristoffersen absolutely on the limit in this Golf GTI. Used to driving 4-wheel drive machinery, of course, so front-wheel drive for the Golf GTI Club Sport 24-hour. Up towards the carousel he goes. Quite a quick car in a straight line, actually, looking at the speed trap times of this machine, and really not that much different than an SP9 car, actually, when you look at the speed trap times on the Dottinger hole. It is a quick machine. Up towards Hoaak now, a little bit of traffic to contend with. It's another Golf, funnily enough, as he gets by at pace.
More pit lane speeding issues, including the number 488. That'll be a 30-second time penalty.
Also, the number 786 machine, I'm pretty sure that's the Lamborghini running in SP9E. Yes, it is. The Renazzo Motorsport has been asked to come to race control with the video described in the email. That sounds like a proper summons to the headmaster's office for that crew. The racetrack is still providing pace as Marco Mappelli is put in the best sector of the race through sector 1. So now still Lamborghini really quick over that first portion of the lap. Now that Renazzo Lamborghini that has had that headmaster's office summons is now into the pits. At the moment running in 12th position in the overall standings. The Renazzo team, one of the other Lamborghini teams, was that car just been brought in by Christoph Breuer. So a new set of Goodyear tyres going on there as well. But in TCR category that's been dominated by Hyundai over the years, it still is being dominated. It's a 1-2 at the moment. It's Marc Basseng, the Spanish ace, at the wheel at the moment, leading by a good margin over the sister car. You can hear that there. There's the slight bit of wheel spin there, asking for the power from that front wheel drive machine. A Hyundai Elantra that runs all over the world in TCR competition, and indeed in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, in the IMSA WeatherTech paddock. Up over the curbs through Metzgesfeld 2 and down towards Callan Hard now. Hard on the brakes there. And then down through part of the circuit known as Miss Hit Miss, down towards Versifen. Got 3 right-handers, 1, 2, and then 3, and round again, down towards Versifen, and then you've got to hit the brakes hard. Slowest point on the circuit here, or certainly on the Nordschleife anyway. Down to second gear in a TCR car, and then back on the power. Getting that traction as best as you possibly can. 13 hours and 45 minutes to go here in the 53rd running of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Unfortunately, a red flag, not for weather, which has been the case the last couple of years, but a red flag for a major power outage in the area, which meant that we could not continue racing while that was going on. A lot of, obviously, electricity required for the safety equipment around the circuit, communications, lots of different things that we need power to run from. So unfortunately that halted things for a little while, but good work from all involved to get back racing again. Also, so many different oddities in the Nürburgring 24-hour. It's not just the SP9s at the front of the field. We also have various different unusual machines, quite like this, the Toyota GR Yaris driven by Hiroki Ishura. They had a little bit of a delay in the last pit stop, had to push the car back to the pits and do extra work, but it's going hard at the moment, and I bet Hiroki's having a blast right now, driving through the darkness here at the Nürburgring in this Toyota GR Yaris. 4-wheel drive. You can hear in the background there the 3-cylinder machine, 1.6 litre 3-cylinder. Same engine block that's used in the Toyota GR Yaris Rally 2 car that you'll see competing in the WRC2 Championship and the European Rally Championship as well. Sounds fantastic, little throaty little engine. 4-wheel drive as well, so if we'd had a wet Nürburgring 24-hour, this would be the ideal little weapon actually, the GR Yaris. But thankfully, one of the warmest Nürburgring 24 hours in several years, one of the latest dates that we've had in some time, back to the more traditional end of May date next year. So make sure mark that in your calendars. It's already been published. Always following with the a bank holiday, either Ascension Day or indeed Corpus Christi holiday. It's through underneath the Adenauer, or over the Adenauer Bridge, goes Hiroki Ishura, pushing hard in that little GR Yaris.
You've got a hankering for one of those.
I really do. It's more than is healthy.
Would that be a daily? Do you think you can daily one of those?
For the purposes of people who might be listening, yes. Definitely.
You'd be prepared to do a long-term real-world road test on it just for the...
I would.
In the interest of science?
I would.
Yeah, okay.
I think we might have to write a nice letter to Toyota UK.
Toyota Cupra Leon, one of the KL cars with Hakim Evans in behind the wheel, and that is a... That looks like a brake fluid top up there.
The mechanics there with the fan trying to keep the engine cool.
I know, that's all.
Turbocharged engine will be running pretty hot. In fact, the E8 888 engines in the Cupra, I had that same engine or similar engine in my Golf R that I had many years ago, and it did actually use quite a lot of oil and ran pretty hot. So and that was running it on the road. So you can imagine 7-8 laps or more around the Nürburgring. That's going to put it a lot more under stress.
All of the intervention vehicles are Cupra Formentors this year. Had a look at them in the pit lane on Wednesday, since we were getting ready for midweek motorsport, or Mittwoch motorsport, as it was. Toyota Gazoo Racing have come here mob-handed, really, haven't they? We've got a GT4 Evo 2 Supra as well. All the GT4 cars built for Toyota by WRT, who've just moved to their new premises opposite Liège Airport. And splendid that is as well.
There is lap time now in the racetrack, because Mark Bassing in the lead of VCR has just set the best lap of the race for that category, a 9:02.4. Amazing. But even under the cover of darkness, it's all about getting that clear racetrack, because these drivers who compete here at this level, they all know the circuit so well.
Oh yeah,
they know it like the back of their hand. And I always find, I've never raced here, but I always find when I'm struggling to get to sleep, I do a lap of the Nürburgring in my head, and I don't think I've ever got as far as Klostertal before I'm storing my head off. I'm told.
Okay. I thought I'd have a look at the weather for tomorrow. Very warm with sunny periods. Potential of strong thunderstorms this afternoon. Potential flooding, hail and damaging wind gusts. High of 31, and tonight, Sunday evening, low of 14. Right now, around about 18 degrees Celsius, with one or two cloud formations bubbling up over Europe. So is there still a sting in the weather tail that has been so absolutely lovely here at the Nürburgring?
Wow.
When you've had this much heat and this much dryness, those pop-up thunderstorms, they bubble up out of nowhere. They don't show on the rain radar until they're literally on top of you.
Well, we have had, I mean, just wall-to-wall sunshine all week. We've been very, very lucky with the weather. And we had a very good week of weather at the Le Mans 24 hours too. It's been a real fortnight of sunshine in this incredible month of endurance racing madness. So, of course, the Spa 24 hours coming up next week too. A few drivers doing all three of those races.
Endurance.
I like that. Yeah.
This Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo, part of a set of cars that Toyota have brought over. Sadly, one of the GR Yaris's didn't get too far into the race. And you saw your first GR Corolla earlier on today.
I did, in a very cool shade of like light blue.
Yeah.
We don't get it in the UK. We'd love to.
Is that a platform thing? Is that just because it won't translate the foot to right-hand drive?
I'm honestly not sure what the rationale is.
It's on a postcard, please, at RSL_studio, if you don't mind. If you can tell us. RSL_studio. Johannes said in olden days they ran the N24 in October a couple of times. The operative words back then were cold and miserable. I bet they were. It's the first time watching this type of endurance racing, says Gav O'Toole. Says these guys racing are in a different league. They really are. Remember, we started nearly 140 cars. Morito San is at the track, so perhaps P-Mac could go and speak to him directly and request a GR Yaris with the new direct automatic transmission. Those
manual,
TG,
preferably.
Well, both the TGR 2T entries were equipped with it this year.
Yes, and unfortunately, maybe Maurizio, and this is Maurizio, of course, Akio Toyoda, the big boss of Toyota, he might not be in the mood, because, of course, that is the GR Yaris that went out early on, unfortunately. So they've been in the pits ever since, unfortunately. So is the other GR Yaris that's having to pick up the mantle. That's the number 109. In fact, no, Maurizio's actually... They've got 2 entered with a very similar driver lineup.
Yeah.
Okay, so that, well, maybe then it would be a good time to go and ask, could I have a go in a manual GR Yaris?
Now, Jan says, because you were talking about it a wee while ago, I actually thought that Grello came from the German grell, which is a word that's used to describe a very bright or loud colour. You may actually be right, but I always thought it was green and yellow. Green and yellow, Grello. But as I said, that would be English and not German.
Maybe they could get Chris Martin and Coldplay to do a remake of the smash hit single Yellow, but it was all Grello.
It was all Grello. They will if they win this one.
Yeah, and have lyrics about the drivers and things. That's something maybe for our road trip on the way home. GG said, yes, but would anybody buy, because I suggested grün and gelb for green and yellow, green and gold really I suppose, but green and yellow, but would anybody buy a Grulb t-shirt? A Grulb t-shirt? Possibly not. Into the pits from second place then comes the number 45 Realized Kondo Ferrari, run by Rinaldi Racing.
Yeah.
Thomas Neuber at the end of a double stint, so should well see a driver change there on that Yokohama shed machine. The leading Yokohama car at the moment at Rinaldi Ferrari. Rinaldi being a big part of Ferrari's very strong era, of course. They get the first ever time that 296 competed here at the Nürburgring 24h. They won with the Fricadelli team.
Yeah, and that was Rinaldi had a big hand in that.
Big hand in it, yeah. And they've continued to run the cars. They've just got one in the race this year.
That is a surprise to me that after Fricadelli won 2 years ago, that there wasn't a squadron of Ferraris the following year. Suppose it depends on the team, and you have to know the Nürburgring, and you have to have the right drivers.
Yeah, you do, and it's you know, it might have just been one of those things where everything clicked together. It's not the cheapest car to run.
No, all buy.
No, definitely not. Good stint there from Thomas Neubauer. Changes over. I didn't recognise the helmet design. We'll get a confirmation when the driver goes out. It's not Felipe Fernandez-Laza, because he has a helmet that's very similar to Michael Schumacher's old helmet.
Yeah, that's right. Just as we were getting ready to come back to the circuit and take over for this little shift, Luca Ludwig had an accident, and the team have put out a statement to say that the car had some electrical issues which contributed and resulted in the crash.
That makes sense, because it looked a very un-Luca Ludwig mistake. Totally. It was coming up through Merck curve, no problem, ready to hit the brakes for Klostertal. It seemed like he missed his braking point by a long way, and then clattered into the barrier. And I thought, that's not like Luca Ludwig at all. He's way too experienced for that.
ABS sensor, something like that. If it was electrical, they're not being any more specific than that.
Could be.
Hello to Randy Sherwood and Stuart Copeland, watching from San Diego, California. Not that Stuart Copeland, it's spelt the other way, I think. But hello, Randy and Stuart.
So the Rinaldi team fire up the 2.9 litre V6 and the 296 GD3, ready to send it off. Off they go then. I'm pretty sure it'll be David Perel, but let's see when they come over to clip the end of pits. It is David Perel.
And I was right. Rover did run Mercedes.
The SLS.
The old SLS, right up till 2016. Thank you, Ian McCarthy, for finding the pictures. I had a memory of them when we used to use the Aston Martin lounge towards the end of pit out, and Rover Racing always had the big end one at pit out. Liam Harrow asks, do you know if the GT3 car's fueling port is converted from dry brake to normal fill, or is there an attachment that allows the normal nozzle into the dry brake? I think the latter, Liam. You used to have to fill up a bottle and then drop the bottle in. Who was that on the wastegate?
Ferrari.
Fantastic. Morning to Matt Hawkey Hawkins, been tuned in since the start, missed only around 10 or 20 minutes so far, got distracted by watering the front garden again. Could pop round to mine and do that, could you? It's probably past caring now. He says, I've forgotten how crazy this race is with no safety cars, let alone all the safety vehicles motoring around to various incidents. And just about half an hour ago, it was still 21 degrees in Northamptonshire at Rushden. Heavens above. Oh, very good from Ian McCarthy. He said if they changed it to your German version of Grulb or Grell, then they wouldn't be able to use Grello on Sunday, Cello on Monday. I like that, actually.
Gold star.
Yes, which they have yet to purchase from me or indeed respond to my emails about. Very good. Very good.
Pit stop for the Schnitzel Arm number 11 Mercedes, and you would say after the incident that they had, the big off that they had, you'd think that surely that was their race done. No. The powered by Schnitzel, that shows you can solve or achieve anything when you're powered by Schnitzels, and that's exactly what the Schnitzel Arm team have done. They've got that car repaired, and they're back, they're fighting on.
And on that note, it's time for us to take our leave. We've done the 2-hour stint, and we'll say, for the moment, we'll bid our farewell and leave you in the capable hands of Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden.
Thank you very much, John. Back into the saddle we go, and things changed little by little, but the real marker for me in the 2 hours that we had off was the number 14 GetSpeed Mercedes that had been running so strongly. First of all, with Lucas Stolz, Maxime Martin, Maro Engel all having their stint, but Fabian Schiller was at the wheel, and they were looking to have it going back onto the track, and it failed in the pit lane, Snowy. In the end, a defective drive flange, something small. The car clearly fine as it left the pits, but didn't get as far as pit exit, had to be pushed back and over and out. But good to see the number 11 car from SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Arm. They're fixing that one, so that's going to go back out, and that got injured early in proceedings. But again, you know, there are various times when a car looks really rather broken, and yes, it can be fixed, and other times when there's nothing external. Viz what happened to the number 14 GetSpeed Mercedes, where you can see nothing but something broken, something they can't fix, over and out.
And it never ceases to amaze me, I've said before, with the Aston Martin we saw earlier on in the race having a anti-dive plane refitted. A brand new one came out, but to fit it on quickly, they literally got a drill out and literally put self-tappers on and screwed it straight to the front PU of that car. Same with the Schnitzel Arm Mercedes, we've just seen what being worked on there. Obviously, something's not, the body's not locating properly. So, gaffer tape, obviously colour coordinated because it's day glow one part and black a little bit, so done accordingly. So, 2 tape man out there without it, and one of the bonnet catches. Well, it's not exactly sitting where it should do. So what do they do? A cable tie. How high-tech can you get?
Exactly. And John and Peter Mackay were debating, should the Manthey Porsche be known as Grello, which we've accepted is green and yellow. They said, of course, that's in English, not in German. And they started talking about the German, which is Grün and Gelb. And I actually, they call, what do they call it? Grulb or something. I think I like Grungel. Grün, and you just silent B at the end. But anyhow, Grello it is, and Grello it shall stay.
Yeah, I think we'll just stick with Grella. So the other Grella sounds like sort of a Christmas thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what,
Grinch driving it.
nobody can stick with the Grello. That's the thing. Every single stint, not so long ago, Kevin Estre came back in for another bash after a double stint from Thomas Priding. And talking of stint length, we're looking, if things run to plan, 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps. And when I'm talking about stint length, I'm actually talking about the top class of cars. It's the GT3 cars that run in the SP9. Top category here in the ADAC 24 hours of Nürburgring, and Kevin Estre leading by plenty at the moment, waiting to see what the interval is when the Rover Racing BMW Jesse Crone at the wheel. When we were last on, there was still a 32-second penalty hanging over that car. It was giving chase in second place but actually losing ground, unfortunately for them, but that penalty has been rescinded, so it's like the double insult isn't going to happen. But the main thing is, it doesn't matter which of the 4 drivers for that Manthey EMA Porsche are on board. Estre on board at the moment, Ryan Shanguven, Patrick Pilet, Thomas Priding, all been, just there or thereabouts, just looking rock solid, building the lead bit by bit by bit. So at least for Rover with their BMW car number 98, it's not going to have to suck up 32 seconds of penalty. That has been rescinded. It might keep them in the hunt, but almost with every lap, Peter, that gap is growing, not coming down.
It is. It's going away from them, isn't it? Which, we fully understood that. We had that bit, but I think it was 15 seconds was the gap when the 32-second penalty was issued. That then rose to 32 seconds on the road without including that penalty. That's then rescinded, but it's kind of also become pointless having the penalty, because it just hasn't made any difference to it. What it has done for the moment, though, is we mentioned already, and I'm loving to see this, not because of what you think is going to be really obvious. I'm loving to see the diversity of manufacturers at the top of this. Yes, it's a Porsche at the moment, has been the way on most of the races at the Nürburgring this year. It's the Estre driven at the moment Grello Manthey 911 GT3. Next to it is in second place, the BMW of Rover Racing, Valkenhorst Motorsport, Nicky Team aboard the Aston Martin. A Vega on the HRT Ford Performance Mustang. I always want to say Mustang when it actually turns it to Ford. That's got a brand, the model is the Mustang, but I always go Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Mustang. Well, I don't know why I dip out on that bit.
Well, I'll tell you why you do that. It's just the way that car's been branded since it was launched in the early 60s, alongside General Motors' offering, which, of course, is the Corvette. And Corvette, you don't really hear people talk about Chevrolet racing. All those years at Le Mans in the IMSA series, you talk about Corvette racing. So because they wanted those strong sporting brands, you've got half an excuse for saying what you were saying.
Marco Pelli it is that's in 5th place in another brand, Lamborghini. We then have our first Mercedes with Adam Christodoulou aboard, who had a punchy first lap. We described that Kevin Estre and David Pittard were known for their elbows out first laps. Well, Adam Christodoulou got very involved in the Lamborghini to the point of almost running a little bit wide, but very wisely. It was up at the the S's of the Grand Prix circuit, Schumacher S, it used to be called it, and he didn't T-bone, but he used a lot of the road and didn't leave the Lamborghini a lot of road, but there's a huge runoff area at that part of concrete before he gets to gravel. The Lamborghini, Adam, not stupid, let it back through again, as in, it's the first lap of the race. That was possibly a little bit naughty. I'm going to have to give that place back, which he did quite wisely. So that's the Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou. And we then have the dynamic Porsche still running quite strongly in its 7th place. The Ferrari 296 of Realised Condo Racing, that was running 2nd. That, of course, is just pitted. Tim Heinemann in the other Porsche, the remaining Porsche, and Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini in 10th place, with Juncadella in 11th and the other Lamborghini in the pit. So a huge variety up at the top still there. And it's... we're not even halfway through.
Say that again. No, don't. We're not even halfway through. 13 hours and 20 minutes and a couple of bonus minutes on board still to run in this race. But just before, John and Peter Mackay steps out of the booth. John thought he'd better have a look at the weather forecast for tomorrow. It does appear some big, strong winds are going to be blowing in, possibly in the afternoon. The race should be going through to 4 o'clock, so it could have a sting in the tail. But right now, we know the temperature is dropping after nightfall here at Nürburgring, but it's going to be rising sharply again tomorrow, up to 31 degrees.
Well, it's still 17 degrees now.
Yeah. All is good. Right, I just want to quickly look down through the classes again, and the 948 with Dylan Pereira at the moment is leading the Cup 2 class for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars by best part of 30 seconds over the Mulner Motorsport car with Martin Rump on board, Estonian racer. So those two have been the class of the field in Cup 2. And we'll see how that runs. But it's been just really from the outset of the race, the car that's been dominating that class has been number 948, Losch Motorsport. And again, quite a few names this year, new names, Peter. We're accustomed to a lot of these teams racing across the various rounds of the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, in the build-up towards this great event, particularly after we have the Nürburgring 24 hours. Though it's not part of the championship, the NLS, some of the field does drift away again, and actually when it gets to autumn it then picks up. It's sort of a pattern we have, but so many of these drivers are just so busy pretty much every weekend across the year now. It's getting harder and harder to fit all your desired race programs in.
But there's so much fabulous GT racing across, GT3 racing in particular, across the world. Of course, we mention those cars all the time. They're the 20-odd cars at the front of this race, but of course we also got 130 cars started the race. There's a whole bit more than that, 140 I think it is.
Yeah.
There's a whole variety of cars in this, but there's there's TCRs, there's SB9s, SB8s, GT3s, GT4s.
And you get some unbelievably almost bog standard road cars as well, the production classes, and there's one of those that actually spun around for David Kiefer in that number 94 Cup 2 class Porsche, which then moments later facing the wrong way just on the exit of the S's at the start of the lap, the Yokohama S. But the big problem there, Peter, you've turned right through the first corner. Normally you'd carry on a little bit back towards the paddock. We almost immediately jerking to the left. Body swinging around in the car still. But it's sitting low. There's a tyre wall, effectively like a little peninsula. You can't see over the top.
The roof of the Porsche.
And then when poor Julian Adelauer came round, found that number 94 David Kiefer Cup 2 Porsche facing the wrong way, he was also looking straight into the setting sun, so he was blinded and bonnet to bonnet, and big damage.
Yeah, and unlike Marco Bortolotti, who said yesterday that he wasn't expecting a red flag, which kind of slightly bizarre statement, Julian Adelauer wouldn't be expecting a car facing the wrong way there. You go through doing your job, minding your own business, as you say that, flick right, flick left, and by the time you won't have time to process it. To be honest, you'll have hit it, and that's one of those. It's happened before. It's just unfathomable because you're not expecting an obstruction of a car facing the wrong way. You're totally unsighted anyway, just because of those tyres, plus the sunlight. But in a nanosecond, your race is over, and you're just sitting there, just going, "Oh, what just happened?"
Yeah, it's not like there's you've gone into a corner too fast necessarily, or seen someone else having a moment. Slight concern. We've had the number 88 Subaru in the garage before, and it's back there now. But I can't. I am worried. This car is. Some of the mechanics are taking their helmets off. Does that mean they're going to stop working on the car? Is it over and out? So that's a real shame if it is. It's Carlo Van Dam, Tim Trick, Kota Sasaki, and Rintaro Kubo. And again, Carlo's done a lot. The Dutch race has done a lot of driving over in Japan. Bonnet up, which is very kind to give the camera crew a chance to look
there. There's no oil leak in there.
Absolutely extraordinary, but. Yeah, the very body language of the people around the car is not rush, we're going to look under the bonnet, is it? But they're still standing around. I think they're just waiting for official clarification, but a shake of the hands there. I think that's Carlo Van Dam with sharing with Tim Schrick. I'm just trying to see who brought that in, but for Subaru. They gave it a very good shot. I'm not 100% sure it's over and out, but I sort of think it is now for them, and that's going to be very disappointment. There was some damage earlier. Tim Trick just brought it in. Yeah, car 88 in the pits, but slightly baleful looks and expressions, would you not say, Peter?
Yeah, there's it's an air of resignation, isn't there, on all the faces there, but not gloom and doom and despondency. So I think they were kind of expecting that already by the look of it. It's just an affirmation of that which they knew.
Yeah, it's a shame. Big shame, because they've come across here over more than a decade trying to have a tilt, and Subaru, of course, in motor racing terms, in rallying terms, it for years suddenly became the manufacturer to go, but in circuit racing it's been a much more of a low level approach. But bear in mind that Subaru, particularly in the United Kingdom, before they went rallying, they were largely for people to drive around their farms on, because they were four-wheel drive. They weren't performance cars.
Well, there was a model called the Forester, wasn't there?
Indeed, yeah. But it's amazing how motorsport can transform the appeal of a company and its reputation. And for Subaru, it really did. In the space of about 5 years, they got seriously rallying, won world championships. People like Colin McRae, can that really be 30 years ago? He did that 1995. Do the maths. Yes, it can easily be 30 years ago. There we go. But the brand was created and still around all of Northern Europe. You see, the blue and yellow the livery that they competed in with the stars on the door, and a lot of people just became lifelong aficionados of the marque. But for them, unfortunately, it's had to back out of it.
Well, we often use this phrase of and also whether carelessly or easily or casually of a win on Sunday, sell on Monday. But the very marketing behind it is for a manufacturer to have success on the racetrack, which the public that buy the car, the product, get to see, and it translates to, literally, we watch it on television now, or we see the car on track winning on Sunday. Monday we go to the showroom and go and buy the car. And I think Ford were probably one of the earliest to do that, with certainly the UK, and I think particularly European, but in the early 60s, 63, with the Ford Lotus Cortina, to take a bog standard, what we would now call, what became a hot hatch. It wasn't even that then, it was a 3-box saloon, very mundane, ordinary, simple car. And they went to Colin Chapman and said, do you want to do something with this? And they came up with the great Lotus Cortina. And my father used to say, I'm a pedant, I know where I get it from, it's my father, so you can blame him. And he used to get really annoyed when people would say Ford Lotus Cortina, and people would say Mark 1 or Mark 2, and he'd say, there is only one Ford Lotus Cortina. There is a Ford Cortina Lotus. And he was absolutely right, because originally the first cars were very, very race bred. And they were the car was part built by Ford and then shipped to Lotus at Cheshunt in England and finished by Lotus with all the clever trick bits on it. And there were lots of it, of engine and gearbox and diffs and rear suspension, and panels were different and all sorts. And then went back to Ford showrooms, whereas the second generation of a Ford Cortina was built by Ford at Dagenham with Lotus supplying the parts. So pedant though he was absolutely right, and it became a bit of a diluted thing and by then. But of course, by 67 or so, Ford had got into the Cosworth engine and Formula One, and all the rest is history. But
and rallying and everything.
Exactly,
that's the whole point.
The whole point of it was to get people to sell more cars. One car wins a rally, sell. I bet there was a number or a metric for it. Sell 100 cars, or sell it. It's got to have a ratio, hasn't it, to do it, to make it worthwhile.
But also one of the best ways of achieving that very thing, win on Sunday, sell on Monday, is to have a car that people can afford. And of course, a lot of cars in the Ford range were within the consideration of normal people, with regular jobs, and that's why it worked so well. And it gave them that feeling. Of course, my road car isn't just a road car. This is something imbued with success on the race, rally stage, whatever. Right, barrier repairs are stopping any quick laps at the moment, because certainly when you go past them, it's all covered by waved yellows, slow zone as well. The barrier repairs out at Exmüller and other points around the circuit. So again, you have this hiatus, but if it's only a slow zone and it's not for too long, it doesn't really drop your pace off enough to make you go, hey, I've saved enough fuel to do an extra lap, because of course the extra lap here is nearly 26 kilometres, or in old money, Imperial measurements just under 16 miles. It's not like just oh, we've saved enough fuel to slot on another 3-mile lap. And as I've said here, over many a year, achieving a fraction of lap isn't really a very good thing. We deal in full integers here, full digits. Right, I'm just going to take a little look at the gap between first and second. It is still chunky. It is still over 2 minutes between the Manthey number 911 Porsche and the 98 Rover Racing BMW. Drivers on board respectively. Kevin Estra, still quite early in his stint. He took over just before we had the change in the commentary lineup at Rover Racing. It's Jesse Crone, the Finnish driver, who's at the wheel of that, and Aston Martin just eking their way up there through Walkenhorst Motorsport, but the crew of their number 34 Vantage, more than a little useful, I think we could say. They go by the names that their parents gave them. Drudy, Cronjes, Pittard and Tim didn't give them Christian names. They just thought, these guys are fast enough. People will talk of their names in the darkness in the Eiffel Forest.
Yes. In hushed tones in corners in the shade. I was just actually, the reason I was going very quiet there, but there was some more onboard footage there created by the 150 BMW BMW M4 GT4 are currently with Steve Brown. This has got Misha Shroudin and I can't think of the other guy's name now that was in it. Jimmy Broadbent. But I was just watching Steve Brown following a bit of traffic, debating whether he could get past a car in front or not, just as in close or not. It's just was it or was it not and whatever. And as he did it, and he was just lining up the car in front, and all of a sudden this apparition appeared on the right-hand side with some rear bit of bodywork missing, so you can see this big fat slick exposed like it's some 1950s drag hot rod, and it's Nicky Team just blasting through in the number 34 Volkenhorst Aston, and as soon as you've seen it, it's gone, dispensed with 3 more cars. You just went, was it a plane? Was it a car? No, it was Nicky Team, as you just said.
It's what I do. You know, the gesticulations, what of it?
Yeah.
Great entertainer, great racing driver. Of course, his father Kurt, famous in the DTM Imperial, particularly with Mercedes, and would have done a lot of races around here. And Kurt, something like 14 DTM wins across the years, but
Quite handy then.
yeah, and he's still to be found lurking in the back of the garage, egging Nicky on. Really great
As if
support.
anybody needs to egg Nicky Team on in any facet.
No, quite so. Point very well made. Good news, dry conditions. We'll gallop through another 9 minutes and then we'll have 13 hours remaining. You can do the maths. We started with 24 hours to go and we're working our way forward. Dry conditions, warm conditions. It's going to be hot again tomorrow, but there is the possibility is the word that I'm inserting here, that strong winds will come in and they may yet bring rain tomorrow, but we're planning to go through till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, I think in some ways, well, it depends how close the race is at the front. It can spice it up enormously with a little flurry of rain in the last hour, and people going, do I, don't I come in and make a pit stop, or what can I do? So that could really be a factor. Just having a little look around the circuit, trying to work out if we got any yellow zones. I think there's a slow zone at X model. That was a while ago, 44, about 6 minutes ago. Hasn't been cleared yet. So there's still that one there. And there were some barrier repairs going on. So again, drivers have to be fully conversant, particularly if it's your out lap. It might be quite helpful for the driver who's just got out before the pit stop, or at the pit stop, to say to you, oh yeah, by the way, when you're going to insert name of corner here, well in this case Klostertal, for example, back off a bit. You will see the warning signs, but just as a little bit of a heads up, because the Nürburgring is a circuit, particularly on the Nordschleife, where it becomes, according to the amount of traffic up in front of you, according how much faster or slower you are than a car that you're around on the track, you just got to be on your toes. You've got to be up on your toes, ready to react. Any light flashing up ahead, this is something happening in a campsite on that line that you're looking straight down over your bonnet. No, it isn't. Actually, that is a rescue vehicle, or in many cases here, Snowy, it's a vehicle protecting the back of the rescue vehicle, going along behind it on the circuit, lights flashing away as warning. But, you know, in the heat of a battle, you could come through Galgenkopf, 4 or 5 together. you're nipping out past a car that is slower than you, and then hey presto, so you've got to have your wits absolutely about you.
Which, when you, if you're having to be able to look at the whatever platform you're watching on at the moment, if you're watching it, the 150 footage still going on with Steve Brown at the wheel. We're just coming to the end of the lap there through Tiergarten into the well-lit part of the circuit, past our commentary box down the pit straight, which has come down right in front of us as we speak now. But when I say well-lit, there's no real floodlights, whatever. It's in the grandstand, it's in the pits and whatever. The rest of it is pretty dark, and you see that ribbon of black through the greenery and just think, yeah, and you're ebbing and flowing, and the cars have got fabulous lights these days and efficient, but it's that speed differential, catching somebody in a roller coaster part of the circuit, and it can just happen to it. And all of a sudden, as you say, yes, you'll have a flag warning, you've got to see those. Obviously they'll repeat their boards of lights at night to be able to see them properly. Then you'll suddenly have a Unimog. If there's been an incident and they've got to repair the barriers, they'll be taking a Unimog with a trailer on the back with lengths of Armco on it. You say an intervention vehicle will be behind that to protect that setup, and there you are. I mean, we don't allow incident vehicles on tracks anywhere really these days, apart from here, and yet it works perfectly.
Certain irony there, isn't it? The toughest circuit of the lot, and so many parts of the track you don't see a great distance ahead, that you could have these slow-moving vehicles. But they've proved it through the course of the season, for the last handful of seasons.
It's regulated and policed properly. That's why. There's a brilliant infrastructure in place, and it is well policed.
And you know, one of my concerns in and among that is the fact that it's all well and good in daylight hours, but a lot of this race, okay, admittedly it's very nearly the longest day of the year, summer solstice at Stonehenge yesterday, but it's still 8 hours of this race in the dark, and it's you've just got to be absolutely on it, and it's the little silly mistakes that add up, but then also just things possibly going wrong. And I think we were just coming back on air when news came through about Luca Ludwig. Did you pick up on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so I couldn't remember if it was just when I was listening to John and Peter Buckay, or if you just joined us. So anyhow, it turns out for them it was a possible electrical issue. Maybe it could be because we saw the headlights go off after he hit the barrier, but they're working when he hit it. Were they going intermittently, or was some other element of the car just not playing for them? And
it's a distraction, because a driver gets into a rhythm, and no matter how much you say you allow for traffic, yes, but you get into a rhythm, you have a flow, it's metronomic, certainly on a circuit like this, into the dark and whatever, and all of a sudden something changes that, something becomes irregular, and it might be the braking, as John Hindhaugh said, it might be an ABS sensor or something, and all of a sudden when you hit the brake, it modulates or cavitates or something, does something different that you're not used to. It distracts you because it catches you unawares, and it can be as simple as that. You go, oh, what was that? Or it could be a power steering pump or failure, something electrical on the power steering where it doesn't quite rotate as much as you're expecting from the input, and you're going, well, hang on, that wasn't what I was expecting, and all of a sudden you're running wide, and you think, how did that happen? And it doesn't take much, to say the very least.
Well, this weekend last year, in deep into night, the other changing element was the fog that blew in, and suddenly, as it just descended on the high parts of the circuit, again, you can just slightly outbrake yourself, slightly miss your braking point, just because of the changing amount of view you have. But I think that the absolute key really is the fact that the lights on these cars, particularly the cars in the top class, have just become so powerful, and it gives the drivers a tool they haven't had before here. Daylight hours, yeah, that's one thing, pushing into a corner, but at night, getting it right versus getting it what we call not right, big consequences.
Yeah, but there's cause and effect then, because you have, I now jokingly refer to it as the daylight switch in the car, because the lights are so efficient. But what that also means is that you can push more. So you're expected to by your team, because it's no longer a disadvantage of poor lighting. It may not be quite daylight. We've got a great aerial shot there. I think is it one of the Mustangs? Is it just, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's 65 Mustangs just emerged from the pits.
And it's look at that spread and the arc of light, and a perfect demonstration of how good they are there. That I would have. The only time I've seen that sort of light is when I've drawn the curtains in the morning. Never in a race car, I can assure you.
Yes, it really, really is extraordinary. But it's also, we were talking earlier in the race about some drivers just not enjoying the night as much as others, and it could be for all sorts of reasons, but eyesight is clearly the absolute issue in there. And if you just feel your eyes are going away a little bit, you generally look for a younger driver in your team. They don't have the experience that you would have, but they've got eyes that can see what's coming up ahead. But all in all, I think that's such an interesting mark, the element about, right, you can see an awful lot more, you've got to attack deeper, you've got to go for it. So gone are the days,
nowhere to hide.
Call me back in the morning. But
yeah, and engineers and strategists and people on the team that don't drive the car and have no desire to drive the car because they're sensible, will still expect a level of performance from you. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. And I'm sorry to repeat it, but it's the easiest changed component on a racing car is the driver. It's the old loosen up behind the wheel. If you're not up to it, plug somebody up, plug another component in that will do the job. And it is that simple. It's brutal. It goes back to what we were saying that earlier in the show about drivers with talent. You have some talent. Do you have enough to take it to another level, to get to whatever it may be, top of this, GT3, SB9, Le Mans, Formula One, whatever it may be? Do you have enough? There are plenty of people out there that can drive a steady pair of hands and be nice and safe. That's all well and good, but it doesn't win races.
no, unless the world falls into your lap, we do a decent job. Right, past midnight, past the witching hour. What follows on the sticking down hour?
Past the tape on this one, isn't it?
Indeed.
919, which is a Porsche. It's not a Porsche 919, it's a Porsche number 919.
Yeah, that's running in the 992 GT3 Cup class. It's Cup 2, therefore, and it's Richard Jadexnis, Kirsten Jadexnis, Robin Chernowski, and Peter Sharmak. I don't know who did the damage, but it was brought in by Chernowski. Robin Chernowski, whose name is still the three-letter symbol on the windscreen. It's probably not him leaving the pits. That would have been quite a lengthy pit stop, and when it goes back out, we'll be able to work out who is taking it over. Still listed him go on the pit exit. Is his name going to flicks over? Yes, it's one of the two Jadexnises, so I give you a choice, if you wish, which is very nice of me, isn't it? A choice of which one you may consider.
Feeling benevolent, clearly.
Richard and Kirsten, there we go. Gosh, 11 hours now complete, 13 still to go, and it's all about the Manthey EMA Porsche. It's at every time of asking, it's worked its way to the front of this field. Other cars have given chase, notably the Rover Racing number 98 BMW M4 GT3 Evo, which is being driven at the moment, at this point in the race, by Tracy Crow. But the last few hours, it's been a case of a lengthening gap between first and second rather than contracting one. However, we did talk about how hot it was when the cars were forming up on the grid, 30 plus degrees, and how some of the tyres from the many manufacturers involved in the top level, Snowy, they come here with high hopes, but the different tyre companies, it just offers a bit more scope, doesn't it, for things to change. But nothing seems to be detracting from Grello, leading for Manthey EMA. They're just metronomic in the lead of this race, and anybody else hoping to find an advantage has yet to find it. Temperatures falling, maybe another tyre manufacturer will find a sweet spot, but it doesn't seem to matter what you throw at Manthey.
Well, it ebbs and flows, doesn't it? Quite literally, because we'll have the coolant of the night descending now. We've dropped from probably haven't quite 8 degrees. We've probably dropped now to 17. We're about 25, weren't we? 26.
Yeah.
So we're not quite 10 degrees down yet. I'm not sure what the lowest point of the night's going to be. I suspect probably not much more than 10 or 12.
It's going to be higher. Tomorrow, it's Sunday night, it's going to fall from a high of 31 down to about 14. But tonight, it's staying around, it's sitting at the moment about 17, 18 degrees.
Okay. So, but tomorrow it's going to go up again to, we've heard, 32, 33 potentially, and that adds another dimension of that tyre management. It's the thing we talk about it all the time. these teams have got to do, and these drivers have to do. These at the Rover BMW in the
yeah, the
pits,
Rover BMW is coming
service?
from second place. That's Jesse Crone has brought it in. Nicky Thiem has brought the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin in from third. And don't forget that crew with Nicky Thiem and Tyre Drudy. They have history in terms of being very competitive at races like this and the Spa 24 Hours, and showing yet again, you know, how to get the job done.
So I'm just watching there's a minimum pit stop time on the number 34 Aston, which is just into its last 2 minutes now. It does look like it's got an electric fire on the grille there with an electric bar, and it's not, it's just a light bar on the top of the grille. And again, we mentioned this once before, the cleaning of the splitter, but the clearing out of the air intake and making sure all the debris that's in there is cleared out so that the car cools properly. We've got this slightly higher temperature than we're expecting ordinarily, but it's not the fact the car's been run off and picked up grass or soil or whatever. It's just detritus on the track, debris, rubber, that kind of stuff, and it just fills up. They usually have a very thin mesh grille which you can't see a little further back, just to stop stuff getting through. But of course it picks up and it starts to block it, and if it inhibits it by 5, 10, 15%, well, that's efficiency. And these things we mentioned before about being thoroughbreds, they've got an operating window, and this, you know, these cars need to work on that window. If that temperature starts to go up, it affects other things. You get thermal inefficiencies in engines and gearboxes and things. It sort of says, I don't like working in this area, I'm not used to this, and I don't want to play anymore.
Yes, they're not good things, are they, thermal inefficiencies? You can understand how they happen, but right now, with the temperature falling to a much more comfortable level, it's not just the drivers who are benefiting. Their cockpits are going to be more than hot enough, but it will be edging in the right direction. For the pit crews, it might help them stay awake through the night as well, because you know, they're expected to be ready to jump at almost a moment's notice to come and attend a car. But if they've been lucky enough to get a sort of rocking bowl of a seat and get their sleeping bag and get in, you got more of a chance of getting some shut-eye. But do you dare? That's always the question. Would you rather be awake but nodding off and be told you've got to do something, go to a function somewhere, or would you rather just come rushing in? It's a tricky one, but
that is a tricky one. I'm going to ponder on that one and come back. I'm going to take a straw poll. We're going to take a rain check. That's probably not the phrase to use on a dry, hot night. I'm going to take a straw poll on weather here for us. I mentioned not 10 minutes ago that it was 17 degrees. It's now currently telling me it's 19 degrees. So I can't believe it's gone up 2 degrees in that time. So I'm going to wait another 5 minutes and just refresh
and find another 3 sources, you know.
What exactly so? But that does intrigue me, because that's quite significant. I thought it was going to drop to sort of the order of 12. It's going to say around 15, 16 degrees through the night. That's we're not used to that normally. You're normally sort of single figures at night.
Yeah.
You know,
no, for sure.
Comfortably over 0, yes, but it's not freezing. But you know, maybe not 10, but sort of 7s, 8s, 9s, maybe. But this is roughly 10 degrees more.
It's all sort of happening out around the carousel. They've cleared the yellow flag, but now it's just moved on a little bit to her act. So maybe that's it could be a slow-moving vehicle, but something worth watching. And again,
did we order the fog or not? By the way,
what?
Did we order the fog? Or did you order the fog? Or who was supposed to order the fog?
Well, you ordered it. You doubled it last year.
Right.
You should have shared that across 2 seasons.
We're in credit, yes.
Yeah, with the great meteorological office. So let's just run down through the classes, because it's really status quo at the top of the field, but status quo that's been slightly interrupted just because of the timing of the recent pit stop. We had the number 34 Aston Martin from Walkenhorst in, and that's gone out with Nicky Thiem, but there's been a driver change for Augusto Farfus getting into the Rover Racing BMW. Jesse Crone just done a double stint in that. So that's not that one, down to about 6th place overall. Right, I promised to go down through the classes a little bit. I looked at Cup 2, and it's Cup 2, it's still Dylan Pereira, it's still the number 948 from the 48 Lush Motorsport crew. 31 seconds to good over Martin Rump for Mullner Motorsport. Those are the 2 preeminent cars in that special class. Forget For cars with a 9 at the front of their number, the Porsche Cup 2 cars, sort of a nice clear one to pick out in the nomenclature. Cup 3 have to go much further down, lower performance of car, of course. It's the Porsche 718 Cayman. You wouldn't expect them to be challenging. And it's W&S Motorsport, car number 962, Bednarski at the wheel, and they were leading the class quite comfortably before. So nothing much is changing. The moon over the circuit is looking unbelievable in the night sky. And it really does suggest, I think, a big hot day tomorrow, but I guess snowy. The real question is the rain going to come through? That's the issue. Hot weather over the middle of a continent, and it can change very quickly indeed.
Well, as you said earlier, the thing to do is have a little look at see what's happening at Spa, isn't it? Because usually what happens at Spa, we get about an hour later here.
It's a very, very good bellwether. And
so on my box of magic in front of me, I shall have a very quick look at Spa and see what's happening there. If Bruce doesn't beat me to it, of course.
No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to steal your show at all. I was just scrolling through. Right, Kevin Estre reports to the pits. As I said, we're
Makes
going...
it sound like he's been naughty, doesn't it?
No, well, no, I'm just trying to put a bit of drama into the whole thing. But it's looking like a standard fueling stop. But this is a car that's been going around on rails. It's now going around on dolly jacks, but that's simply because they're trying to pivot it around so the nose is pointing out at 45 degrees, which will make a far easier exit when they get going. So the minimum pit stop time, sorry, I beg your pardon, just cut across you there, 3 minutes and 16 seconds, and they're going to chug their way down towards that. And again, looking at the crew, tyre change going on all around, driver staying on board because he'll be doing a double stint like his predecessors. But this is a crew that's won a lot, and in this race they haven't put a foot wrong, but there've been vignettes of other cars, particularly the 98 Rover Racing BMW, that have had moments when they could sort of keep it in sight. But bear in mind that we had the number 33 Forker Motorsport Porsche very, very much in the mix, and a whole host of its drivers were in there challenging, and that was the one that unfortunately found a face full of someone else's Porsche and out of the race at that point. And but just going back, if you will bear with me for a second, Manthey, their success across the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race is really, really strong. But 2 wins for them in the 24 hours here in recent memory: 2018, Richard Leeds, Fred Machiavicchi, Patrick Pilet, who's competing here, of course, this year, and Nick Tandy. And then 3 years later, Matteo Caroni, Michael Christensen, Kevin Estre, Porsche racing royalty, really effectively in the last decade. Victory for them then. But it's the fact they win the NLS races over the years as well that just really does make them a team that you look to here and expect. A lot of other teams will come and go, but they've come and they've stayed, and they've really made this place their own.
They certainly have. Just weather-wise, Bruce, I was just going to make the quick observation that there is a 45% chance of rain due at Spa tomorrow. You said everything happens at Spa, comes here about an hour later. It's due at Spa at 5 o'clock.
That's all right. You'll be there, just be clearing the campsites
exactly.
at 6 o'clock.
By 6 o'clock here, it's fine. So, yes, it'll be fine.
Well, you know what? That's remarkably good, because, I mean, obviously weather can affect races, but after last year's was so heavily affected, and we only got 50 racing laps in, and more of the race, it seemed, not quite, seemed to be just waiting for the message about when the next message was coming, about whether we'd restart. Well, if we could skip past weather effects this year, we'll go for that.
It did get to the point last year anyway. We were awaiting bulletins about the next bulletin.
You think we're joking? Alas, we were not.
No.
Dottinger Her, 1 and 2 yellow flags, but the 1 and 2, they're sort of going out and then clearing pretty quickly. So could just be a slow-moving car going down that ultra-long race straight back towards the pits. Still a twist and a tail before you do get to the pits, but
that's cleared already, Bruce.
Yeah, no, it's sort of clearing as I was looking at it, but so it could well be a slow-moving vehicle that's just managed to get through. But the decent thing there, if you've got
intervention vehicle.
Okay, good. So, but it's the fact you can see them from a long distance. It's one of the few points you can actually see very far around this magnificent circuit. So, It is darkness, but provided the vehicles moving slowly have got lights on them, they can be spotted, but also the marshals will be doing their job. Right, GetSpeed had 2 really serious entries in this race. One of them, number 14, is over and out. There was a defective drive flange on the diff, and that was the car shared by Maxime Martin, Mauro Engel, Fabian Schiller and Lucas Stoltz. The good news is the sister car, number 17, that was trailing it at the last time of them going around together, Ralph Aron, Lucas Auer, Adam Christodoulou and Michael Grenier, all drivers sort of touched with a Mercedes slant on their life. They are in the pits at the moment. Another car in the pits is the number 28. This is the Abt Lamborghini, and that has been brought in by Marco Mappelli. And the sister car with the Red Bull livery, it's car number 27, lost a bit of time earlier in this race, had a longish pit stop about 2 or 3 hours ago, probably 3 hours ago. But the number 28 going well. It will fall down from 3rd place overall because it's in the pits and the cars that just pitted a lap or so before will move back ahead. But this is one that's gradually creeping its way forward. Luca Engstler, Christian Engelhardt, Marco Mappelli, not a weak link in that crew. Likewise in the sister car, which is probably even more highly rated, that's the number 27, Mirko Bortolotti, Danny Juncadea and Jordan Pepper, but that's had its problems in the first parts of the race, and that's dropped it back down a little bit.
A little bit of intel from one of our listeners, stroke spectators here, always very helpful. Brody Flat 4 is his correct handle. We can guess the interest there, can't we? He just very kindly messaged on X for me, or for us. Having just walked around to Brunchen, which of course is just after Wifferman, Hoeracht, Wifferman, and on the way down to Flansgarden, that end of the circuit, so towards the sort of 2/3, 3/4 of the way around towards that last bit. So remember that Hoeracht is the highest part of the circuit. It's this 2 or 3 corners after. Having just walked around to Brunchen, can confirm the temperature is very variable. At the bottom, it is so cool we can see our breath. Wow! So that's what I was saying about that 17 degrees a few minutes ago and 19 degrees. Of course, I'm not allowing therefore. So thank you very much for that, Broadly Flat 4. Really helpful info out there live, rather than we're just sitting here in one place static. Is that of course I'm not allowing for this, as you said. Don't forget the topography of the place and this 25-kilometre lap. So we've got lots of altitude changes. As we said, it's 300 metres, 1,000 feet altitude change. So that is interesting, and that will. Bizarrely, it will have an effect on how engines run atmospherically, inhaling air, because we always talk about fuel consumption of miles per gallon, whatever. We always just dismiss or never even, we just overlook the amount of the ratio of air they take in as well is phenomenal, which is why those air ducts have to be clear and vents and stuff, because they're consuming vast quantities of air into the engine as well. But also the tyres. It can be as simple as you've got a set of corners that are, if it's suddenly a lower temperature and a lower speed, your tyre temperature can drop and your pressure can change on it, and suddenly the car doesn't handle in the way that it does on another part of the lap because the lap's so long here. I know that sounds almost ridiculous, but the top tier drivers will notice that. They will be talking to their engineers and just going, they'll be saying to Nicky T, and saying, oh yeah, it's fine, but it's handling like a pig, I've ridden with better horses or something like that, he'll say. But that's just Nicky T, but he'll drive around it. And in some ways, you don't want that in a driver, actually. It's great that a driver can drive around a problem. We want a driver that can explain the problem to an engineer to make it relatable to all everybody else in the team.
And look, over the years, I've come across some drivers who can only just remember the races they did last season, others who can give you every lap time they did in a test session 4 or 5 years ago. And you can never predict from the outset of meeting someone which way they will fall. But to me, the ultimate practitioner of remembering every single nuance of every change you made in a car, the much missed and recently departed Gilles de Ferran, who was just extraordinary. Very sociable person as well. He had that side of him, but his technical recall, staggering. And you think, what is it that enables them to do that? But I mean, famously, that was one of the strongest points of Ayrton Senna when he was coming up through the ranks, that he could remember, and just get back and recite exactly what revs he was doing at every single point around a circuit. Okay, that circuit might have been Snetterton in the early days in Formula Ford. It's not complicated. but he could do it. He had that mental capacity.
I think the footage somewhere, isn't there, of Senna in a debrief in the McLaren motorhome, as it was in those days. And I think it's the early days of Häkkinen having joined him. And he's describing how the car's bouncing and doing this on a certain part of the circuit. And Häkkinen's just sitting there just going, basically, is it? As in it said he had to raise his game, and he could drive it and drive it quickly. And in fact, very famously on his first Grand Prix, he out-qualified Senna. So he was no slouch, was he? And became a two-time champion at McLaren. So, tick, very good at it. But even he said that level of feedback, that recall, and that way of describing it, conveying it to the engineers, because it was to Senna's benefit for them to understand what the car was doing.
100%, but that's where someone goes, I've got to raise my game. And I mean, particularly in Mika's case, he just had all this natural talent. And I sort of liken him to fellow Scandinavian Ronnie Peterson, who could drive anything incredibly quickly, but couldn't really explain to the team why the car that was entirely different, he could still get the same lap time.
But that's back to my point. You almost don't want a driver that is that naturally talented. They're not thinking about how to drive it. You want somebody that can describe how they're doing it and why this would change and why that would change. And if we do this, what do you think it'll do? Or how do you think this will work? And I remember somebody saying to me years ago that I think it was Graham Hill had tested a Lotus 49 or something somewhere, and he just said, just slightly adjust the anti-roll bar or whatever. And he just said, I remember listening to it, and he was a motoring man, had nice cars on the road and whatever. He said, I wouldn't even know if there was a roll bar connected or not. He said, and he wasn't intending to be a racing driver at all. He said, but that just amazed him back in the 60s that somebody could say to that level of, go slightly stiffer or do this or something on it. It was just like, really? He said, I don't know if my car's even got one. Kind of thing.
And also bear in mind that you didn't really go kart racing in those days. It blew in. Nick Britton sort of brought it to the UK effectively in the early 60s, and so they hadn't got that sort of from cradle to adulthood time that the drivers have today, where they're pretty much every weekend will be out just honing their skills. And I mean, karting is absolutely phenomenal for that sort of element of feel that I think carries you forward into your career, because you think, well, Graham Hill didn't famously actually have a road license and didn't pass his driving test until he was deep into his 20s.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 23 or something, I think he was.
I think even older than that, if you might be 26, but it's just. So at that point, he would have been learning his craft, learning how to drive a car on the road. Whereas I think it's like learning to ski when you're 3 years old. You've got no fear, and you don't even question it. You know how to ski. That's just how it is. Your friends are doing it, and but this element where you have to analyse everything, it's an alien environment. You start later, it is going to be an alien environment.
And there's no choice these days, because there's so much data on these cars. 20 odd years ago, when I was doing this sort of stuff, we had 44 channels of data on one car, and we thought it was like a spaceship. You've got 44 lights on the dashboard now, never mind channels of data on the car. But even then, I do remember, especially for 24-hour races, because of the dark element, that one of the things we had to do in free practice or qualifying sessions was learn how to scroll through the dashboard. So you do somewhere like Spa, or here even Nürburgring, you would do a radio check on a lap. And one of the things that Spa, I remember doing, was being sent out and to do a lap within a certain percentage of the lap time race pace, whilst, just bearing in mind, it's holding the button for the radio on the steering wheel for the entire lap. And the team are going to talk to you and ask you questions and expect answers within a certain amount of time. I.e., you couldn't take your hand off the button and not reply. If you didn't, you were marked down, basically, because they wanted to see. Basically, what they said was, it's a radio check. We want to make sure that the aerial picks up all the way around the circuit. Absolute BS, it was that.
Total.
It was to see what mental capacity you had spare to drive a car at a set speed within a percentage of the time it should do, whilst talking on the radio and being distracted. How much time have you got left? It's quite a risk in some ways, but that was the one thing you had to do.
With those in those,
you suddenly get you'd say, snowy diff temperature.
Yeah,
and you had 5 seconds to scroll through the dash whilst driving the car and give them a diff temperature. Yeah. And I know for a fact that a couple of times it was, if you knew it was, say, 93 or something, let's just say as a random number, if you tried to do that, they've got it on the laptop as well, and they'd say, no, it isn't. And a couple of times they even disconnected sensors so that screen wouldn't come up on the dash. So you would say, panic and can't find it, and then say, oh, we'll talk to you about that later. And it was to check you'd actually scroll through the dash to that point and not actually blanked that one out to make sure, but at least you did it. And you're like, being a racing driver, they said, it'd be glamorous. Yeah, right.
There is no escape since telemetry came to town about 40 years ago.
And I'm talking 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So it was, nowadays, it's incredible. It's all Wi-Fi and, whatever. Although we used to have a mobile phone in the car still, of course, just in case that if you broke down anywhere out of the circuit, you could untake the phone and phone in and say, because if the car's dead electrically, it's dead. You can't get on the radio. Or if the marshals have asked you to vacate the car, you haven't got your radio plugged in your earpieces and whatever, so you get this mobile phone and just like, it's kaput. And then they come out and throw spanners at you. You've got to go over the fence and do it yourself, because in sports car racing, you've got to do that. Yeah. And they tell you, and then of course you have to work out what level of monkey they've got, was the idea, was the phrase. Do you know what a fan belt is, and what a drive belt is, or power steering belt? And
yes.
Right, you get this, given this thing, like, go and fit this. And like, really?
Well, you can imagine the older drivers would probably make a better fist of it, because they would be brought up on cars they could understand what they were doing and understand what drives what. So pit stops coming and going through the night, just keeping that BDI out of sync in terms of its pit stops is the realised Condo Racing Ferrari. That's put it back into second place all over again. It's done the same number of pit stops as its rivals, but it's doing them a little bit earlier. So that, when it next comes in, David Perel at the wheel, will enable, one would think, the 98 Rover Racing BMW to go back into second place, but still out front. Doesn't seem to matter what you throw at it. It's still Kevin Estre and the number 911 Manthey EMA Porsche. They have got this race where they wanted at the moment, but there's still more than half the 24 hours remaining. But I thought Peter Mackay made a very good point when John Heithoff was saying you're effectively putting the commentator's curse on. He says, I don't believe in that, and I don't either. It's a nice little sort of conversational gambit. We have absolutely no control, believe it or not, of what's going on out on the track.
We have no understanding of what's going on, so how can we have any control?
Well, it's under cover of darkness and so on and so forth. I'm just going to have a little try and get to the back screen to look at some of the analysis. And this is another thing that's been a huge leap forward. If you go, for example, at various websites you may have picked up, or even go to the ADAC Nürburgring 24 hours website, you can click on live timing and you can get timing screens to go through the order and work out who is where, who's still gaining, who's losing. But what you don't really need is someone to just tell you that the Manthey EMA Porsche is doing a job, because it's been doing that since the very outset of the success of this race at 4 in the afternoon. I'm just going to have a little look at messages, because that's a screen that sometimes you miss out on. It's largely about getting lots of yellows around the circuit, and Adnan Forst seems to be the place.
Just while you do that, Bruce, the car that has stopped there is one of the Pro Sport Astons. That's one number 140. This is a GT4 class car, SP8T, because it's a turbocharged car. And that's the Dumoulin car again. That had a problem earlier in the race, and it's come back to life again. Obviously, in the stint that John and Peter Mackay were covering for RSL, we were having a little rest and some coffee at that point. But it is stopped on the inside left of Adnan Forst, which is a right, left, right sequence. And it is, if the tracker is exactly right, it is just past marshal post 99 on the left-hand side. So whether that's just come to a halt on its own or something more terminal, I don't know. Kevin Estre it is at the moment, though. We've been treated to some lovely onboard footage of the 911 Grello. It looks like the Supra in front is sparking. It isn't. It's bits of debris and grass and stuff on the track that's been thrown up in the air by that car, because people do run wide and leave bits of debris on the track. You sort of keep it on the grey bits and the green bits of the rallying, with the general norm on these things, but not everybody follows that rule all the time. About 140 atom is still stationary, so that's not like that's going to go anywhere at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on whether that comes in. It's still there. That's why it's a yellow flag up there at an hour forced. So Kevin Estre marches on relentlessly in the Manthey EMA 911 GT3R, which is a 992 variation. Of course, this is a pro car. And I was trying to look up the analysis of how many laps done, but it just was a bit slow in doing it for me. Second place at the moment is Nürburgring in the realised Condo Racing Ferrari 296. That keeps jumping back up the order when it does the pit stop, so it's a strong run from there. And I'm not sure it's going to challenge them, but they're on the same lap, so the first 8 cars on the same lap. 58 laps completed, 41.9 seconds is the gap between first and second. They've just crossed the line, make that 37.9 seconds first to second. That's largely due to a 4-second quicker sector 7 for De Perel in the Ferrari on that lap over Kevin Estre. Sector 7 is the bit from Klostotol, so it's the end of Kesselchen up to Klostotol, starts there all the way up to, so it's very, very, very fast to take it through Caracciolo, Carousel, Hoheacht, Wifferman, Esbach, Grunchen, Vansgarden, Schwalbenschanz, and ends at effectively the exit of Galvenkopf going on to the Dottinger Hohe Straight. So a technical but fast flowing section. When it starts there, you come down from Bergwer down the left hand side through there very fast onto that long narrow strip up to Kesselchen, up to Klostotol. So it's a very, very fast sector there. To take 4 seconds there would suggest to me that Kevin Estre has had a bit of traffic, to be honest. He's had to back out of it. 4 seconds, 4/10 I would have understood. 4 seconds does surprise me. Fastest lap of the race so far is still the Manthey Porsche on a staggering 8:12.532. And I'm just trying to see what's the second fastest. It is actually the realised Condo Racing Ferrari right behind it of an 8:16. However, that last lap it was an 8:20.8, so nearly an 8:21 for Kevin Estre and a 8:19 for Perel in the Ferrari. So we'll just keep an eye on this next lap to see how that follows. Is the Ferrari starting to make a bit of a gain or not?
Well, one car that's not really making a gain is a car that's been a little bit in the wars. It's strapped down at the front, the 786 Lamborghini, Renatze Motorsport, running in the SP9 AM class. Christoph Breuer, Thomas Mutsch, Kiki Saknana from Thailand, and Dieter Schmidtmann. That's a name in inverted commas, you could tell. Engine cover off that and steaming away at the back, but Marshall's, it looks as though it's actually just been a little bit too much oil topped up, hitting a warm engine, because that car is down on the deck. Find a little scrub. It's had the tyre change, fresh set of Goodyear Eagles, and out it goes. And I could backtrack through some of the messages. In fact, I might have to, because there was a message to that team requesting the presence of a member of the team, possibly the team manager, with some video evidence to go through with the race officials. I might have to scramble back and see what you might think it was half an hour ago, but it could be 4 hours ago, but it was after cover of darkness. But certainly there was an element of, is this going to be a good visit to the stewards? But talk among yourselves at the back of the class. I may find the answer to this, but you suddenly realise just how many messages go on the message board. A lot of them just saying yellow at Kesselchen, green flag at Kesselchen, oh no, yellow again, and so on and so forth. So might have to scroll back through about 500 messages to find it. But the good news is I was slightly worried when it was smoking away, steaming away in the pits, but that's been put right and it's back on the track. Now, time to slow down. And Kevin, there's a slow zone. Kevin Estre riding on board with him in the race-leading Manthey EMA Porsche, and he was very nearly overtaken by someone when he'd entered the slow zone. They saw it clearly after he did and had to jink to his right. That could have been one of those embarrassing things where you drink a little too close to the right, far to the right, hit the barriers, come back, bounce into the race leader. I'm sort of making a bit of a story here. That hasn't happened, but there is a slow zone for good reason.
Here first.
And again, just waiting to get going, and some drivers, the Golf in front of them, rather slow to react to the green. It's sort of almost, the driver of that almost guessed it and then backed off, just as Kevin Estre is now putting the power down behind. Could have been contact, coulda, shoulda. Well, there's plenty of those through the course of this race. But for Estre at this point, he's not hunting anyone down. In some ways, you could say he is the hunted, but that's not really how it works in the world of the front-running drivers. They're going to be laying down such super strong times. And in fact, the last few laps, his margin of dominance over the realised Condo Racing Ferrari with David Perel on board has gradually opened out. It's now 38 seconds from first to second place, but it's still that Manthey EMA Racing Porsche, and it's Kevin Estre on board at the moment. Now he's got past the tail of the slower cars in the field, and he's got what he wants at this point. Even if you've had all the sleep you thought you could have as preloading before you get into this, when you get out, it's still, well, look at the hands on the clock, it's 3:30 in the morning at the Nürburgring. So there is going to be, despite whatever pattern of sleep and little catnaps you've had, you're going to be feeling tired at this point, Snowy.
Yes, but you've got a job to do, and this is what they do particularly well, certainly teams like this and star drivers of this quality. I'm trying to look at the driver stints on that 911 Manthey Porsche. It was, of course, Thomas Preining that started the car there, and he did at the start. They did a 1 lap stint, it says, and then a 7 lap. I'm not sure he did a 1 lap. That doesn't seem right.
No, it doesn't, does it?
That's what my time.
Your box of tricks has unveiled for you.
So then we have Estre did a 4 lap stint. We then have Estre again for 2 doing a -1 and a -1 stint. So I'm guessing that's when they were pitting and resetting with the 90 minutes odd in to it. But we then have Estre start. As we know, Estre took the restart, did a 6 lap stint. Hanken Guven took the car over and did an 8 lap stint, followed by another 8 lap stint. Thomas Preining then jumped in and did an 8 lap stint. And according to my...
Keep it regular.
Well, according to this, my analysis here, the Kevin Estre has now done a 16 lap stint. Well, we know that must mean 2 8 laps. That said, it's done a 16 and now on to 2 laps into this stint. So I think there's a slight gap missing there.
Yeah, it does seem that way, because okay, I haven't watched every single lap of the race. Did step away to get a coffee. Wouldn't mind another coffee now, actually. Suddenly starting to feel a tiny bit weary. Not as weary as the drivers, though. They're doing the hard job. But it's just metronomic at the front of this field. I'm just staggered. We've had some dominant drives in this race. Yes, we had the number 3 Falco Motorsport Porsche that had been in the mix in the hands, most notably of Alessio Picariello, and picking its way up forward. And Julian Andlau was the one at the wheel at the time where we had the car spun in front of him. He couldn't see it until he came around a corner, found the number 94 Sante Royal Racing Porsche Cup 2 class car right in his path, also dazzled by the sunlight, the really tight twister that starts the lap, the Yokohama S, and contact was made and races came to an end, unfortunately, for both of those cars. Falco Motorsport, though, they entered 2 cars for a reason. They've still got one in the mix. They've still got the number 44 crew going around near the front end of the field. Dennis Marshall, who had a run in the car earlier, is the driver at the wheel at the moment. But 33 was their one on the sweet spot, the one that qualified really well, but unfortunately off the track, damaged, out of the race.
But that was also wasn't it 33 that had the issue in the warm-up as well?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was being driven by Sven Muller. Yeah, Sven Muller
at the time, yeah.
And he pulled off halfway around the lap,
yeah,
going slowly. We thought, oh, what's the problem? Pulled off, and that's the point at which, right, you haven't got enough oomph to get you around to the pits.
Not enough juice in the tank, whatever it was, but it did start the race, but hasn't finished it. So it's not meant to be the 33 cars weekend, is it? Clearly not.
No, it was a bit like most of the cars entered by Toyota Gazoo Racing, just had their gremlins early on.
Now, we just had something just caught my eye there. We had a very strange director's fade out of a car, in-car footage on track to something outside, and I'll come back to what that is. But for a moment, it looked like the front right wing through the vents of the car the brakes were on fire, and it caught my attention. It caught Bruce's attention. Bruce, being far sharper and on every level than me, realised very quickly that actually it was the director fading out to a campfire out on site. But I looked at it thinking, oh, somebody's on fire. That was about to have a Murray Walker hair on fire moment, when actually, in fact, it's just a bonfire. Shall I Shall I get my coat now?
No, I was thinking precisely the same. I was thinking it's right, some steam engine in field, you know, glow on the bonnet, but very, very
Great
clever.
steam fair.
Yeah. No, thank goodness that doesn't happen anymore. But I do like it if the race is sort of under control. Racing at night is super special. I have no problem at all if the TV director's looking for some shots, a little bit of artistry, keeps the camera crews sharp as well, because they're trying to, if they suddenly get a message, don't just wait until car number 32 comes around, for sake of example, produce me a gaggle of shots that we may be able to use just to celebrate the racing in the night. Well, go for it. And that was a real example, but I just had a double take. Notice you were staring at the screen. He'll catch us again in a short while.
On the same theme, though, good to have Lanzarote Camel on board with us, Alan Prosser, always good, along with others, but Ian McCarthy and Chris Suku as well, always good at bringing us factual bits. And one thing that Alan is brilliant at is editing little video clip.
I don't know how he does it.
And sending it to us in a minute. And this is, he sent this a minute ago, by the way, so we've done this already. When we had the number 786 Lamborghini, the yellow one, in the pit, and you were saying it's not quite sure what's going on about it, it's being overfilled, whatever. Well, he said, have a look at the video, because it was on fire at the left rear. And what it was, that was the fire extinguisher being sprayed into the back of it to put the fire out. But its fire's out now, so send it back out on track.
Okay.
Don't tell the driver.
No, exactly. Oh, that's really well spotted, because I just couldn't see what happened, because they were filming from the other side of the car.
Correct.
And I could start to see some steam or smoke issuing, but couldn't. It would be great if the camera person had gone around to the other side of the car. But thank you very much, Lanzarote Camel, for sorting that out for us.
So Adam Christodoulou wanting to go into, there's a replay we've just got to hear now of him wanting his part of the carousel, and the Cayman Porsche, I think that was there, not seeing him or deciding he was going to have that little bit of the carousel as well. And 2-1 doesn't usually go, and big AMG GT3 Mercs tend to win because cars tend to bounce off them.
They do.
As we saw at Lamborghini at the beginning of the actually opening lap of the race, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly so. I mean, when you've got one of the
coming through, ready or not,
bigger GT3 cars, it's they have a presence, put it that way. Right, talking of presence, the Rinaldi crew working very hard in the pit lane, because again, out of sync, pitting earlier than its rivals, is the car that's risen to second place. David Perel, the South African racer who dreamt of racing in Europe, was sitting on his sofa at home in Cape Town, thought, I can't do it from here. Brought himself up to Europe, and he's built some very, very good businesses to support his racing. And so he just brought that one in. I think he's staying on board, because I think he only did a single stint. And it's not just about rotating your drivers, it's also making sure in that rotation you give your drivers enough time to have, particularly in a three-man crew, but slightly in a four-man crew, a chance to get a decent rest. Decent rest doesn't necessarily have to mean sleep. You may have a way you just wander around for a bit and just cool down. It has been a long, hot day at the Nürburgring. And for all of these drivers, it's they have their little routines out of the car, but certainly if you've got four drivers, it does give the other drivers more of a chance to get a meaningful sleep. So the clock continues to count down. Under 10 seconds remain. That's mandatory pit time. And David Perel about to go back into the race in the car that has risen as high as second place. It qualified in second place in Thomas Neubauer's hands. And importantly for the crew, David Perel comes out just the right side of that time equation. You don't want to undercut the minimum pit stop time, but you don't want to be giving loads of seconds away by just dawdling down the pit lane or not reacting soon enough to get out there. But a car that's probably quite a favourite. I quite like a Ferrari that's not in bright red livery. This one's white and blue from Contender Racing. It's being run by Rinaldi Racing, that's just got such a long history of running Ferraris in Europe, and it's just good to have it there or thereabouts, bobbling up, bobbling down. But the fact it's making its pit stop each time just ahead of its rivals, I'm just going to cast us to the end of the race when that final pit stop, the closer by per minute you get to the end of the race, the shorter that pit stop can be. I would suggest for the Ferrari, they made their first pit stop ahead of their rivals, and they're going to be making their final pit stop ahead of their rivals. So their pit stop, the last one, will be longer than their rivals have to go to.
Strategy.
Strategy. No, I think it was I think it might have been circumstance. They'd rather be the other way around, being pitting on the same sort of laps as the Rover Racing BMW, Walkenhorst Motorsport, Aston Martin, and also the Manthey EMA. The Porsche that's leading the race, continues to lead the race, has a margin of 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Why has it grown so much? Because that's over the Rover Racing BMW. The smaller margin of 30-something seconds was over that realised Condo Racing Ferrari that just came in to serve its pit stop.
I'll just try and launch the analysis to have a look at the cars in between. The Rover Racing Augustus Farfus driven BMW M4, Nicky Team Aston Martin Valkenhorst. They've got to come into pits yet to just put that realised Ferrari back up the order, but my analysis is being very, very slow at the moment. I need to put some more coal into the bunker, or out of the bunker into the boiler to get my ancient laptop working.
It's very annoying when something works and works and you start to rely on it and then it decides not to quite play, because of course there are many different screens you can go to find your information, but they do become a little bit of a prop. But one of the big problems, of course, is you can't spend all your time looking at many screens. You might be looking up at the main monitors for the moving images, you might be looking at a timing monitor and other streams coming in, and sometimes it might fall just to the point that you're about to do the highlights package or something, so you've got to focus on that instead, and then you sometimes never go down the rabbit hole that you're seeking. Right, about time to try and work out who is starting to make up ground on whom. None of the cars anywhere near their ultimate pace at the moment. That's a given because we've got slow zones, we've had yellow flags out around the circuit, clear up happening all the time.
So the bit I was trying to establish was that the second place car, Bruce, currently on track is the Rover Racing number 98 BMW M4 with Augustus Farfus at the wheel, and he is 4 laps into a stint now, so can't be. He might do 8. I'm not sure they will. They have on that. They've done a 5, a 6, a 5, 3 8s. Kelvin van der Linde did a 5, an 8. Raffaello Marciello did an 8 and an 8 in that car. Jesse Krohn also did a 16, so 2 lots of 8. And Farfus is in it now, 4 laps in, so he's 4 laps completed, 5th lap in. So it's not far off that car coming in for its stop in 20 minutes time, thereabouts.
Yeah,
15, 20 minutes time.
I think it's going to happily do another 8. I mean, that really does seem to be the ballpark figure, particularly under ice, a little bit cooler. But the fact they did 3 8-lap stints in a row just suggests to me that is the pattern they've adopted through the night. Still warm here, though. Still, the drivers on board wanted to flap their doors around to get the heat out of the cockpit while they're sitting there during a pit stop. Looking up and down the pit lane, and not too many cars in at the moment, but we can expect some gaggles. But for the driver on board, just waiting, door open, Schnitzelarm livery on the side. It only surfaced about 4 or 5 years ago, didn't it, the Schnitzelarm sponsorship? And they sponsor really quite a lot of the cars here. But you can just imagine those early season NLS races here. You're cold as a fan, and then you thought you can go somewhere and eat something really hot that you like. That's a formula that works, isn't it? It's a bit like going to a sporting event, having a proper coffee bar that goes with it. No.
Work right now, personally.
Yes, wouldn't it just?
It's not very professional eating on air, of course. I'm not suggesting we do that for a minute, but
no.
the concept works very well.
It does, and
the practicalities are not so good, but Schnitzelarm, yeah, that works for me. Sounds good, tastes good. What more do you want?
No, there are certain foods that get associated with certain races. I think it's been very, very, very clever sponsorship. Right.
Worked for Frickadelli.
Well, did it not? Did it not?
So yeah, so the I'm trying to also just look at the number 34 car, which is our 3rd place Aston Martin with Nicky Team aboard at the moment, but my analysis is chugging once again. So we'll wait until that kicks into life, and we'll find out what that stint has been on that car, just to give us some idea, a flavour of when these might just pop into the pits and close that gap up for what we think is the 2nd place car, the number 45 David Perel driven Realised Condo Racing with Rinaldi, Ferrari 296. 61 laps completed by our race-leading car, Kevin Estre, in the Grello Manthey Porsche. Its last lap was a 8:25, which is considerably quicker if I read the next ones down. So
I was just going there.
Farfus, Team, Engster, Christodoulou, Prerl, Schumacher, Carioli, Marshall and Pepper. That's the top 10. 8:25, Kevin Estre. 8:43, 44, 44, 46, 55, 53. Shall I continue? There's a reason for that.
There is a pattern.
It usually involves Kevin Estre, doesn't it?
There are, yeah. There are different ways you can do things.
Yes. Yeah, it's just interesting why he's managed to do that. And I'm just trying to see where the real gain was. Well, that's such a different. Now my screens have updated now, so it was. Now bear with me. Now, last lap actually for Kevin Estre was an 8:25. The last lap for Augustus Farfus in the 98 Rover BMW was an 8:17.
That's a lot.
8:19 for Nicky Team in the third place Valkenhorst number 34 Aston Martin. Then we get the Engster Abt Sportsline Lamborghini Huracan on 44, 46, 55. So I think that was a slight glitch in my timing system there. But bearing in mind that the BMW in second place, its fastest lap of the race so far is an 8:15.839, and it's just lapped in an 8:17.1. So it's only 1.2 seconds, 1.3 seconds off its fastest lap of the race. Kevin Estre is currently 13 seconds off the fastest lap of that car in the race.
Again, I'll revisit this comment again later in the race. This circuit, if it was green the whole way around, the lap times would be much, much closer, but it's this inconsistent element as you go around the circuit. You get a waved yellow flags, you're supposed to come off the power a little bit, back off, prepare to slow right down, but a slow zone could just absolutely scupper you. You're suddenly down to 60k. Of course, that's not going to improve your lap time, but I don't think in terms of natural pace of Kevin Estre at the front of the field that he will be so much slower than the rivals at any point in this race. But I think that was traffic or slow zone affected. It did cut his margin, and that's not something that's happened very much at all since the start of this race. That crew from the 911 from Manthey EMA just doing a fantastic job.
So I'm just going to see if I can get this little timing thing to update for myself, and we can have a little look at the driver stint for car 34. And of course I can't when I wanted to do something. So what, we'll close that, reboot it, and put some more coal in, and we'll come back to that and see if it comes to life again for me. I just want to get an idea of when Nicky Team might be bringing in the currently third place number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. So I've got a yellow flag on the screen, it's telling me, but that's also cleared at the same time, although it's on the top of my timing 71 screen here. So I can see nothing. It seems to be a full course green at the moment for the first time in a little while. We have two yellow flags. My apologies, it's Marshall Post 120 and 121, which unbelievably is quite, it's relatively early into the lap. It is, bear with me. So that's Exmoor still, which I'm guessing is for some repairs to barriers or something at that part of the circuit, that far round. And was it not where we had an Aston Martin off there, the Pro Sport car at Exmoor? It was, wasn't it? It came to 140.
Oh, I can't remember. But
yes, it was 140.
Okay, good memory retention there. Right, at this stage in the race, we're getting very close to the halfway point. Another 8.5 minutes will be there, and it's time for some of the crews. One of the K. Kramer Racing Cup 2 Porsches down the deck now, 9:12, going for a brake change. They've got it done. Half a race still to go, but that's sort of a good way to divide it. But that's nicely done, neatly, and of course, whenever handling brake parts, and particularly the pads, they can hold such enormous temperature. The thought of anybody even considering going there without gloves is an absolute no-no. And you do absolutely need the right gear when you're doing those changes, because the heat that gets generated by brakes now is just so much higher than it was 40 years ago.
800 to 1,000 degrees is not uncommon. It's bonkers. And of course, the pads these days, I remember having to do this even 10 years ago on GT cars. You have to go and bed them in, and you have to bed them in at different temperatures, let them cool.
Okay, explain to the layman what you mean by bedding in.
So you get a brand new pad. So you've got a friction surface against a metal surface. Effectively, it might be carbon, steel, whatever. But you've got your disc, your rotor, which is, let's just say, metal, and your pad, of course, is a softer material, which is the bit that wears away. You need to have that mated to the disc surface, otherwise it doesn't work very efficiently. So it's almost like sanding it. You have to do it, and sometimes they will even do that. Mechanics will take maybe a glaze off or whatever. The worst thing you can do is that'd be a resin when it comes out of the box from the factory. What you don't want to do is glaze a brake pad, and that's done by overheating, which means usually caused by idiotic drivers, as mechanics would say. They don't tend to use that terminology. It's a little bit more robust than that. But drivers that brake too much, too hard, too quickly, too soon, puts a lot of temperature into the softer part, the material of the brake pad, and it boils the surface and it puts a glaze on it. So that then doesn't work. When that then comes off, it cools down, it's then not as efficient. So what you have to do is bed them in so you can build them up. But what they'll have to do, and I remember doing this on GT cars and testing ahead of race meetings like British GT and stuff, where you bed a pad in to 200 degrees, 400 degrees, 600 degrees, and 800 degrees. But you've got to let it go back to zero in between. You've got to let it go cold. So there's a skill to actually going out and testing the car and driving it, but only getting that little bit of temperature in there. And that's it's got to be done against the disc. You can't put it in a microwave or an oven and put it into the temperature. It's got to actually rub it off, facing against the metal disc of the pad, of the brake pad and the disc together. So, and that's just the fronts. Then you've got the rears to do as well. All these skills you have to learn of, because and I remember, sometimes even 10 years ago, I remember one particular car we ran, the brake pads. There were 4 brake pads at the front, and they were £1,000 then. So £250 a pad, £500 a side, and if you got that one of those temperature cycles wrong, the phrase was, I remember the mechanic saying, he said, it is like an ice cream lolly. It'll fall off the stick. It's that useless. The backing will just drop off. The material will just drop off the backing, and it won't work. So it's absolutely critical, and you have to be trusted to do it. And can you do it? Can you not? Because if not, do you want to buy another set of pads? You just go, well, I'm not even being paid. I'm lucky to be here. £1,000 for a set of brake pads. I mean, that's 2 cars to me.
Yeah, no. Entirely so. Right, good to still have the Juta Racing number 8 Audi in this race, because it sort of started the race and looks like it was going out very early on, but they've sort of soldiered on. They've repaired it from its earlier damage, and that's the car Eli Earhart, Pierre Caffer winning in 20, if I can read my writing, 18, Selv and Alexei Veremenko. A lot of the drivers who compete in this race, but notably also in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, maybe they're just shy. They like to race under a pseudonym. And we've got Dieter Schmidtmann, and in fact, on one of the entry lists we were given, they very kindly gave us their original names as well. Some of them I hadn't seen before.
As opposed to their non-diplomed.
It wasn't entirely so. And, of course, I won't find it right now, but Dieter Schmidtmann is one that's his Nürburgring racing name. Often it's to keep it away from their business partners, who might realise that maybe money might be better kept in the company rather than the sort of, what do you call it, your sponsorship budget. But anyhow, great to have that. I really do
entertainment budget.
Haircuts, £3,000. But the Juta Racing car, Juta raced quite a lot in the Creventic series as well, sport that around the world. But I must say, in black and gold, I can't really think of a black and gold liveried Audi R8 LMS before, but it looks very, very sharp indeed, and about to be lollipop up and driving towards pit exit. Gosh, we are galloping towards the halfway point in this race. And it's going to be a chance maybe to take a look back in a few minutes at the highlights that have come through. And it's starting to feel with what we have coming up ahead of us, daylight or sunrise or dawn, 5:20 in the morning. And at the moment it's just galloping up towards 4 o'clock. We have another hour until we will vacate the booth and hand it back over to the next crew. 3 crews of commentators to guide you through the 24 hours of Nürburgring, and proper darkness has been with us for about 3 hours now. No, more than that, sorry, that's another stint in between, about 5 hours. The race is finding its form, finding its feet, but it's been very clear from the outset that Manthey, 2 wins in recent years in this event, look sets fair at this point to be heading towards another, but so many moments can come between now and the end of the race at 4 in the afternoon. Will they add to their victory in 2018 or their one in 2021? Time will tell. But with every hour, without any rain coming, there is the potential for after tomorrow's race, about an hour after it's over, strong winds will come in and possibly rain. But you know what? I'll take that this time around. I do quite like a splash of rain in a race, but in this one I think if it comes in the final hour and your mechanics are completely exhausted, your tactician has sort of set fire to his notebook or her notebook and your mechanics are asleep on their feet, it's not really fair to suddenly throw a will it won't it. And also don't forget, Snowy, around here it's not a 5 kilometre lap, so if you get your choice wrong, if you head out and if it comes through a storm, and they can come through very, very quickly, and it's not all over the circuit, it could be disastrous.
We saw it, I think it was earlier this year on one of the NLS races, maybe it was last year, when exactly that happened, and I think it was late last year. And at the start of the race, they did the formation lap, and somebody dived into the pits, and that's was that a BMW facing the wrong way that Kevin Estra's just gone past?
And an Aston Martin at the side of the circuit, and I'm slightly fearful that that's one of the GT3 class ones. I'm just having a quick scrabble.
2 cars seem to have come together there. We do have a code 60 now. It's at Kessel-Shen. It is indeed 396 and 35.
35. I was just scrabbling through.
You're absolutely right, Bruce.
So that was pulled square against the barriers. That's a car shared by Anders Buchart, Nico Hanke, Christian Cronjes and Olivia Soderstrom, but that is parked at the side of the circuit. So yellow flags at Kessel-Shen, also a yellow flag at Bergwerk as well. Cover of darkness, many, many things can happen.
The other car involved in that is the 396 Adrenaline Motorsports Team Manhattan Wheels Porsche Cayman S. That's got a Klaus Fassbender, Christian Bulisbach and Andreas Schettler and Carlos Emon at the wheel. Obviously, well, not all of them at the same time, but one of them is at the wheel of that car now. And at 396, I'll just try and find that. That's a V6 class car.
Well, it's facing.
Feeling those two have come together.
Yeah, well, it's a Cayman and it's facing the wrong way, facing towards the barrier the wrong way. It's the Klaus Fassbender, yeah, as you said, Christian Bulisbach, Andreas Schettler, and Carlos Amnon. It's a Porsche Cayman S. And it's a little bit battered and bruised, but then just a bit further up the track.
Schettler at the wheel of that car.
Well done, well done.
So the Aston is just parked on the side of the track. It looks undamaged. It clearly isn't, because it hasn't stopped for a rest, has he?
No.
Let's face it.
Well, I tell you what, I saw a later shot, and it may have moved on again. It was against the barriers when I looked, honest officer. It may have just been looking at a shot of another part of the circuit, but looks
not according to my graphic.
No, okay.
It's an incredibly fast part of the circuit there. So you've come down from Exmoor and a short run down the hill to Bergwerk with a fast-flowing right-hander, and then you've got that super fast roller coaster down left-hander all the way through Kessel-Shen. You start to build up to colossal speed to Klostotol, ending up at the carousel, Caracciolo carousel. Long before that at Kessel-Shen, those two have, let's just say they've terminated their races simultaneously at the side of the track. That doesn't mean to say they've come together.
No, it doesn't necessarily at all, but
they probably have.
One of the things that always intrigues me when covering races, commentating on races at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, is where the action happens. Let's take a look back at the highlights. It seems a very long time ago, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the cars had been on the grid, the sun was shining, the fans were out. The fans were out beyond the barriers because they're allowed to go to the edge of the circuit on the early laps when the cars come round to the grid to show their affection. But the race got underway, 20 plus cars in the top class. But there's really, in terms of class, there's only been the Manthey Porsche so far, car number 911. It's led pretty much throughout. There have been a few restarts with a few drivers getting caught out, and Matthias Drudy had the tail end of his Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, given a little bit of a rub, but then the red flag came out. Why? The weather was great, all should be fine. The big problem, no electrical power in the pit lane. It meant not only no timing screens, no messages, no refueling. So eventually, after 2.5 hours, it was green flag racing again. So 4 hours into the race, we were just getting our sort of 91st minute of racing. And then anything that seemed to have a Toyota badge seemed to be in the wars. The number 170 Supra was given a bit of a rub, along with the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche Cayman. And that was the one, the Toyota Supra, that came off worse than the sister car number 160, also would hit problem, well, more to the point, hit debris later in the event. But so then the miss of the day, Christopher Haase was chasing right onto the tail of one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins. It had to back up in traffic, and Haase couldn't afford to back up. There was nowhere to go but to the grass verge. He made it work. And then the moves started coming. And Lucas Stoltz was very kind indeed. The Rover Racing BMW was going around the outside, and he thought, well, I could make it difficult for you, but we've got plenty of racing to come. Sport PHX had the most disastrous meeting really in their record. The sister car, number 16, crashed out. That was the Porsche the team was running. And then it was the turn of the remaining car to hit trouble due to racing with their Audi. A big flip one side and then the other, with traffic dispersing in either direction. And that's always the luck of the draw. One of the Schnitzelarm Aston Martins, but it was in the GT4 class that went into the barriers. That was car 111. And the most unfortunate moment in the race, David Kiefer was given a push and a shove by a very standard production class BMW, but it was just around the second corner. Then next car round, completely unsighted by the sun and the tyre barrier, Julian Landauer running second in the race, poof, straight into the nose. It was a nose-to-nose contact, both cars out of the race, both drivers fine, both innocent parties in so many ways. Snowy, how do you read that one?
Totally. I mean, just absolutely can't be helped. Nobody was guilty, even the BMW. It was just a little tag that it can happen in racing. It's tight through that little part. It can happen. It's not meant to. It's not a contact sport. But it wasn't malicious, or it just flicked it round. But I think even the BMW driver would have gone away and seen the results of that and just thought, crikey, I've just basically caused an accident. Had two Porsche written off. The car that was hit, the 94 car with David Kiefer at the wheel. I wouldn't be surprised if that car needs a tub. It was hit so hard by the Falcon car.
It was square on.
Yeah.
Moment of the race, Dorian Boccolacci going for a gap that I thought was 3/4 the width of his car, but he made it work along the her axe. So the French racer got the job done, but it was because those two cars, he was trying to go between them. They could have both come in a little bit more, but one went one way and the other went the other, and it was just enough space. He was banking on it. He made it happen. Big problem suddenly for GetSpeed. Their Mercedes has been running in second and third positions, but the number 14 standard pit stop, went to leave, and unfortunately for them, not always good. A defective drive flange, and for Fabian Schiller and the gang, over and out. Rueful face from Maro Engel. I must confess, before the race, I thought that was one of the top three cars, or one of the cars that was going to finish in the top three. Not to be. They were running in that position at the time, or just there or thereabouts. But you know what? In terms of going for outright victory, we were only at the halfway point in the race. Hammers are out, but has anybody got any answers to Manthey Racing? I'm not too sure. They're looking very, very strong, leading the race by, at the moment, nearly 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That's over Rover Racing, and that's a gap, a margin that has just increased and increased and increased. There seem to be no answers from the Rover Racing crew or from anyone else. Quite a remarkable domination so far from Manthey EMI.
it is incredible to think that all the excitement that we've covered on the various commentary teams that have been on so far between us, and you and I've got just under an hour to go on our stint of the night here, and yet we are only just halfway through.
It seems as though the numbers couldn't only add up to 12, and that's yet the number of hours that have managed. Of course, there's always the build-up to the race. There was a epic field of historic racing cars that came out this morning. Still makes me laugh. Last year, was it 2 years ago, standing by the paddock waiting for them to come out, going, oh, there's a lot of cars in that field. Break for some pedestrians to walk through. Then more continued and more, and you had more than 100 cars. In recent memory, though, the 786 Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini came in, and the left rear corner actually caught fire. We couldn't see it. It was the far side of the body for us, but they got it extinguished. Engine cover went back on. The extinguishment was cleared up, lid back on, and blasting back into the race. But a lot of cars, hardly surprising, with 130 plus starting in this race. A lot of cars with quite a lot of gaffer tape on them now. There have been little pushes and shoves here and there in the traffic, but in terms of it's all minor damage. We'll take that, but it's just the nature of the beast around here, Snow.
It is. Now this Porsche that we've said 396, this Cayman that's on the right hand side of the track, with the Aston parked a little bit further on from it. The Porsche's definitely had contact with something, whether it be cars or something solid, because Alan Prosser has lived up to his reputation that we've now set for him. So he's got to keep this up now. But he sent us a brilliant screenshot from the 718 Cayman that was going through the farm to George Griezmann, and it demonstrates. You can see on the track there's coolant absolutely everywhere on the left-hand side of the track, where the Porsche's parked on the right-hand side. So one wonders, has he had an incident?
That's possible if it's on both sides of the track.
And the Aston's come through and then just slithered on the coolant and gone off into the barrier on the right-hand side. So the two haven't necessarily touched. I guess you can be so careful about speculating, but the way the Aston's parked doesn't look like the two cars have physically come together, because there would have been quite a big closing speed and it would have been a bit further on. That said, the Aston would be further down the track, wouldn't it, for an incident?
Yeah, quite hard to read, again, under cover of darkness, trying to gauge how far beyond the stricken Porsche Cayman the Aston Martin was parked. But it was parked super neatly, parallel parking with the barriers. And again, until you get told these things, you just have to sort of speculate a little bit.
So the incident we're talking about here is the 496 Porsche and the number 35 Aston, is it not? Did I say it was
35 Aston.
35 Aston. This is at Kesselchen, so just off of Bergberg, at the beginning of that fast run up to Caracciola Carousel. Both cars, different classes, parked at the side of the track. It appears now game over for both, certainly because they've lost probably 2 laps apiece by the time they've been static there now. So Mustang in the pits. I should have called it a Ford Mustang, but it is, of course, a Mustang.
Well, there you go. And that's car 65. That's their best place. Of course, the Hout Racing Ford Performance team entered 3 of these, 2 in the Pro-Am class and 1 in the Pro. This is one of their 2 Pro-Am cars, car 65. Dennis Fetzer, Yusuf Awega, and his brother Salman Awega, and David Schumacher, son of Ralph, racing that one. I think he was the last one in that car.
And some great livery on that Mustang that at night you've got the number panel not only illuminated, but it's high vis, sort of, a day glow thing, but also down on the rear quarter wing there is a lovely, I can't call it a prancing, because it's a prancing horse on a Ferrari, but a leaping Mustang graphic down the side, which at night just stands out absolutely fantastic.
It's one of my favourite elements of the race, a really clever marketing device there. Of course, that Mustang is charging with its mane billowing behind it, but it's right over the top of the rear wheel arch, then right behind those enormous Ford tail lights there. It's a dramatic car. It's a dramatic sounding car as well, of course. Noise, so important to fans in motor racing the world over. Of course, something quite difficult to have when you're doing, let's say, Formula E. You have to sort of create noise, but...
we talk about design cues and things on there, so that Mustang with the tail lights on that are still that square block, 3 vertical lines in, as they were in 64. It's the carryover still. Aston Martin still have their shaped grille. BMW have the kidney grille. Audi have your 4 circles. And those things that carry over still, and all the design cues that we always need to see, that designers have to incorporate in the next model of car, no matter how adventurous it might be and different. They've got to incorporate all those bits, or it must be quite frustrating. Aston's have the side strake in the side, for instance, and it's just something that carries it, a design cue that you have to have.
But the weird thing about that is that sometimes these cues are just being designed by one person. Excuse me a second, I'm about to have a sneeze.
I shall continue while Bruce has a medical situation, and there we go, he's back again.
I recovered, it didn't happen, but I've kept it at bay. No, someone just goes, we'll have a little sort of shadow line here, that'll make the car look sleeker, and yet generations later they're still having to incorporate that in.
They've still got to include this DNA.
Made that car look less slab-sided back in 1964.
I remember talking to Marek Reichman, once, a stylist at Aston Martin, and he said one of his greatest project creativity-wise was when he did the DB10, which is not a very well-known car, but basically it was a car for Spectre, Bond film. And he just said what he loved about it was it was a bit cleaner, a bit of a cleaner sheet of paper. He was just a bit, I get to design James Bond's car. How cool is that?
It is. It is phenomenal.
It's a dinner party conversation.
No, exactly. What I want to know...
Don't look at me.
Can anything stop? Of course, it was, it's got just under half of this race to go. What can any rival team do about Manthey EMA? They're potentially heading, at this point, they're sitting on a comfortable margin. Anything that's thrown at them, they seem to have thrown it back. We don't know what the weather's going to bring tomorrow, except it's expected to be dry until the end of the race, and maybe an hour after that there's a possibility of a rain shower coming through, or maybe even a rainstorm. But as the temperature falls, is that suddenly going to get the Rover BMW that's running in second place back on form? But it's just called into the pits.
I was going to say that Augustus Farfus has just brought that into the pits. It's on the same lap.
I think, did that? Oh no, of course, the number 98 car was in the same lap as Nicky Thiem's Aston Martin.
Correct.
Number 34, they pitted together, and it was a lap later, I think, that Kevin Estre cars comes in. So that margin will be a little bit different after those pit stops. Just waiting to see if the Walkenhorst Aston Martin comes in from third, Nicky Thiem. But again, he's just got to complete that final timing sector. And yes, he does. So he echoes what went before. So I presume they've both just done 8 laps. Manthey busy elsewhere in the field as well. They've got the car with the Greasemans in it, one of whom is carrying the James Hunt replica race helmet. So the pit stops look so cool, calm and measured. But for Rover Racing, just sitting there waiting. You don't need to rush these things. They can bring out new tyres. It looks like they're going to probably be keeping a driver on board there. But still, it sits there. Yes, Augusto Farfus has just done the one stint, hasn't he, in this batch for him. And under cover of darkness, you want your drivers who are not racing to be getting a decent length of sleep. So you certainly wouldn't want a single stint. You want double stint if you've got 4 drivers, and that buys you a lot of time. I'm going to suggest
that Nicky Thiem in the number 34 Walkenhorst Aston Martin is probably going to be relieved of his duties, because he's just done an 8-lap stint in that car. But the previous one is recording as 16, which we know is 2-8, so that's effectively triple stinting. So I suspect he'll be out of it. If that is the case, then the person that's done the least time in that particular car at the moment is David Pittard. He did a 13-lap run, which of course actually split some of that, and then our timing slightly there. So Matthias Drudy did 4 stints at the beginning, but that, of course, that was conflated because of the 90-minute run and then 2-odd-hour red flag, so that's not necessarily retrospective. Christian Krones has also only done an 8-lap stint in the car. Matthias Drudy did another 8. Nicky Team's just done a 16 and an 8. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if the 34 Aston Martin of Valkenhorst, that was our third place car, remember, which before it goes out, its board is left, it's about to leave the pit lane, is about to have a driver change. The number 98 Rover BMW that came in moments before it has now left. The lights go on the Aston, and it should follow. That just seems to me slightly longer than the difference between the two when they came in, but it's a mandatory pit stop length, so, and that car in fact is ticking down now, so the Aston is on 5 seconds to go before it disappears out. The car leaves the pit lane as we speak now, and we'll see who gets to at the wheel. It is indeed David Pittard.
Okay, well, that tally, that fits. He was incredibly close to leaving the pits just before they got to the minimum pit stop time. I was almost breathing in, urging David
it's not minimum stationary time, it's minimum pit stop time, yes, and that's how easy we saw it with Michel Sheridan, didn't we, earlier, until we have to stop a short pit, and the penalty, of course, can be far greater than they actually get. You get the amount plus the stop.
Yeah, what was his? It was something like 54 seconds or something. Exactly. That hurts like mad.
Yeah.
But depending on your location in the pit lane, when your car is dropped down and you're given the signal to go away, it might be 5 seconds. You might think, oh, I'm so slow in the pits because I'm on the pit lane speed limiter. But if you haven't done your sums right, you could go out 0.1 of a second under the allotted minimum pit stop time, and you've got to come in and be stationary for 0.1 of a second. But obviously, it costs much more than 0.1. So the thing is, you want to get as close as possible. I reckon build about half a second margin in for pit exit. That might be enough, or maybe if you're not that confident, build it in a full second. It's a blink of an eye, but you can travel a distance in that time.
Well, talking of travelling distances, the car that's travelled the most distance, the fastest so far, is our number 911911, for a reason. Manthey EMA Porsche GT3 Grello, named Garsovich, green and yellow livery, and as I look at my timing screen now, we've got a mixture of green and yellow flag situations on the flag. It looks like Grello just at the bottom there. How kind of even the organisers have adopted the Grello system on there.
It's subtle branding influence, but yeah, green, yellow, green, yellow.
Osmosis, that's what it is. So we have a code 60, a fresh code 60. No, not a fresh one. That's the Castleshun one for the two cars we have removed there, the Aston and the Cayman. They have now been removed by the look of it, and has intervention vehicles on site, because obviously we've got to tidy up. There was a lot of coolant on the track that we saw from Alan Prusser's still. Thank you very much for that, Alan. And of course, the Aston was on the side of the track for some reason, whether it had clattered barriers or not. Bruce?
No, but it's also at night time. You get a flash of where a car has been dropped around the circuit, and another one at the side. Harder under cover of darkness to assess the distance between them, but also you don't see the whole scene. You see a little sway of the track where you can see there's gravel and all sorts of muck and debris, but you don't see all the track, and you have no idea that the next cars on the scene possibly had to go, oh, I'm going to the left, oh, look at all those shards, tough, I've already committed to it. And just getting a puncture on the way down along the Dottinger certainly would be nobody's helping hand.
Estra into the pits,
so
race
a lap
leader, so a lap later. So we just had the two. I think Estra must also jump out of this car now. Yes, indeed he does. Kevin Estra unfolds his great French height out of that Grello. Watching him just last week trying to get into a 963 Porsche. I say trying, that's very unfair. To me, it looks like, how can you possibly, it's TARDIS effect, how can you get that into there? And then when it happens, you just go, sorry, I blinked and I missed it. So what I wanted to see the process of the leg, the fold, the arm go, it had, and he's in. Right, okay.
Well
done.
Yeah, I mean, at least the leading prototypes now have a bit more space in the cockpit. A handful of years ago, when the Peugeots in particular had the narrowest little cockpit, and even with their smaller drivers like Pedro Lamy, you thought, how are you fitting in through there? It's like posting a letter into a letterbox, but fit they did.
They're fairly claustrophobic things once you're getting in. They feel a bit, certainly the prototypes, GT3 cars are not so bad, but prototypes, I've only ever driven one prototype LMP1, and it was an open one, so it was easy. You climbed into the top and sat in the air. It was lovely.
It's funny how you have this fashion for open-top cars in prototypes, and they disappear for a long time again and then come back. But I think everyone who races them finds them fabulous. Okay, not so good in an absolute downpour.
Well, the original ADR8, well, it was an R8C originally, it was a coupe version. Then they, I'm going to say, cut the roof off it. The outer engineers are now already writing emails
heading this way.
Me straight away for this, and like, we did a bit more than cut the roof off it. I can assure you, young man.
A little bit of finessing.
Well, I've got you there, young man. So there we go. That's good. But yeah, they work. You say it's a design philosophy. It follows a trend and whatever. The panels and stuff. It was very, very open and noisy and loud, and a great long bonnet and front engine type thing. Quite extraordinary. A bit of a mixture of an LMP and a GT car, but very efficient at what it does. These cars are very much road based. Yes, and in terms of the shell, is effectively a road car.
Yeah, 100%.
It has to come from that. There's pretty well everything else is, but the shape is instantly recognisable. It has to be. Dennis Marshall has taken over the number 44, the only remaining Falcon Motorsports Porsche in the race. The Kevin Estra entered car, number 911. I said that's the driver that brought it in. As we know, he's vacated it. I didn't see who's terrific, but he's just left out. He's got plenty of time on there elapsed going over the pits. In fact, he's only just left onto the outer lane of the pits, and it's leaving the pits now. Already that time was gone. So I'm trying to see.
Ayhan Guven, the Turkish racer, who's been such a hit in the past half dozen years. Racing up in Germany, and very, very quick racing driver. Haven't been a lot of Turkish racing drivers over the years, but they've got someone to be proud of in him. And he started winning European Porsche Championship titles, or championships in Europe. He won the Benelux and the French series, both in their Porsche Carrera Cups in 2018 and 2019, again French Porsche champion. But in between, he won the FIA GT Nations Cup. I was there when he won it, along with Sally Yolich, run by Ram Racing in the Mercedes, and they took that victory across 2 races at Sakir Circuit. Interesting event. That was the first time I saw Charles, this very tall young Belgian race. That was Charles Weerts, who obviously has done great thing with the family team, with Team WRT, with Audi, still winning races today. But interesting, country by country. And Alexander West said, how many sports can you get to compete for your country, particularly when you know you haven't seen just the 40 candles on your cake? And it is a rare situation where you can do that. If it was tennis, you'd have to have it all on sort of your athletic ability, but here you've got to have your driving ability. But he said it's the very fact that you can be doing that at a greater age, whereas certainly if it's a bat and ball sport, you're going to be sort of strictured according to maybe up to 35 and not a great deal beyond. But for Alexander West, obviously instrumental in Garage 59. It was a good occasion, but the other end of the equation was it was Charles Weerts at about 17, going very, very well indeed for his team. So interesting events. They come and they go, Snow, across the decades. Something seen as a good idea, of course, racing for your country in single-seaters. They had a few runs for the Opel Lotus series, Nations Cups they were called, and then of course he had the A1 GP series from 2005 till 2009, big single-seaters. Sorely missed, in fact, by the teams that ran them, and
it was very popular, wasn't it?
Well, it was, because you did things in a very, very social way. Travel basically is a great big travelling circus, and then you had a rotation of young drivers coming in and having their first taste of big single-seaters. They might do one of the practice sessions, and then a few real stars came out of it, most notably Nico Hülkenberg, who just arrived with not a lot of racing in cars under his belt, being a super successful runner in karts across Germany and across Europe, but he came in and just really, really delivered for them. But it was fun off the track, great parties, a lot of functions. All the drivers had to do things like ride elephants together, and it made them have a bond. So it was different, but the money ran out and the show had to stop.
Well, as we discussed earlier, didn't we? It's not just drivers that run out of money, it can be organisers and series, and it needs to be well funded, and it was a great series. And Just on that note, we were talking about drivers and talent and ability and results and the whole melee and kaleidoscope of those elements earlier on. And Nico Hülkenberg, you just mentioned there, to me it is still a surprise he hasn't won a Grand Prix.
He has literally never been in the right car.
Never. I'm not suggesting he's necessarily of a champion level or whatever, but it just seems wrong that he hasn't got 3 Grand Prix wins under his belt across his season, kind of thing. The one weekend he took off from Grand Prix at that time and went and did Le Mans. He won it, and it's still to me it's one of my greatest little bits of VT I've seen of the following weekend, whatever Grand Prix it was, and it was a driver's press conference and
Austrian Grand Prix, I think
you're right, absolutely right. You usually are, and he was the selection process for who's asked to come in, isn't it? Whatever, and it was Hülkenberg, Hamilton, and I don't know who the other was, but Hülkenberg walked in with his Le Mans trophy, which is the 4 great pillars, and grasping it, and came in, bounded in and beaming, plonked it down on the table, and said, "So guys, what did you do with your weekend off?" And Hamilton was literally just round of applause and just almost crying with laughter of, you can't argue with that. Yeah, had a weekend off and did Le Mans. What did you do?
Yeah, and no biggie.
Yeah, and you don't do that. And I know people are pretty harsh about him in F1 and stuff and whatever, but it just remains a mystery to me why he hasn't won 2 or 3 Grand Prix at least.
You look at some of his qualifying performances, just outstanding in a car that shouldn't really be where it is. Of course, he's hoping when the Audi money comes to land, the team he's racing for now, Sauber, it will be a big leap forward with the new regulations for next year. But here and now at the Nürburgring, under cover of darkness, has been with us for quite some while. Cars really running through their pit cycle. The dynamic GT Porsche, that's car number 54, Matteo Caroli brought it in. A few little scars of battle on that, but that's a car that's sort of been the tail end of the top half dozen or so, sometimes 5th or thereabouts.
Keeping its powder dry and it's just always there nipping away, isn't it? Yeah. Almost overlooked, but shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be, and it's a very strong driver lineup. Luke Hartog, young Dutch driver, Joel Sturm in there, as well as Bastian Boos, who I think is a driver who is going to have more titles under his belt in the years to come. But a bit like Nico Hülkenberg, got to be the right team, the right time. But it's when the drivers deliver under duress you really see the measure of their performance.
Ty Cairoli taking that car out now, so it's currently in 8th position. The order has shaken up a little bit at the top, as in it's settled down, is what I mean by that. No big change. Ayhancan Guven, the Turkish driver, at the wheel of the Grello Manthey Porsche, still leading with a 53.8 second lead now over David Perel in the number 45 Realised Condo Racing by Rinaldi Ferrari 296. So that Ferrari, it isn't letting it go. We are just over halfway through the race, and it's still only, in fact, it's 50 seconds now on the line across there. 3-second lap quicker there for the David Perel driven Ferrari. But there's less than a minute in it with half the race to go still, and it's still a Ferrari up there as well. You're saying what can anybody do, the other team, the opposition do about Kevin Estre? Well, not just Kevin Estre, the Manthey, the march of the Manthey. This Ferrari, don't forget, has done a slightly early pit stop and a shorter one at the beginning of the race, and therefore have a shorter one at the end of it. You just never know how that might play into their hands.
You don't. If you haven't been with us,
I think it's going to win it for them.
No, but it could really change the complexion. But if you weren't with us at the start of this race, and it's quite permissible not to watch all 24 hours if you so choose, 90 minutes into the race we had this
forfeit.
Yeah, quite so. But 90 minutes into the race, we just had the first flurry of pit stops. Orders slightly jumbled as they were coming back out. Then we had the red flag, and that has really changed it for a lot of the teams. You always have winners and losers if you just get the wrong side of the equation. And yet, the team that was leading before it went out to lead it afterwards and has been leading ever since. That's a lot of hours. I'm sure someone somewhere will be starting to go, what's the largest number of laps or the greatest proportion of the race, if we divide it by 3, that anyone has led this for? Certainly the number of laps that Manthey Racing are crashing out, and right across their driver range. in the lead of this race.
Perhaps that's not the terminology of crashing out.
No, not if you're feeling tired. That's not a good thing to be saying.
Not a good term, that. No. I was just going to open another thread of conversation there, and you've just done one similar for me, but I was going to say, perhaps a power outage in the pits, I know this is a bit, is one of the bizarrest red flag situations or requirements I've ever seen in motorsport in all the years of it. There are others. Discuss. Answers on social media, I guess.
Exactly so. Just giving a little cue there. Right. Again, one thing that always strikes me, Snowy, when you get the entry list for the Nürburgring 24 hours, you get the early one and it keeps on changing as more people say, I'll bring some money to your team or whatever. But you have to read it about 3 times because, well, naturally...
I've sold the kids, I've got to drive.
Yes, the kidney's gone, I'm ready. But it's the fact that you can read it with a strong cup of coffee, and you'll still have to read it a second or third time, and you're still, even if the names aren't being added, and certainly some are, there are some names that you just go, oh, I just must have looked at the next entry down and skipped over that one. But what strikes me, and particularly in the last handful of years, is the amount of time, the amount of laps that so many drivers have done here on the Nordschleife. Not too long ago, a lot of the runners coming in when GT3 became effectively the top class, they had to go and do their ring license. They hadn't got the mileage here. But really, I'd say the last 3 or 4 years since COVID, it's just become incredibly intense. But for quite a few teams that came in to get the mileage, to get their ring license, so they could do this, the biggie, they've also established they can get a lot of racing time if they do the Nürburgring Langstrecken series as well. So they start doing it more and more. So you've got a lot of people who have a huge amount of Nürburgring experience that, you know, a few years ago you did not. You had some of the regulars running in the lower class cars who would be doing it for maybe 10 years. But now of the big hitters, more and more have got an awful lot of experience of the Nordschleife, and that has clearly got to be something that's helping keeping the number of incidents and accidents down.
And as enthusiasts, or weirdos as we're more commonly known, colloquially, what do we want besides racing? More racing.
Well, there is a balance in life, apparently. But I think you've got to be very careful. Who knew? It's taken me until I was at least 40 to find this out, and that was, you know, anyhow, we move on.
A recent adopter.
But for some of the drivers here, I mean, we've talked about this before, but it is just worth pointing out the 3 big 24-hour races across Europe. Le Mans seems, it's never been a constant, but it's always been the one you look up to. It's the most globally famous. But then running different classes of cars in previous years, but now very much similar cars due to the spread of GT3. Next weekend, it will be the 3rd 24-hour race biggie in 3 weekends. Le Mans, Nürburgring, and for those with the gumption, the endurance, the Spa 24 hours next weekend. I'm doing that one as well. You're not, so you'll look young and youthful again in about 8 days' time. I'll be feeling old, haggard, and I'm just doing the driving. I'm just doing the talking. But it's really something, and the fact that these drivers in the top class can go and race anywhere in the world, pretty much any weekend, it is astonishing. But on they go. My Hanschen Guven, fantastic shot of him very nearly taking the paint off the tyre wall at the first part of Sabine Schmidt's curve. Don't worry, it's only the race-leading car. But what I didn't see in the lead-up to a replay there was, did he get pushed a little bit wide by going around someone else? But he was that scintilla of our race-leading car, the one that I said, what could possibly go wrong? We've passed the halfway point, and every hour before that, it's been at the very, very sharp end of the field, and then one little slip up. But bear in mind, we had the #1 Shearer Sport PHX car, and we thought that maybe Luca Ludwig on his outlap had just driven a little bit wide, braked a little late for a corner, and then later the team told us no, it was an electrical problem that wasn't exactly helping the car get in and get around a corner. That's eliminated from the race, but that was similarly close.
It was definitely what I would call the thickness of a respray between the right-hand side of the Grello car and the barriers there going through Sabine Schmidt's curve, which is the tight left-hander. And I've always said that's the big signifier of going from the Grand Prix circuit onto the Nordschleife, not just because it literally is, but also the change of the circuit dramatically. The Grand Prix circuit is a modern Grand Prix circuit, 1984, I think it opened, so modern to me, that is 40 years ago, but it's a new style. With its updates, it can still run. I think it's still got a Grade 1 license, hasn't it, to run Grand Prix if necessary, whereas the Nordschleife doesn't. And it's, I've had a Grand Prix on the Nordschleife since 1976, since that last race with Niki Lauda's incident. But you've got the GP circuit, you've got very wide tarmac, you've got lots of wide curves and runoffs and what you should call grass street a little bit more, then gravel traps. All that we saw with one of the Schnitzel-Aum Mercedes that had a wheel failure into the gravel there earlier in the race, and it just stopped and parked, and there it was, no harm done. If that had been on the Nordschleife, it would have rattled off all sorts and done 2 or 3 corners of the car. But that's the point. You go through Sabine Schmidt's curve, and it's 180 degrees round, and then you have a barrier, and there's a white line and the barrier. No grass, no width, and it's if ever there was a focuser, if there's such a word of that, to say, right, here we go. If ever there was a metric, a barometer to say, right, boy, you're on the Nordschleife now. It's like, oh, here we go, because you've got to get that absolutely right. And Guven there was as close as I would like to get any car to the barrier at that point.
Yes, that would have sort of effectively been the slap, slap, slap across the face, wake up, and his focus would be super, super sharp after that, because it's that tiny little moment. Maybe it's a little inattention, maybe there's something slippery on the track, it could equally easily have been something like that. But that's the moment where a car that's just been this cast iron opportunity in this race, it's been grabbing it with both hands, a team that knows in Manta EMA how to deliver. Oh gosh, and how they deliver. No wonder so many people in the crowd, in the grandstands, even through the night, they're still sitting there now with their bright yellowy green caps on, and they have whole books dedicated to, in the bookshops, to the Grello Porsche and Manta EMA. But one little moment, and the advantage they're sitting on, which is 41 seconds, is looking really good. The car is giving chase, and I'm really starting to appreciate this car, is the realised condo racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. Qualifying, we were talking about this, of course, hugely important qualifying in terms of prestige. In terms of the race, not too much, because you've got the 24 hours that follow. But that number 45 Ferrari, condo racing, helped by Rinaldi, the team that helped Fricadelli Racing win with the Ferrari here 2 years ago. Okay, they got the qualifying done, but maybe their Yokohama tyres were just good for qualifying. Well, through the race they proved very, very good indeed, but they are out of kilter, not only with the race-leading Manta EMA Porsche, but also the cars that are just following along behind in 3rd and 4th. The Rover Racing BMW that's got Augusto Farfus at the wheel, and David Pittard's Auchenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. Out of sync with those, so ahead for now. The closer to the end of the race, we'll be able to interpret which one has got the advantage. But to me, I think it's the chasing BMW and the chasing Aston Martin, because their first pit stop was later than that condo racing Ferrari. And in turn, if you follow that pattern, at the end of the race, they'll have their final pit stop later. It can be a shorter pit stop then, because the closer to the end of the race you do it, by a minute you gain time off your pit stop. Gain time off, you know what I'm trying to say. Your pit stop is allowed to be shorter.
We know exactly what you mean.
Good. Delirium sets in its many, many forms. Still many yellow zones around the circuit. So there have been incidents. Just saw the Aston Martin number 35 has been put on a flatbed truck. That was the one that stopped a while ago with Porsche Cayman sitting sideways, maybe or maybe not after contact. You never can tell under cover of darkness. But other corners have gravel distribution issues as well.
Door McLaren, which was a car that Kevin Hector drove some 10 years ago, wasn't it?
It was 2014, 2015, those seasons, yeah.
10 11 years ago.
And he also drove for the ART team back then. You forget that some teams that are largely single-seater teams have run sports cars as well, GT cars.
So we have a 41-second gap between first and second, then quite a jump to third place man Augustus Farfus in the Rover Racing BMW M4. That's got a 1:37 down to that. 27 seconds adrift of him is David Pittard in the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin.
Interesting little point there. Their lap pace last time round. Bear in mind they came out of the pits on the same lap as each other. Augusto Farfus last lap 9 minutes and 5. You might go, that's a terribly slow lap. You know, qualifying was 8 minutes and 12. But with all these yellow flags around the circuit, your lap time can clearly really be hurt big time. But that was fully 7 seconds faster than David Pittard. Does that mean David is 7 seconds a lap slower on natural pace in his Aston Martin than the Rover Racing BMW? Possibly, but it won't be. It'll be down to another slow zone or whatever, catching out Pittard, or maybe just having to respond to a course vehicle, back it off. But don't you love that? When you get someone, you think he's fast asleep in the main grandstand, and then somehow he might be listening, and a friend might be phoning him, and he suddenly waves his arm. He's looking incredibly uncomfortable, spanning across 3 or 4 seats, and there it is. Oh yes, it might be the time it is in the morning. At 4:45, the light will all begin to start to frame the sky shortly. Oh yeah, I'm wide awake. I've followed every second of the race. Dedication.
Now, Augustus Farfus, little on board of a replay there, having to dodge a, I think, TCR car coming out of carousel, or was that the smaller, kleiner carousel? It was a smaller one.
Well, it was covering about 2/3 of the track because the car was side on, and certainly had to knit his way round to the left of it. So again, these incidents can come, but yeah, there is a little bit of light coming into the sky. Proper sun up is at 5:20, but that's a little distance off yet. But it's 4:43. And some of the cars just looking very crisp indeed, and a lovely new set of slick Michelin tyres being bolted onto the number 84 Audi East Talent Racing Team. That's the one with the all-Austrian driver lineup. Max Hofer, I was going to say Calvin Klein, I don't mean that at all, I mean Christian Klein, Simon Riker and Norbert Siedler. And nice to see some different liveries this year, and nice to see some teams we haven't seen before. The Renazzo team, Thomas Much, probably the most experienced driver there with the bright yellow Lamborghini. And they're still running. Some of the more fancied runners have had their problems. They've dropped out of the race. Most notably, though, if you're just joining us, had a few hours off, may well have been the number 33 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports, was the car chasing after the lead Porsche, the 911 one from Manthey EMA, but unfortunately a head-on collision with a car that has spun just around the second corner, not at high speed, but enough to take both cars out of the race. Julian Andlau was the driver at the time. It was a 3-way lead battle, and that has really sort of broken up the pattern of this field. But bear in mind, so much has happened in the first 12 hours. We've got the final 12 hours to go, and the whole thing could flip around again. But with every lap and every minute, that number 911 from Manthey Racing is just looking more and more comfortable. Its lead at the moment, well, it's gained another 8 seconds over the Ferrari from Kondo Racing. It's out to 48 seconds. I said comfortable, I mean comfortable.
Yeah, I still wouldn't discount that Ferrari of being in the hunt a little bit more towards the end. We are, what have we got? 11 hours and 14 to go. So I can only feel it in my water. So there's something. I just think that Ferrari's going to be. I don't think it's going to stay this way all the way to the end. I don't think it's going to be. I'm saying Manthey, I'm going to win it. I've got a chance of winning it. I'm not winning that. I just think I've got a feeling it's going to just narrow up in the last 3 hours.
Look, it may be nothing down to pace. So many times at the Nürburgring 24 hours, it's about where you were when an incident occurred. If you get a slow zone catching out the race leading car and it's cleared by the time the second one, which could be, let's say, for sake of argument, I don't know, nearly 50 seconds, like this one, you can claw an awful lot back. It could be gifted to you but you've still got to do the hard yards. Just want to talk back about Manthey Racing. I keep talking about, of course, the fact they've had recent wins, 2021 and 2018. Wind the clock back a little further, 2011 victory Manthey Racing. 2009, that's 2 years earlier, victory for Manthey Racing. 2008, 2007, 2006. I could go on, but I better stop because that's all of their wins. But a remarkable run. But it's the fact that's over 2 decades. And if they're not winning it, they're very close to the front of the field. They really are always in the mix.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 188 and 189, which is the Dottinger Her. I think that is, it's just intervention vehicles coming back, so that's fine. I just wonder why that was up there, but that's all that is.
Now, one car that has shown great pace, but it's only down in 10th place, is the number 27 Lamborghini, Red Bull Team Abt. But that was a car that was suspected, I don't think we were on at the time, I think it was John and Peter Mackay, that had to come the back way into the pits, and there was a suggestion that perhaps they hadn't quite put enough fuel in. Good for 7 and a bit laps, because it did 7 laps, then the Grand Prix loop and came in the back way, but whatever it was, that cost it a degree of time. The car's shown plenty of pace in qualifying notably, but at the moment Jordan Pepper, he's got 66 laps on the board. The race leading car from Manthey has got 67. Very hard to claw back a lap, but I do think that's a car that could get to the top 6. But as we say, it just takes one moment in the race for you to be propelled forward, or quite the reverse.
Well, exactly, and you said the inverse is so. I remember the very first race I did with you on this, with what was then the last race of the VLN series, as it was called then, in October 2019. And I remember a phrase you used at the time, which stuck with me ever since, and the Nordschleife, it's giveth and it taketh away. And I thought it's very, very apposite then, and it's never failed to be proven true. And the other thing you always said is that you can have weather, you can have different manufacturers, you can have different teams of experience and drivers and whatever. He said, but only one thing ever really wins: the Nordschleife.
A pause to appreciate that. That, you know, it is magical, but also I'm sort of caught in the moment now. The day is not far away. Of course, the night is short. It's this point in Northern Europe, at this point in the year, the shortest night of the year, just around 8 hours, giving us 16 hours of daylight. But I love the period of transition. I love it more in the morning than the evening. The evening, you know, it's a face full of sun, the driver feels a bit tired. Now they're completely knackered, but it's that sort of uplift. It's the day is coming. The day is coming. And so many 24-hour races across, you know, it's been a century since Le Mans started its 24-hour race format. And for so many of those decades, it was getting through the night, getting deep into the morning. Hey, we've still got all the wheels on the car, you know. But now we expect mechanical reliability. There could be a gremlin that comes here or there, but we expect it from these top-class cars. In fact, almost all the classes of cars in this multi-class field, you do expect reliability. Maybe slightly less so in some of the cars that aren't prepared with such an enormous budget, but there's still something magical about getting through the night. We've chalked that off. Commentators are alike, you know, suddenly you've got this ability to see a little bit more and pick up some of the nuances, because certainly some of the almost like bomb blast scenes you get in the night when the headlights of a car coming through pick up a car that's somewhere it shouldn't be. It's across the track, and how much gravel was thrown across there? Is that someone's rear wing lying in the middle of the road, so on and so forth? But suddenly gaining this power to just see a little more. And from your point of view, when you competed in races like this, Snowy, getting through the night, you're going to be knackered come what may, but does it give you a fillip, getting light?
100%. You've actually, just hearing you talk about it and seeing how animated you are from a commentary point of view, describing it so eloquently, it's actually triggered something in my part. I've forgotten about just how wonderful a time that is, and I've been very, very privileged to do a number of 24-hour races, the most of which have been at Spa. Done this one, but Spa is something about it, and just seeing now that skyline that But Bruce has even taken photographs of it, taking screenshots of it because it's such a good colour. It rejuvenates you. You're absolutely right. You're tired. You've done the night. You've got through it. It's not an ordeal. It's not a chore, but you get through it. And that's exactly the description. You just get on with it. You get through it. But there is that fillip. There is that rejuvenation of, and if you get to do the dawn stint, it's suddenly it seems cooler, fresher. It's possibly just perception, but you suddenly feel it's the dawning of a day. It's a new bit. We're here still. There's hope. We've got through something like, you've got through well over half of the race, probably a little bit more, depending on what time of year it's run and where it is. But you've suddenly got this now. Right, we're back onto it again now, and let's go. Let's get to the finish. It's 4 o'clock. It's it is only probably about 6 o'clock in the morning anyway. We're thinking, let's get to 4 o'clock this afternoon. And there is something about it. The mechanics don't feel the same, naturally, because they're fairly tired, to say the least. And depending on the level of your team, you may not always have teams of mechanic rotations of teams doing that. But it definitely has that effect where you feel a fresh burst of energy.
Answer this honestly now. How much of a helping hand is the smell of bacon?
Oh, definite, absolutely definite, because unless you're not a bacon eater, it has that effect anyway. They walk amongst us, but it's all part of that. It's that new day. It's that dawning. It's that. There is something about it. We said before that what do drivers want to do? We want to race. Driving a contemporary high-level racing car in an event like this at dawn, it's one of the best memories ever of just, I get to do this. You have to pinch yourself almost.
I think for a lot of drivers, almost the entirety of their career has been daylight driving. They've moved into GT cars and got the possibilities to do long-distance races, a whole different frame of reference, but it's endurance racing. Endurance is about endurance. It's about enduring the night, enduring, racing in the darkness. It's about how you cope with tiredness, how you fire yourself up if you're feeling a little bit low in terms of energy, and just mental acuity. But certainly, as the light is now starting to come, well, surprisingly, from the east, along the Dottinger Höhe towards the start-finish straight it comes, and it's coming back. So for a lot of teams, okay, right, what's lying ahead of us? Well, plenty more hours of racing. We've got 11 hours and 5 minutes, and that is going to have a lot of events happening in it. But we've just had I think it's a BMW, one of the production class cars, dropped out around the circuit. There's a sea of gravel around it. So we talk about little incidents, Snowy, that can come up and catch you out. That'll be that. Your eyes are tired. You come around a corner, suddenly, whoa, what are the cars doing up ahead? They're all backing off. Oh, what are we avoiding? Oh, yes, that car over there, there's a rescue vehicle. Oh, whoa, I'm on all the gravel that they've pitched off. And I think that was somewhere like Bergwerk that might be dropped. Again, I'll have to check on the screen which of the new yellow zones. That was quite an old one. There was one at Hurach most recently. Anyhow, clear-ups are coming.
Watching some fabulous onboard there of Augustus, and the number 98 BMW M4 Rover Racing entry, and the camera shot is just illustrating exactly that which you were just talking about a few moments ago, Bruce, as it went down through Foxhole and came out over the top, over the crest, and those two corners there. So there's always that bit of footage of cars having incidents there on tourist lap days, and it's super mega fast at the top of Foxhole, and it's you arrive and there's a little bit of, then there's that tighter part, and there's the sunlight, the purple hue, and it's reflected on the bonnet of the car, and I'm just sitting there thinking, I just wish I was out there. Much as I enjoy your company, but
no, I can tell you that. But yeah, who wouldn't be a mad person? This is a truly magical circuit, and I do hope some of our friends and colleagues will be watching this, so they've been watching it on and off since the start of the race, according to what they need to do over the course this weekend. But if you're watching it for a first time, I just hope you're finding the magic that we can see in this event, and also just have respect for all the course workers, all the marshals around here. They, you know, we talk a lot about the mechanics working the long hours in the pits, but for the marshals, they're out around the circuit, often not in such comfortable positions, often having to scurry out and rescue cars. Talking of which, there is a car beached at the side of the circuit, just trying to pick out the colours. It's 472. I think it is. It's nose on. It's a Cupra Leon. It is 472. Footing Roberts, Etz, Korn and Ewens.
Hatzenbach.
Okay, looks like it's driven off. It has electrical power. The lights are working, but sitting there slightly out of kilter with everyone else, sitting in 101st position. That number at the top of the windscreen will continue to rise, no doubt. There we are. At this point in the race, still more than 100 cars going. That really is accolade to all concerned.
So the intervention vehicle has now come to protect that. You're quite right. It's at Marshall Post 72 on Hatzenbach. It's pulled over to the right-hand side and tried to get itself behind the barrier. In fact, now it's got moving again. So it's got some power. As you said, it had electrical power. It's got moving again. The intervention vehicle there with its flashing lights on. It's continuing. This is not the intervention vehicle, but the actual car itself. The Cupra Leon. It is continuing down the grass and gently picking up a little speed. It looks like, Bruce, it's going to rejoin the circuit very carefully, just blending on very neatly. However, car number 677 is not
so much, is it?
That has significant front left damage for, this is the Henrik Seibel driven BMW M240i from number 677 from the cannily named M240i class. Who'd have thought? That's put a lot of gravel and debris onto the circuit, and I'm trying to just work out where that is. What did I say it was? I forgot which number I said it was now.
I can tell you the Seibel car is in front of my eyes, 677, and it's in the gravel. I thought it was bergwork, but that was under darkness of about 10 minutes ago. But it's amazing the light has really started to brighten up very quickly. But the drivers coming in will have the waved yellow flags to inform them just ahead of the scene of the accident. But once they get there, they'll be able to see the horrors of how much gravel is out on the track. But they've all been past it at least once now, so unless they're on an out lap, there should be no surprises. So we've very nearly got 13 hours on the clock, and just waiting to look at the latest intervals. Some of the fans are still getting a little bit of shut-eye, but it's the Manthey EMA Porsche leading quite comfortably, 40+ seconds from the Rover Racing BMW with Augusto Farfus at the wheel. David Pittard third for Walkenhorst Motorsport, and it has very nearly got to the point at which we hand over to the new day, the new crew. Oh, it's an old crew coming back again. Johnny Palmer will be at the helm, and it's over and out coming up very soon. Not from the fans, they've got plenty more gas in the tank, but from Peter Snowden and I. It's been a real hoot. We're not going to commentate for the remainder of the race. The day crews, two crews in situ, are going to be doing that, and they can greet their commentary session with a new code 60 zone. We can't offer them a red flag that they offered us earlier, but all ready to take over. And what I will remember from this stint in the race since the 4 o'clock start yesterday, so 13 hours ago, is the poise, the pace, the balance of the crew from Manthey EMA. So many wins across the past 2 decades in the Nürburgring 24 hours. They look as though they're going to do it all over again. So Johnny Palmer, we're handing over to you. Good luck.
And a great lap, Bruce, for Ayhancan Guven in the early part, because he's just gone quicker than the 911 Porsche Grello car has managed all race on the Grand Prix Strecker. So clearly hitting that part of the racetrack at a point where it's relatively quiet at 5 o'clock in the morning. Hello, everybody. If you're just joining us, maybe tuning back in, or you've been up all night, thanks for staying with it, because it's been a fascinating race ever since that red flag came out, and it was a bit frustrating as to when we might get going again because of a significant power failure in the pit lane. Ever since then, it's been a relentless speed, and actually not a beat missed by the Grello Porsche. Speaking of which, the Turkish driver Ayhancan Güven on a fast lap now at Flugplatz, about to head to the really quick left-hander at Schwedenkreuz. And because of one or two offset pit stops, it's a decent lead as well that this car has of over 2 minutes back to the 98 Augusto Farfus driven Rover Racing BMW. At certain segments through the hour, roughly an hour for a stint in a GT3 car, the 45 Ferrari can get a little bit closer. It's often up to second place, but that is off kilter with the rhythm of the other GT3s because of its early pit stop when they had a puncture. So that sent it slightly out of rhythm of, for instance, the 98 BMW, the 34 Aston Martin, which at the moment has David Pittard at the wheel for Valkenhorst Motorsport. But Joe Bradley and Ben Constanduras, we came back into our booth, and to be honest, I was expecting the Grello car still to be there or thereabouts. It has been a strong car since we came here well, to see the Thursday sessions. We've been here since, what, Tuesday evening. And it's been a good night for the Grello car. However, I've got to remind myself that there's still almost half the race still to go, 11 hours on the clock.
I was going to say, be careful, Johnny. Be careful where you're going with this. Yeah, very strong. I mean, not just a strong day or half a day. He's had a very strong week, and it's very, very hard to see anywhere when you look down that field as to who is strong enough to maybe take the challenge. However, like you say, Johnny, 11 hours to go, and this is a race of got so much depth to it, so many elements that you have to consider, and none more so than the jeopardy involved in getting a car around here. Certainly at the pace that we're seeing Anwar Güven taking this car around, he's absolutely not holding back, is it? He's still push, and that must be ominous if you're a competitor up against that sort of competition, Ben. It's just demoralising at times if you are chasing that car down, and there he is, green sector 1, green sector 2.
The Porsches have looked strong since the very beginning of the week. It's so much so that the BOP was slightly shifted against them for the start of this race. But when you've got a lineup like Preening, Estra, Güven, Patrick Pilet is supposed to be aboard that car, but for the moment we haven't seen Pilet actually do a stint in the car. Whether he will join in or not, it remains to be seen, because he was also entered for the 16 Porsche, which was one of our first, well, it was our first retirement because it retired before the start of the race. They have really not missed a beat, as you say. And whilst we've seen misfortune for others, they have just continued to press on. There are two cars, as Johnny mentioned. The Ferrari is off sequence, but also the Lamborghini number 27 of Jordan Pepper is off sequence. Just as we went to bed last night, they had an unscheduled drive shaft change, which only took them 7 minutes. But it's put them out of sequence and also put them at least a lap down. Of course, we don't have, usually, unless we have a red flag, we won't have a safety car to bunch everybody back up again. So the gaps that we see will need chipping away at rather than relying upon something drastic to completely close up. Now, we do have confirmation overnight that the reason for the red flag was a dodgy air conditioning unit, and the requirement of the power that so many garages needed that air conditioning. That's a very distinct possibility that could happen again today, because it's supposed to be another 2 degrees cooler. And as we know from our commentary position, the air conditioning systems around this circuit don't seem to work very well.
The thing is, Ben, we're told that a problem coping with the load from all of that system in the pit block has been looked at, and a problem was found, and a solution to that problem has been done. So whether that happens again, fingers crossed. We think that, or the organisers think that they've managed to identify exactly what was required. I'm not an electrician. I know nothing about that sort of thing, but I can say that I have every faith that that will not happen when the weather starts getting hotter. Forecast is 32 degrees. We had 29 degree highs yesterday. It certainly felt hotter than that. But this is what I mean, Ben and Johnny, about the jeopardy of this race. and it can all go wrong in the blink of an eye. Who was it that said last night? It can all go wrong very, very quickly.
All of us, pretty much.
Sebastian from Porsche.
Yes.
Actually, he said it's very, very early days, and you've got to be. And it's the nature of the track, isn't it?
And this is the time also where we're going to see mistakes. Don't discount human error in this race, because the track is so challenging and there's so much going on, and especially for some of these slower cars that are overtaking at certain parts of the circuit, certain categories, but then being overtaken by other categories, and they have to really keep their wits about them, whether they're looking in the mirrors or looking forward. And there it is so easy to turn into a corner without necessarily realising there's a GT3 up your inside and causing an accident. And we saw, riding on board with Archie Gubin there, the 175 Aston Martin turning in straight across the brows of the Porsche. And our GT3 guys need to be very, very aware that that's a distinct possibility at any given moment. And then you add the heat of the day in, so your fatigue and then the heat of the day. I can see a lot more human error creeping into this race than perhaps ever before.
That was Benja Hites, by the way, in the number 175 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, Chilean. And
why have we seen? He's been in a Ferrari.
He was with Grasser 2 years ago, and actually a champion in GT World Challenge Endurance at the silver grade level. Last year, still with Grasser, so I'm assuming that was a Lamborghini, was it?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, Lambo, number 63. So not much experience, presumably, of a front-engined Aston Martin, but it's some of the SP10 or mainly the SP10 cars that have caused the problem for Gubin on the same lap, because he almost stumbled across one of the Toyo tyres Supras, and that was the Pro Sport Aston Martin that they run in the SP10 category, or GT4. The other thing to spot, actually, at the sharp end of the field, you take the top 7 positions, they're all different marques, they're all different manufacturers, which is really quite phenomenal this far into the race. They might not be close to one another, but separated by, first to 7th position is 4 minutes, I reckon, through the last splits. 4 minutes and 12 seconds to cover all of those. And we're working lap 6 on the stint for Gubin. This is his 11th stint in the race, and therefore this lap and 3 more before the 911 Porsche will come in. Same for the BMW, same now for the Aston Martin number 34. But as you said, the Lamborghini should go an extra lap, and the same goes for the number 17 Mercedes, which is being driven by Michael Grenier, the Canadian, in 5th place.
Kevin Estre did 4 stints at the start of the restarted race. The data I have only starts when we restarted the race after the red flag. Kevin did 4 stints directly after that restart before handing over to Ian Chang Gubin for a double. That double began at 9:05 last night. So Gubin was in the car from 9:05 to 11:30. Praining then took over from 11:30 till 2 o'clock in the morning. Estre then did a double, and then Gubin back in. So thinking about our sleep strategy, Gubin's had a very similar sleep strategy to us, in that he was out the car at 11:30, we were out the booth at 10:30, but a little drive back to Centre Parks. Gubin back in the car at 4:20, we were back in the booth at 5. I'm not sure I would want to drive a GT3 car flat out with the amount of sleep I've just had.
You could barely hold your coffee. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you've got the nice cosy heat as well, your overall.
The sharpness of brain, I think, is where we trip up. I think it's phenomenal how these young, I mean, they're younger than we are, Ben, in fairness. And I remember the days when I perhaps could wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and actually be able to see, let alone function. I just want to digress from the front of the field. One of the fan favourites, certainly one of my favourites, was the Volkswagen Beetle RSR, the White Angel for Fly and Help is the name of the team. Now that car is currently running down the order. It's lost a lot of time, and it's currently running in 7th in the SP3T class. And one of the problems that the car has had was it wasn't getting its full quarter of fuel through the system for the car. We had a quote from Sebastian Ash at about 4:50 this morning, and after all the technical problems, I was able to run a full tank of fuel in one go for the first time this weekend. the car seems to be running really well now, and I was able to embarrass a few Cup Caymans at times. They're still lacking a bit of speed on the straights, but for now they can be happy that the Beetle is running better than it has ever done all weekend. So that's good news for the Beetle, and the fact that it's still running, albeit it's out of contention for a class podium perhaps, but it's still out there. It's just going through Kesselchen now. If you're listening out on the track and you're anywhere near that, or they run up beyond Kesselchen, then the little white Volkswagen Beetle RSR is heading your way.
Where is it in its class standings?
It's 7th.
Yeah, so it isn't.
Yeah, it's the fueling that's caused it. I mentioned it because I think it's a bit of a fan favourite along with the Dacia. It's a bit of a standout entry. That wish we had a few of them.
Dacia is ahead actually. The Dacia is in 114th position, whereas the Beetle in 123rd. And the Dacia is 6th in SP3T. So they're actually in the same class, those two.
So the Dacia is leading. Ahead of the
Volkswagen.
Ahead of the fan favourites.
The SP3T class is being headed by FK Performance Motorsport, the 310 machine. What's that one, Johnny?
Good question. I'm actually drawn to some yellow flags, and in fact a code 60 now at Kesselchen, which is very, very fast. And if someone's gone off there, go on, you found out?
Yeah. It's FK Performance Motorsport in a BMW M2 Racing. Listen to this for a lineup. It's got a Michael Brautigam, who I've not come across. Ugo de Wilde,
yes,
very well known, and as well as his father, who's a journalist. Ugo's been racing in GT World Challenge. Jens Klingmann, in that car, presumably as a works BMW driver still.
I think so, just about, yeah. Charles Wertz.
And Charles Wertz is in the car, who is the W, or his father is the W in WRT. So that's quite no wonder they're leading the class. That's quite a lineup.
That is.
And they've got a BMW M2 racing car to play with. So they are in the same class as a Beetle, a Dacia Logan. There's also a Hyundai Elantra N Cup car in that category.
Is that the 303?
Yeah, with two Korean drivers. The Mini Cooper's in there, and a Golf GTI TCR car that clearly doesn't fit the TCR regulations or some of the alternative fuel regulations. So that's an interesting group of cars to be racing against each other, and a particularly interesting class leader. Carry on. What were you? Did I introduce?
Just the fact that Kesselchen is restricted to 60 kph, and you don't often have a small incident at Kesselchen. Mainly because of the sheer speed coming out of Bergwerk and up the hill. So it's right at the end of section 6 of the lap.
I think we've got a car that is stranded out there. It's the number 70. That looks like it's ground to a halt.
70, being one of the two-digit numbers, might be... Oh, it's an SP7 car, running second in SP7.
It's a Black Falcon Porsche Cayman.
David Barst at the wheel, and has he connected with the barrier? I'm going to suggest yes, although we've not actually caught sight of the incident. Michael Grenier is a little way away from it in the number 17 Mercedes, just heading into the first of the double lefts at Metzgersfeld. Past the tyre wall where earlier in the week the 48 gold Porsche from Black Falcon ended up virtually underneath those tyres for Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. Down the hill. This is a real stint of responsibility, and I'm not talking about from a commentary perspective because they've chucked us 3 onto it, but when the sun rises at 5:21, in certain areas it's going to be right in your face, and you need not to be daunted by that. So it's interesting that Jan Guvin has been selected by the Grello squad. Augusto Farfus in the 98 car. Some of that's down to just the general cycle, but you don't always have to go with the established pattern. You can leave somebody out of the rotation and put them in at a later point. So the sun is starting to creep up now. It's more light than I was expecting at 5:15, considering we're not actually at official sunrise time yet, but you always get it in the ether before then through the trees it appears. So Bergwerk now for Grenier and about to head into this affected area.
This car has also been into the back of a Cupra Leon not long ago, noted down at 5:02 as we came on air. The 472 machine, which is Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport, was the car that connected with the 17. I'm presuming this was at Hatzenbach. The Mercedes carried on. The Cupra Leon stopped briefly, so I'm presuming that Mercedes was into the back of the Cupra, and potentially therefore incident will be investigated, and there could be a penalty coming the way of this machine, which sits in 5th position overall.
I think Grenier's kind of a difference of opinion as to what is 60 kilometres an hour there. Came up behind the BMW, couldn't quite identify that through Kesselchen, and he came up and closed, even though he backed off and what he thought was 60 k's, the BMW thought not. I think the BMW looked like it was doing about 40.
But don't forget,
comparison.
as we spoke about yesterday, the GT3 car, you've got a button and a switch.
Yes.
So many other cars don't.
Well, that's a BMW. It looked like a 240i, and they've got a lot of kit gizmos on there. And I would be surprised.
They might.
They've got a very advanced management system on there. I'm not sure they have a button because it's a production-based car. So the information that the driver will have in gear, revs, that's your 60 kilometres an hour, easy to work out. It's a production-based car, Ben, so I doubt very much it's got a button that will go onto a speed limit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
In the GT3 car, you have a switch for 60, a switch for 80, which is the red flag pit speed limit, and also the pit lane speed limit, I think, 80, and then 120 for those areas which you need. And you just switch the rotary and then press the limit button, and it takes you directly there. But there'll be so many other cars out there that will require your foot to do it, and that is where those little 1 or 2 kilometres an hour errors come in, and you then get some very impatient GT3 cars.
The problem for Grenier there just then was that he went through the code 60 at Kesselchen, and then just as soon as he left, got by that BMW, the code 60 cleared, and it's now green. So that's going to massively benefit the chasing Ferrari, number 45, that can go through Kesselchen and Klostertal at top speed. So that gap will have come down. Now there's a drama for Michael Grenier, well, not for him himself, but he's going through another caution area at Flansgarten, and whilst he's going at 60 kilometres per hour, the Ferrari is able to catch up potentially a little bit more as well. They're doing some repair work as that BMW that Bruce and Snowy were talking about at about 5 to 5 is still being craned onto a flatbed from the gravel trap. That was the 677 BMW from memory, which is the M240i entry, nameless team for Seibel, who had quite a bit of damage on the front left corner of that BMW.
Talking of BMWs, imagine this. We've got 4 drivers in the only BMW in the SP9 field, the 98. Augusto Farfus started that car in this particular stint. Kelvin van der Linde has only done a double stint so far in that car. Outside of that, Farfus has done quite a lot. So Farfus did 3 stints, including the red flag time. Then it was Kelvin van der Linde. Then Rafael Marcialo did a double. Jesse Krohn got into the car for the first time at half midnight.
Wow.
Bang in the middle of the darkness, and did the full stint, a double in the darkness, and now is handed back to Augusto Farfus. Farfus having a nice long sleep because he hadn't been in the car since he hadn't been in the car since the red flag.
And van der Linde's definitely have a nice long sleep. He's having a full night's sleep.
Yeah.
What time did van der Linde get out of the car?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. And I would suspect we are keeping the van der Linde powder dry for the charge to the flag.
Well, I think
we can use him a lot.
I think he's just got back into that car because they're in the... Actually, they're not yet pitting, are they? Unless my timing screen is behind. Have they just pitted?
I'm just looking for him now.
I don't think anyone's pitted.
No, but they must recently be due very soon.
No, he's not. According to mine, he's not in the pits.
No, oddly, there's a ticker article quoting Augusto Farfus and saying that Van der Linde's in the car. That was posted 3 minutes ago, and yet the timing screen says Farfus is still in the car.
That might be a driver ID issue then, if that's a quote from Farfus. He can't be giving us those quotes in the car.
Well, he's very, very talented.
Yes.
This will be an in-lap for the 98 BMW, though, as it will be for the 34 Aston Martin of David Pittard.
Yeah.
Whereas it's 2 more to go for Guven. There's a fair shout that this could be a fastest lap of the race so far. I mean, now, mind you, because of that caution at Flansgarden, it's not going to be possible for the 911. But Guven's just done the best to this point. Sector 3 time. Conditions are pretty much perfect now. Nice and cool. The air quality is about right for all of the normally aspirated engines, I would argue. Ferrari is twin turbocharged these days, but Porsche and which other car? The Lamborghini naturally aspirated still with its 5.2 litre V10 in the 28 car. But we are seeing bits of purple, Joe, here and there, including for Bortolotti again on the Grand Prix track, where the Lamborghini's been strong all week.
So that sector 3 is the Hatzenbach.
Yeah.
Coming out of, well, just before you come off the Grand Prix track, you then turn through the hairpin at Sabine Schmidt, and then out onto the Nordschleife. Now it's all the way to the Quiddelbacher Hole, which is just where you turn right after the rise, after you go over the big hump there. And a 62.8. When you look at the other sector times through that section, 63.3 from the Farfus BMW, 65.5 from Pittard in the Aston. I mean, I know there's factors of traffic, etc., coming into play, but that just shows that a purple sector time. Purple sector times mean the fastest time since we started. And here we are, 10.5 hours or so to go, and that push is still there.
And even better news for those that want to wake up is that we've got one single rolling yellow covering an intervention vehicle. Other than that, all code 60s are clear, and once that intervention vehicle gets itself back into position, he's on the Dottinger right now, we'll have a clean green racetrack with 114 drivers on track.
Air is cool, track is cool.
Oh yeah.
Golden morning hour.
Golden morning hour.
Red sky in the morning.
Isn't there another one? We call the golden hour in the evening.
In the evening, in the twilight.
And what's this? Is it golden hour again in the morning?
Tony Blackburn called it that, I think.
Oh, okay.
You need good memories for that, Joe.
Yeah.
Who's Tony Blackburn?
He's still out there. He's still doing it.
Is he?
Yeah. He's still on Radio 2.
Never.
Yeah.
8:15.2 from Bortolotti, which is right up there. Right up there.
That's a Foxhole code 60 that's just come in, so that's ruined anybody's attempt.
Oh, that's okay. No,
who's caused that then?
I say that's okay. This is all behind where Guven is. He's already gone through Foxhole.
Okay.
And he's not going to be coming in at the end of this lap. So I'll be very interested to know what sort of speed Guven and what sort of time Guven can do at the end of his 7th lap on the stint. So the number 44 Porsche has just done the fastest sector 7 of the whole race so far, and that is an in-lap for Dennis Marshall in the sister 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Remember, the 33 had that huge drama much earlier on in the race where it collected a spun car at the first corner, or the second corner at the Yokohama S. BMW off the road. So is this the issue at
it is
at the Foxhole? Well, it looks more like Adenauer Forst, actually. And there's also a big drama on the Dottinger Hohe with a car spewing tyre smoke, and that's surely because of a massive bent steering, or
it looks
it's
like
more than just a tyre going down.
I think that looks like the right front wheel is at its steering rod snapped, because that's pointing in over, that's towing in massively, so the tyre's scrubbing. The BMW M240i of Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Racing, car 651, is the car that destroyed Ben's idyllic environment here at the track. And as we've got, I'm not sure whether they are connected. So you've got damage to a front right on a, what number is that Porsche, Johnny? We've got a BMW off down the Foxhole. Just in fact, the car is just on the rise, actually, to Adenauer Forst. So it's as you come down through the compression from the Vauxhall, and then you go up the rise, and it's through the right-hander. That's where the cars come off, and it's gone off to driver's left. Be careful what you look for.
That video was on my Instagram last night. That exact same video of
Diving dog.
cats.
Oh, it's cats.
AI cats diving. How weird is that?
Very
How
limited.
much time have you got on your hands?
I wasn't searching for it. It
All
just
right.
appeared, and it's clearly just appeared on that.
Very limited splash on entry, I noticed. Impressive.
10 points.
We didn't get a fastest lap of the race, but Guven ran it close, 8:12.6. And the fastest lap so far is an 8:12.532. In fact, have we had identical... Oh, no, that was an 8:15.2 that's just been done by Bortolotti.
Yeah, that's his best lap of the race so far. So there is the opportunity, if you find the right timing, to improve your lap time. Farfus is due into the pits, isn't he? So he's not going to finish his lap.
And to answer your question about which Porsche was having the difficulties on the Dottinger Hoor, Joe, it's the
I've got it.
440.
Yeah.
And this is why. No, that's... Yes, that is the same car. He's attacked the arm coat.
That was a Galgenkopf, so the right-hand turn onto the Dottinger Hoor.
And unconnected to that BMW down at the... Because I thought...
That's not the same car.
440, it is. It's just a ride in the pit lane.
No, but the replay was of a blue and a white one, wasn't it? Not an orange one.
It was the right corner and Galgenkopf, which is... Oh, no, OK.
Yeah, it's a different incident.
That's
so
another
still there.
incident.
There's still a Porsche Cayman in the barrier at... I'm pretty sure that's Galgenkopf. Is that not the right-hander that takes you onto the Dottinger Hoor? It's tricky to tell from that particular angle.
Yeah, well, there's a yellow flag there, and the other yellow flag's at the Foxhole. So I think you're right, Johnny. You're very good at doing this without the app.
Yeah, I mean, I've got about 50-50 record going at this stage, but I'm impressed with that. Oh, and is that David Pittard? It's on Michelin's, isn't it? It is.
Yeah,
the only Michelin on Aston, the only Aston on Michelin's rather. Get it the right way round. So Pittard, who was running in third position, now hemorrhaging time at the carousel.
That's good. He's a long way round the lap then, whatever this issue is. About
to be, well, the Lamborghini from Renazzo Motorsport, which is an SP9 car, is able to unlap itself on David's number 34 car, slipping to, well, at least sixth place at this stage.
This is the last lap of his stint? I think it is.
Yeah, it's an in-lap.
So is this a running out of fuel thing?
Oh, good shout.
The problem is, this is a massively steep hill now, so if there's fuel starvation for whatever reason, it's got the hazard lights flashing. I was concerned it might be a puncture, but if it is fuel, is he going to get to the top of the hill at Hoor Act?
No, it's very steep there. If he is... I mean, it looks like he's still under power.
Yeah.
It's not like he's coasting. So he is coming back. He's kind of... looks like he's on some kind of slow-go mode. Maybe saving some... and he's pulled off.
Oh!
So he's pulled off to one of the gaps. He's going to be recovered. And that's such a tragedy.
This is the car that got the whack up the rear when we were the other side of the red flag in the first portion of the race. And presumably they did some repairs to the diffuser to straighten that out. This has got to be unconnected, but it's a slightly bizarre problem. I can't imagine that they've not put enough fuel into it.
That's quite a distance away from your fuel stop.
It is. I mean, it's in sector 7.
There we go, gets going again.
Good.
Control-Alt-Delete. Is it? Just simply a systems reset to get rid of that sensor that it was saying no. And
well, they might have put the car into some sort of limp.
Yeah, exactly.
And now he's cleared that and maybe able to get the car round to the pits. He's certainly moving faster than he was. Well, I say that completely
Still slow,
relatively, still slow.
Needs to get back to the pits, though, at least therefore they can work on the issue. It is the leading of the Aston Martins. The 35 has retired, if I remember correctly. We heard that overnight.
Pretty sure that's correct, yeah. So that one of the other cars from the Valkenhorst stable, 35, had been being driven by Soderstrom, which in the Pro-Am part of the entry. Still showing us 70th place and somewhere around the lap, but that could well have been where it retired and then was taken back to the paddock.
I just want to take us back to what Ben was saying about bringing yourself out of and getting into a car, waking yourself up, getting into a car, and the human element becoming a factor. And we've seen that orange Porsche with bent steering. We've seen this car go off. Not sure what the cause there is, but it could be the human element creeping in. And both of those cars, not with team names associated with the car number. That's just an entry. A group of drivers that have entered that car. They haven't even got a team with a name over the door. And it may be that we're seeing amateur drivers who are not really up to speed with getting up in the middle of the night or getting up early morning and jumping in and being able to see. I'm saying that because that did look like human error.
Although, I just wonder whether, when that came and spun and hit the barrier, it looked like the 440 car, which was also suffered damage, was the next car through. So have they tangled somehow, or did one, as the first one was spinning on its own, was there then a tag? I'd just like to revisit that image from Galgenkopf to work out precisely how the 440 has got the damage on the front right corner and was then limping down the Dottingerhohe.
David Pittard's progress just come through Schwalben-Schwanz. He's almost at the sweeping right-hander at Galgenkopf, which will then bring him onto the Dottingerhohe, which is virtually home when you're at the Dottingerhohe. It is extremely long, but he is still moving, and he's still moving very slowly. So, like Johnny says, hemorrhaging time in the number 34.
This will be an in-lap for the top 3 GT3 cars, for Guven in the 911 Porsche, for Luca Engstler in the 28 at Sportsline Lamborghini, and Michael Grenier's number 17 Mercedes. But there's actually 4 or so minutes separating those top 3 cars, and then about 15 seconds behind is the 45 Ferrari, which should be cycled to second place in this pit stop sequence. Don't think it's going to be any better for the 45 Realize Condo racing car, as in not likely to lead the race, but be back to its usual second position towards the end of its stint. It's only 4 laps in to what should be 8 laps on the 12th stint for Ferrari number 45.
So Farfus has handed over to Van der Linde, and they've now dropped to 5th position, having had their latest stop. But remember, they're slightly off sequence. They are about 4 laps earlier than our leading 3, on the same strategy as the Ferrari. But the leading 3 cars have done 8 pit stops. The Ferrari and BMW have done, and I say the Ferrari and the BMW because there are only one of each. They've all done 9. Guven now comes into the pits, and that is him due a stop. So actually, we are due Guven, we are due Engstler, we are due Grenier, which means they're not actually separated by that many laps now. And I think Chan will be getting out of this.
Yeah, he will,
having done a double.
So is this the point that we see Patrick Pilet? Actually, looking at the roof of the car, there's only 3 names on that. So even though Pilet had been announced as a 4th driver, I'm not sure we were expecting to see him drive.
It was a very, very late entry, Johnny.
Yeah, but
they haven't got the decal to put on the car.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's Manti, of course they have.
Yeah,
or they will have done it in a marker pen. That wouldn't have looked particularly professional. But I just wonder, with Pilet actually labelled against 2 cars, the crashed 16 didn't even take the start, the Scherer Sport car. Did that mean that the guys at Grello had a discussion and said, you know what, we might want to simplify matters and only go with the 3?
He's going nowhere. It's Hanjan Guven. We'll see his name right one time.
So he's going to do a triple then?
Yeah, he's staying in that car.
I wonder whether that Pilet was like the super sub.
Yeah.
Sort of a floating super sub that will call up if we need you because one of our other drivers has got ill. But we're not actually necessarily going to use you throughout the 24 hours if everything goes right. But you wouldn't be able to bring in a super sub if they weren't on the entry. So he's sort of on the entry just in case.
Yes. I mean, if you consider that lap into the pits, that in lap, Sector 1, it's miles away. It's still 25 kilometres away from that pit stop. 39.7 is purple. That's the fastest we're seeing anyone go through Sector 1, which is half of the Grand Prix track, down towards the Goodyear hairpin.
Is this another smoking Cayman?
Yeah, no, that's a Cup car, I think. 911 going down into the foxhole. It looks a little bit like a Cup 2 car, maybe.
That's a long way around to be limping your car back.
Looks suspiciously like it might have been in the barrier just after Schwedenkreuz, but we haven't seen the incident. The double-waved yellows are now following that stricken car around.
Well, there is a code 60 zone at Schwabenschwanz. Oh,
Pittar's not made it back to the pits, but I think he's very, very close.
He is very close.
Is that... Yeah, that's Hohenrhein, so the final corner of the racetrack. And the pit lane entry is not the one he's trying to find. That's actually used for the tourist laps. So that's the end of the Nordschleife track itself. But he's not quite made the connecting road. Managed to restart it again, though. Wheel spinning the Michelin tyres. And it's a matter of meters. There are the headlights appearing now for David Pittard. So at least he'll reach the pit lane. Can the team work out precisely what's wrong, though?
I wonder if he was considering pushing that, because he could see the pit lane entry, couldn't he, from where he'd stopped. And the worry is, what caused the car to stop? Was it David that stopped the car for another control or delete reset? Or did the car stop itself? Because that's quite ominous, bringing the car into the pits now. The 34 Aston Martin pulling up to its pit garage. The trolley jacks come out. The air jacks go up. They slip the trolleys. Yeah, the skates go underneath. They drop the jacks onto the skates. The car can then be manoeuvred very, very simply to an angle. Not taking it into the garage, are they?
Yeah.
Yes, they are. That's always a bad sign.
I think they've got to, haven't they? They've got to plug the computer in, clear any faults, and work out what the problem is. But that proves that it wasn't a lack of fuel, for sure.
Yeah, peering into the engine area, pointing at things in that engine bay without plugging any kind of laptop in to see what sensor it was to tell them what area of the engine performance is the problem. But that's sort of the initial reaction to that car coming into the pits, bonnet of the car off, and then straight at the engine area of the car. That's quite ominous, isn't it?
Still can't work out which of the Porsches was slow into Foxhole and Adenauer Forst, but I'm just concerned that it might be one of the front runners within the Cup 2 division. We'll try and get eyes on that a little bit later on in the lap. There's also something happening now at Exmüller, which is further around the corner, not far away from Bergwerk, and then that fast run through Kesselchen. That is unrelated, I'm going to say, so something else has happened now at Exmüller.
Yeah, no cars there.
Okay.
There is an intervention vehicle running through that area, so maybe it's just to cover off the movement of the intervention vehicle, which could also have... we see the intervention vehicle, but it could also have a truck in front of it carrying barrier repairs, for instance. It's covering off something else. And that's why it's a code 60, because there's a bigger vehicle in front of the intervention vehicle.
It's that intervention vehicle is now heading very, very quickly towards Bergwerk, so out of that Exmüller area of the track, but the code 60s remain.
For the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
But there isn't a car over there, so maybe the barrier is the bit that needed to be fixed over there.
Well, we did, that might be the area of the track what we saw that car go off, the Porsche, in a cloud of dust, wasn't it? It didn't look like it contact with the barrier
that
massively.
Hard. No.
Yeah.
Nick Selewski's Mühlner Motorsport Cup 2 car, which is the 918, has just done a very long fifth sector, as in nearly 4 minutes, where ordinarily it would take you just over 2. So clearly the Mühlner Motorsport car, running second in Cup 2, has had a bit of a drama in that part of the racetrack. That sector 5 is from the entrance of Schwedenkreuz to just after Adenauer Forst, which is precisely where we saw a Porsche moving slowly with a lot of tyre rub. So I'll concerningly look at... No, it looks like that car's has that car picked up speed? No, it's definitely going slowly. So this is high drama now for the 918 Mühlner Motorsport car, trying to stick with the class leader, which is the 948 Porsche Cup car, which was on pole position, you might remember, the 48 Loesch Motorsport by Black Falcon. And its nearest rival, so Nick Zalewski, Tim Scheerbart, Martin Rumps in that car as well. But the 918 from Mühlner Motorsport, based just up the road from Stavolo at Spa, is touring its way around.
Yeah, it's a good spot, Johnny. It's just heading up to the carousel now. So still got a lot of this track to get around before we can get that car back to the pits. As that is the number 17 you can hear in the background, the Mercedes, the purple one. Grenier is staying at the wheel by the looks of that as well. So we are seeing triple stints and the like.
A suggestion from the IGTC Championship that last night was the golden hour, this morning is morning glory.
We'll accept that.
Ooh,
What's a red sky in the morning a warning of? Is it red sky in the morning, Shepherd's warning?
Yeah, shepherds don't like that.
Yeah, why?
Because it carries rain.
Ah.
Whereas it doesn't, red sky at night,
Shepherd's
they're
delight.
happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rapper's Delight, maybe.
I've never actually asked a shepherd, but apparently...
I don't know any shepherds. Do you know a shepherd?
No, I do know a shepherd.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do know a
Well,
shepherd.
you live in the countryside,
In
don't
the
you?
mountains, yeah, there's shepherds all over the place. The Ferrari could be on for a nice lap.
That was very nearly an anecdote.
There's your...
Yeah, here's the Mühlner car.
It's definitely lost more than just a whole wheel missing now.
That looks like he's got the back end of that car has dropped.
Rear right is down, yeah.
Whether or not it's a puncture, that's worn the carcass of the tyre when he's running on the rim.
How close?
Not hanging about, though, is he?
How close? Well, no, because there's a class to win here, and unfortunately, with the 948 car running first, yeah, that's doing quite a lot of damage now to Tim Zalewski's car. How close then is the 901 running third in Cup 2 for Patrick Gruter, Fabio Grosser?
He's on the rim. He's on the rim. It looks worse than it is.
Okay.
That rim will take ages to wear out. If he keeps at that kind of pace, if he goes any quicker, then you are risking damaging and smashing the rim, and then you end up damaging the car. I think the worst that can happen is the carcass of the tyre can start flailing around. Well, he's lost that bit, and he's just purely... I don't think there's any rubber on that rim left. He's purely on the rim. You wouldn't do this with your road car, for sure. If this happens on the road and you have a Porsche 911, please just pull in and call the recovery service. Don't try and get back to the pits on your rims.
You might keep saying it's definitely been in the wall. Look at the door mirror. The mirror's been wiped off as well. So did it fall off the road at Schwedenkreuz? Because so often you can push quite hard through that very fast left-hander in Sector 5, just into Sector 5, and then swipe the car down the Armco barrier on the right-hand side just before you get to Arenberg. Could have happened anywhere, of course, from Hatzenbach through Kittelbacher Hohe, Hocheichen maybe. But this is a long portion of the lap that's been affected for Nick Zalewski, and it's going to turn the narrative within Cup 2. Cup 2 is a heavily restricted, as in tyres. Everyone has to run in Michelins. You have to have a 992 iteration of Porsche Cup car. We work out precisely where it's gone off the road. The incident's already happened at this stage because the door mirror has been wiped off there as well.
And that smoke's completely unrelated. I think that's someone cooking sausages for breakfast.
Breakfast, yeah.
In the campsite.
But it was smoking initially, which means initially the carcass hadn't quite loosened itself off. And unfortunately here, we've got Ayhan Guven, the leader, stuck behind it in a code 60 area unrelated to the Porsche.
That's up at the Kleiner Carousel. Towards the end of the lap, they're heading towards that part of Galgenkopf, just heading up the hill. Now the slow zone should end very, very soon here. They're just about to... There's the code 60 flag on the left. The next flag they see should be green. And we'll see Guven get on with it. There's the green flag.
Fair play to Nick Zalewski. He's still doing 60 kilometres per hour on 3 tyres.
Yes, he is. Or was he? Because we couldn't really tell there, Johnny.
Well, If he wasn't, then Guven is within his rights to overtake that car to say, well, it's not up to full speed. But I actually think that Guven was on the limiter. You know, you press a button when you go into a code 60 and the car should sort that out. And he was going about the same speed as the Cup car up ahead, which is pretty badly damaged.
So down the Dottinger Horn now.
What a sight
car
that is,
in. It is, isn't it? Beautiful. Beautiful part of the day. Very lucky, those drivers, to be out there at this point of sunrise. The sun is going to be tricky, though, soon, Johnny. It's going to be right in their eye line. Half on the grass. Look at that. He's brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Genius.
Heads up driving.
Put half of the car so that you're not wearing the rim out anymore on the tarmac. So put it on the grass. Still do not do this at home, everybody.
Yeah, but the Tyre Fitters is just around the corner, Joe. We can make it. We can make it. It's just a couple of minutes away.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've done it myself.
Get all your passengers. Nick's not got any, but get all your passengers to sit in the left-hand side of the car. Put all the weight that side. And the wheel's going to get changed anyway. Zalewski constantly glued to the mirror. Of course, a mirror that's not there anymore.
Yes.
Oh, I can't see anything. Oh, yeah, because that mirror's not there. So they're presumably going to have to replace the door as well if they've got a spare door.
Clever.
That tends to be how you replace a mirror these days.
Really? The whole door?
Just take the door off.
It's easier.
It's quicker.
Oh, wouldn't be doing that on my Land Rover.
Yeah.
I do a mirror a season on my Land Rover.
After I don't. Collection of doors in the garage, wouldn't
Yeah, exactly.
Various states of repair. So he's coming through Tiergarten now. He's now back onto the tarmac, and I mean, that was very clever. If that was Zalewski's idea or his engineer has suggested that idea, whoever it was, either of them, brilliant idea. So he's made it back to the pits here. There is the pit entrance in his sights now. Pulls off to the right.
Mechanics are going to have to be a little careful with that rim because it's going to be very, very hot and sharp.
Yeah. Shards of alloy.
Magnesium?
I don't think they are. I mean, that's a very expensive wheel, magnesium. Remember when Super Tourers used to run magnesium wheels, and they were a fortune.
Well, Noah Nagelsdijk in the 948 car is now in a huge lead for Cup 2. It was really only the 918 car that was the other one in the fight. So much so that Zalewski's still in second place.
Yeah.
901 hasn't managed to get ahead yet of who's driving that, Fabio Grosser. I would imagine Grosser can now get into second position, but any hope of catching 948 from Loesch Motorsport surely has gone within normally a very closely contested Cup 2 car. Is this how it happened?
Hey.
It was actually at Hatzenbach, and there's the thump just out of frame. So it's whacked the Armco barrier, maybe the tyre.
Carried on.
Just carried on.
Yeah, it didn't spin, didn't seem to disturb his rhythm too much. He's just like a grind on a skateboard. It's gone down the barrier and then carried on, but unfortunately the tyre coming off the rim, but coming off the rim cleanly. That's important too.
Some news coming in on the 34, the Volkenhorst Aston Martin has had to retire. We just saw there David Pittard dragging the car, getting the car finally to the pits, and a repair of whatever the problem was, it seems impossible, so the car has been retired.
That was Aston's best chance of getting maybe a podium. Felt like possibly the race win was already slipping through their fingers, but I know lots of fans will have been cheering the Michelin Shard Vantage on. There are still Aston Martins in the race, but we're left with a Porsche leading. The Ferrari is back up to second purely because of its out of sync pit stopping after that tyre going down very early on in the race. And ever since then, even though it's been doing 8-lap stints, it's been off rhythm from the race-leading Porsche and the BMW that currently sits in third from Rover Racing.
Very interestingly, the third place Cup 2 car that we just mentioned, that actually is now also come into the pit. So the number 901 was having a great race with the alternative fueled Porsche 911 Cup car of Max Cruz Racing, the 644. So same car, but running a different biofuel, or I think it's bioethanol in that car, and they were having a good little battle. That car, that alternative fuels car now, is up to second if it was in the Cup 2 class. And effectively it is the same car, so it could be it's the fuel that makes the difference.
Yeah.
They are really very much part of the back end of SP9 as well.
We've got another slow-moving car. This is the Porsche Cayman GTS car, number 918. Is that the number on the car? Yes.
I think it was a
410.
Yeah.
410. It's got a puncture, another puncture, this time on the front left, as far as I can see. David Ackerman is the driver at the wheel, and he's just come through Brunchen now, heading towards the Flansgarten, and he's limping it at speed.
When you say puncture, I imagine whole in tyre.
The carcass has come off, actually.
Yeah, exactly, completely.
Yeah.
Tyre failure.
The tyre's gone. Whatever's deflated the tyre is irrelevant now because it's gone.
Good morning. If it's time to wake up where you are, 5:51.
Oh, goodness, what a night that was. Can you remember anything? No.
No, not even sure what his name is,
Do
probably.
I have to get up?
Well, he doesn't. He just needs to continue to roll down the bank where the barbecue is at the bottom and a fresh bacon sandwich, perhaps. That'll sort him out.
Tremendous atmosphere overnight, isn't it? They've spent... A lot of those parties have been going since Wednesday, haven't they? And they've been... I wonder if you could put a figure on how much German beer is consumed. I mean, they're good at it, the Germans, aren't they?
Oh, true, yeah. Statistics like that.
Football and beer drinking is something we can compete with, I think.
I mean, be hundreds of thousands of litres, surely.
Yeah, it's got to be.
And also, being the shortest night, in the campsites, they would have gone to bed the latest they would ever have done because it was the latest sunset. And it's pretty much fully bright already, and it's not even 6 o'clock. So
I'm not sure
they'll all be waking up.
I'm not sure that the darkness was the deciding factor.
Well, yeah, that's a good
how
point.
much beer we have left. They might not have even been to bed yet. It looks like they'd just fallen down where they were. And now can't even walk. He rolled down the hill rather than walk down it. Yeah, great. It's a completely different atmosphere here than, say, what we're going to see next week at Spa and what we saw last weekend. It's a unique atmosphere.
Frightfully sensible, those two races in comparison.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, it mirrors the sort of the madness of what happens on track, really.
Yes.
You know, the Nürburgring is just a different circuit altogether to Le Mans, Spa. The racing is mad because you've got a Dacia Logan on the same track as a GT3 car. And the campsites mirror the madness. It's all relatively sensible if you go to the campsites these days at Le Mans.
And a track that is pretty much a tunnel of Armco.
Yes.
Yeah, there's an element of unruliness to this race, isn't there? It's a bit more robust, perhaps.
There's a bit more German rock as well.
There's a lot
Yes.
more. There's a lot more.
Scream and shouty rock as well. I don't even get it.
But also, when you walk along the Hatzenbach from one sound system to the other, the join is almost seamless. You hear one tune and then bang, you're into the next one, and you couldn't really work out where it changed, but it's like the snap of a finger.
It's a lesson in the science and the physics of sound, Johnny.
Yeah.
Where they're each blocking each other and they create a barrier, and you walk through that sound barrier and into another bit of shouty German rock.
Yeah, it's a sound wave off.
If it was different styles of music representing these three different races, this would be German rock.
Yeah.
The Spa 24 Hours would be electro house.
Okay.
Because we always have electro DJs at midnight at Spa. Le Mans, I'm going to go with soft pop.
No, I'm going to go with a bit of Tchaikovsky, mate.
Oh, you go classic,
yeah, a
are
bit
you?
refined, got a lot of history.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Been going for, since 1923.
Spa 24 Hours has been going a long time as well.
Yeah, not quite as long, though, so... All right, then.
Should we say, as it's French, should we say someone like Claude Debussy?
Ooh, nice.
I like that. I like that.
Whipping out your Debussy at 5 in the morning.
Like a Giselle Ballet, or this is a heavy rock concert.
That is just like the music on Hatzenbach, all night and probably all morning long.
I never
The helicopter pilots are being utilised well, though, with the sun in the sky, and this golden look to everything, including the bridge at Antonius Bucher.
Fun fact for you, which I learnt a few years ago, and I imagine still applies. We have a plane that circles above the Nordschleife to relay the onboard camera signals to our truck to then be able to show you and to stream online. Those planes have got a capacity of 6 hours worth of fuel.
Oh, wow.
There are 2 of them. They're both based in Liège. Actually, they're based, the helicopters and planes are based at the airport, which is about 5 k's from Spa.
Yeah.
And the company that it specialises in this system is based there. So the planes have a capacity of 6 hours. Therefore, they overlap the last half an hour of their stint with 2 planes. So you'll get one plane circling around the above the circuit. The other one will join 5.5 hours to allow that second plane to go off and refuel. And the signal from all of the onboard cameras, both on the cars but also on the helicopters, bounce from car to plane and then back to the truck and then onto your screens. And it's exactly the same system that's used in the World Rally Championship.
Oh, yeah.
And it's exactly the same system that's used in the Tour de France and all of those long-distance cycle races, whereby you have RF cameras, so radio frequency cameras, on the back of motorbikes. Of course, they can't be cabled to a truck when they're doing 200 kilometres. But 5.5 hours worth a stint for the plane. And if you are one of those people that have flight radar, you can go and find the plane.
Flying in a circle.
Literally flying in a circle, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Whereas when you track a World Rally Championship day, it flies in a circle around one stage, then moves to the next, then moves to the next. This one, it almost looks like it is just doing a circle.
Right.
Such is the frequency able to bounce around now. It doesn't have to move from one part of the track to the other. Go and have a look. Flight radar,
That's
24.
Good. That's good information, Ben. I never knew that.
Yeah.
After all these years, that was brand new information.
I'm sure I told you 3 years ago.
You possibly did.
Caught a glimpse of. He's full of interesting facts.
He is. He's good for insomnia as well.
Bombarding them with to us the other night down the pizzeria as well. The 110 of Naoya Gamu, which is the Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing Supra, has just been lapped by Ayanchin Guven. And also I noticed the Bulldog Racing Mini at very close quarters to Grello as that car crossed the road bridge. Now, though, Kittelbacher Hoor, Flugplatz and the swing left en route to Schwedenkreuz for the Turkish driver, who continues to lead this race by 46 seconds. That gap is sort of falsely closer than it might be on the balance of play because of where the Ferrari is in its pit stop cycle. So Ferrari should be on an in-lap now for who's at the wheel of that 45 Kondo car, the Realised Kondo Racing. It's Felipe Fernandez Larza driving that, and it has just begun its final lap on the stint. Times are still pretty good on the Grand Prix track. For instance, Kelvin van der Linde's just done the quickest first sector of the race so far for the 98 BMW, so a personal best there. Was this a bit of a delay for Fernandez Larza? Oh, yeah, he had to take to the grass at Hatson back and then thought, no, that's a bad idea, let's go over to the right, but he was nearly being overlapped by one of the BMWs, one of the G82 BMWs, which tend to run in SP8T. I think there is one, there is one in SP10. In fact, the class leader in SP10 is one of the M4 GT4s for 187. So currently at the wheel of that is Nick Wustenhagen leading the GT4 part of the race.
Once again, Johnny, that was a massive example of just how easy and how quickly everything can turn to disaster.
Yeah.
These drivers out there making minute decisions in microseconds, having to deviate through the slower traffic and coming across hazards. A bit like a computer game, really. If somebody created a computer game like this race, the producers would say, I'm sorry, mate, that's just too unrealistic.
So another hour ticked off. We've got 10 to go in the 53rd edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. And think back to 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon with so many flares in the air horns blaring, and a very, very intense first start group. But Grello led them away, and Grello, now 14 hours in, continues to show that it is the strongest car to this point. You've got to still survive a huge chunk of the race, but promising for fans of the 911 is that it is the quickest car as well in terms of single lap speed. Ayanchin Guven setting that 8:12.532 many hours ago. Sadly, the number 1 Audi from Scherer Sport, which was the sole surviving car from that popular team that used to be Phoenix, is now out of contention as well, and they have been falling by the wayside, including recently the retirement of the number 34 Aston Martin. A spin earlier on for Alexei Veremenko in his number 8 Jutta Racing Audi as well. Hard into the wall for the GT4 Schnitzelalm Mercedes just before Adenauer Forst, which was the 110 Mercedes being driven, sorry, not 110, the sister Schnitzelalm car of 111 and Guido Wertz, who hit the metalwork pretty hard. And speaking of hitting something pretty hard, Julian Andlauer coming out of the Yokohama S as we were veering towards sunset, and a spin, actually some contact for the 94 Porsche, which meant it was facing entirely the wrong way. David Kiefer wanting to obey the marshal orders in terms of his rejoin, but he didn't get anywhere close to that before Julian Andlauer came round, was blinded by the light and slammed headlong into the stricken 94. 33 no longer in the mixture, quite obviously, as a result of that too. But Grello just continuing to not miss a beat. The highest placed of the Mustangs is now, where was that, 6th place that I just saw? Yeah, for Yusuf Ovega. And that is the pro offering from Haupt Racing Team. Dennis Fetzer, David Schumacher. In fact, both Ovegas are in that car, in their Pro-Am number 65 car. So Salman Ovega could well be in that car as we speak. A shrug of the shoulders from Mauro Engel. The number 14 Mercedes has slowly faded, the one in the Bilstein livery. Some rudimentary suspension adjustment, I think you might say, with the hammer giving it a good old whack before it is refitted. Meanwhile, the AM entered Aston Martin from Valkenhorst Motorsport. Looks like it is still circulating. That is the number 30 car of Henry Valkenhorst, Jörg Breuer, Stefan Aust and Christian Bollrat, all bronze racers. So they will be very much hoping to get to the end of the race. It is currently 40th, and Stefan Aust is at the wheel of that. We went through the darkness hours, and clearly reaching sunrise is a significant hurdle. Big dramas for Renato Motorsport and their 786 Lamborghini, which looked to be overheating in the deadness of night and spewing coolant. Thomas Much brought that in not too long ago. And Kevin Estre with a couple of scares, actually. A spun Cayman, an Aston Martin in the war, having to negotiate that under code 60. You never quite know what's around the next corner in this race. And we did expect 4 drivers to be cycled through the Grello car. Not yet seen Patrick Pilet. Is he just in reserve should he be needed? Maybe the Grello crew at Manthey just don't want to disrupt the flow too much. 44 is the Falcon Motorsport surviving car. That's in 8th place right now in the hands of Maurice Schuring. And quite recently at Galgenkopf, the 982 Porsche Cayman losing it. Was there another Cayman involved with this? Because the damaged 440 is the next car through. I think they did get hooked up with one another, and that Cup 3 car in the fence for WNS Motorsport eventually was recovered. So we're at daylight. Beautiful scene here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Grello continues to lead, nearly 4 laps in. Well, just beginning his 4th lap is Ayanchin Guven, as the Ferrari from 2nd place is in the pits now. And this is what we expected. The Ferrari is cycled up to 2nd place, but then will lose time because it's on a different pit stop cycle. So Felipe Fernandez-Lars has brought that in. And at 6:05 Sunday morning, a good chance to catch up with the class leaders with Joe Bradley.
Thank you, Johnny. In 16th place overall is where we find our first Cup 2 entry. The Cup 2 class is predominantly the Porsche Cup spec cars. It's being led by the number 948, that's the 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon. AT2 class in 25th place overall. That's the number 644, the Max Cruz Racing entry. The first of the TCR class is in 28th place overall. That's the number 830. That's Hyundai Motorsport Target Competition car. SP8T, that's Team Bilstein by Black Falcon, car 150. They're in 29th overall. And then not far behind them in 31st place overall is the AT3 class leader. That's the number 19 Max Cruz Racing entry. SP10 is in 38th. That is the number 187, the FK Performance Motorsport. And then right behind them in 39th is the Cup 3 leader. That's the number 962, the WNS Motorsport entry. It's car 97, no team name, in 44th. That's the SP7 class leader. SP3T is in 55th. That's the 310 numbered FK Performance Motorsport. VT2 Hecker, that's in 65th place overall. And that's the number 500. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wales. Another of the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wales is the number 650, and that's right behind them, but this one's in the BMW M24i class. 69th is the V6 leader, that's car 414, no team name. And then in 79th place overall, the VT2 front, that's the number 471, the Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport. Another of the Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan Wales, this is car 444, they're in V5, and they are leading that class in 80th. And then the last of our class rundown, the SP4T, that is in 82nd place overall, and it's the number 69, the KGL Auto Motor Club Saint-Vith, or Saint-Vith is the name of the team for that number 69.
And you mentioned in amongst those the 150 BMW, which is being driven by Manuel Metzger. This is also the Jimmy Broadbent car, which I know will have many fans of Jimmy and all that he does in virtual racing. But Manuel Metzger currently driving the Team Bilstein M4 GT4 Evo. The leader in SP8T. I think actually within the last hour we did have a change of lead with the McLaren out front for a little while overnight from Door Motorsport. And Timo Glock was due to drive this 59 car, but still, is he coming back from an injury, Timo Glock?
A routine operation.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you for the reminder. And therefore, they brought in Mike David Ortman to replace Glock, and Ortman's doing the driving right now. So second place for the 59 McLaren of Door Motorsport. Third in SP8T is the Gamu-driven Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing Supra, number 110, but it's Manuel Metzger who leads SP8T, and he's actually 27th overall, which is a decent run, considering we started the race, well, we started the weekend with 27 SP9 cars for starters.
There was a fun fact also from that car in the form of Volker Strajcek, who is the most successful class winner here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. I wanted to tell you more about that fact, but I think overnight, whilst other commentators have been in the box, they've tampered with our fact sheet because my fact sheet's disappeared. What? So all I remember is that he has the most class wins here at the Nordschleife for the 24 hours, but I can't tell you how many until I can find my fact sheet again.
What despicable behaviour from our colleagues. But it was the middle of the night, so maybe they can't be accountable for their actions. Bit of sleepwalking in our commentary booth. The McLaren's just been through the gravel, running second in SP8T, so that won't help its cause. And just ahead of it, kicking up the weeds, the number 17 Mercedes of Michael Grenier. So that car's fourth overall and has just put a lap on the McLaren of Door Motorsport. Good to have an Artura in the race, though. It's my understanding that when McLaren arrive in the hypercar category at Le Mans and at the World Endurance Championship, its engine is going to be loosely based on an Artura.
I mean, there's no way that an Artura trophy car has done this length of race before. Certainly in Creventic, we haven't had one.
No.
And therefore, it's designed to do 45-minute sprint races in a one-make trophy. So the fact that it's still going, and it is very fast. I've noticed somebody on socials pointing out how fast it was along the straight.
Well, you just
it's a good 10-15 kilometres an hour faster than a GT3 car.
Well, you saw how the direct comparison there, as it was staying with the Mercedes. Absolutely nothing in it, and it was through the corners that the Mercedes Aero was able to corner quicker than the little McLaren, but in a straight line, that car is like a firework. And like you say, Ben, they're not known for being able to be to last this sort of distance. We're inside of 10-hour mark to go, 10 hours of this race left, so still plenty of time as we've got a little bit of an excursion. Another look at the number 54 Porsche just going across the gravel trap. That's he's got away with that. Not quite sure where that was at. It was the Vidal chicane, I think.
Oh, and can get away with it.
No, nosing. No, that's a different car altogether. That's the number 80. That has come just at the Sabina Schmidt hairpin. That brings you out onto the Nordschleife. The car completely missing its braking, coming off the Grand Prix track and just nosing itself into the tyre barrier. Whether or not that car turned round and went straight back into the pits to check that damage, that would have been the sensible thing to do, but I'm not quite sure what happened to it.
Rainer Neufer, second in SP7, and haven't got a Sector 3 time for it yet, so it's not got as far as Kittelbacher Hohr. The problem is, he might have got a bit too far to do a U-turn, unless it does it via the Hyundai Curva, which is the hairpin bend on the Grand Prix track. So could have, I suppose, gone through the gravel to the safer area of that bit of track to the left, and that's actually the pit lane entry if you choose not to go onto Hatzenbach. If you do that, your current lap is effectively deleted, and you start from scratch again when you leave pit lane. But
it's worth it though, Johnny, if needs must.
Yeah, rather than doing the full, what'd that be, about 22, 23 kilometres?
Yes.
So maybe a bad idea with some damage perhaps to the cooling system now for Rainer Neufer. The tmracing.org Porsche 718 Cayman. SP7 used to be for the Carrera Cup class, but that's for slightly older Cup cars now, and clearly a Cayman can squeak into that category as well. SP7 is led by number 97, which many days ago was the car that was suffering from a binding brake. Do you remember that multicoloured 97 SP7 car that caught fire on the Grand Prix track with Julian Rea at the wheel?
Was that the hand-painted one?
No, that's a BMW, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was, yeah.
No, the 97 car...
Lap 1 of Q1.
Yes, and I thought, is that an engine fire? But it was all on one side.
Yes,
remember, the whole of the wheel arch was alight, and they did a lot of repair work. Well, they're getting their rewards at the moment because they're leading their category 14 hours in.
Look at this Lamborghini. It has no traffic around it whatsoever. There's over 110 cars still out on circuit, but none of them are anywhere near the Lamborghini we're following, which is a 986, 14th position. Thomas Mutsch aboard it right now, and he's having a lovely time of it. Does the clock show anything? No, not yet. But we are expecting lap times to start to tumble. Best lap time of the race for the Rover Racing BMW. Kelvin van der Linde does an 8:15.386 on his last lap. We are in morning glory or happy hour time, and it is a completely green racetrack as well. So we should see some times lighting up. The fastest lap of the race to, I think it was Kevin Estre at 8:12.532 right at the start of the race.
Sorry, Ben, every time you say we've got a full green track, something happens. And now we've got a car slowly going down the Dottinger Hoe. It's Ralph Shaw.
Not my fault.
In the number 97. It's funny though, there's definitely a connection there. Every time you mention fully green track, we get something happening, and that car looks like it's a rear puncture, Johnny.
This is the 97 I was just talking about that caught fire in qualifying 1. It's leading SP7, and I was saying they were getting the rewards for fixing the car, and it's now suffering from, let's hope not as serious an issue as struck it 4 days ago, but this is not helpful, as in the tyre going down is on the left-hand side, so he can't do a Tim Selewski and run part of it down the grass, because you'll be on the racing line, and all the other cars are being instructed, stay left, white flags being showed, overtaking is still permitted, because otherwise you'd be parked behind the 97 car, which is 44th overall.
Yeah, it looks like another example of the carcass of the tyre has just left it, and we're on the rim. Maybe got a little bit of inside edge of the tyre still there, creating the smoke, and just limping that car home. Maybe it was Johnny's fault that this car has encountered this, because he did mention it in good light. We're at the Tiergarten.
Oh, I see. You're just blaming everybody apart from yourself.
Well,
Joe.
I never mentioned it. I never mentioned green track, and I never mentioned the car. So yeah, I've got no responsibility whatsoever. He's keeping out of the way, just into the Tiergarten now.
Interestingly, Awega in the 65 Ford Mustang has just gone over the line to set its fastest lap of the race and the fastest lap in Pro-Am, but he would have almost certainly had to pass this car. Is this car not being covered by yellow flags? I don't think it is, actually.
Not yellows, it'll be white flags.
White flags.
So you don't actually have to slow down for a white flag. It's just a warning that either a slow race car or a slow intervention vehicle is ahead of you.
And if you're watching in the United States, the white flag has a different meaning here in Europe. The white flag means slow-moving vehicle. That can be a race car in the race or an intervention vehicle. And that's why you can see there the white flag's being flown, being waved as the car comes past the marshal's post. He's made it back to the pits, and hopefully, what the team will be hoping now, that he hasn't damaged any of those suspension parts. And even the wheel arch is important, the way that it channels air around the back of the car.
8 laps for Bortolotti, and that 27 Lamborghini comes back into the pits. Everyone seemed to be in our top cars anyway, running to schedule.
Now that wheel coming off looks like it's bent quite considerably. That's had contact. That has had contact with something. Probably well, I'm going to... Something hard.
Never.
He's hit something hard, Ben. Oh, they're happy with the suspension then. It's already got a bit of damage there on the rear quarter, because we've got a bit of tank tape there, a bit of gaffer tape.
Yeah, but not much more damage,
and round of applause, because the gaffer tape is that gaffer tape, or is that
I
the
reckon
decal?
So. Oh.
Well, commendable, because it's the same colour as the car.
And very neat.
I've really marked teams down if they've got different coloured gaffer tape to the bodywork colour of the car. But now they're going to have a lot of gaffer tape in that one, aren't you?
You need to have a lot of different colours.
Yes, this is what I mean. You've got to have a lot of selection of colours.
What I don't understand about that rim damage was it was quite a big kind of chunk, but there doesn't seem to be any damage to the bodywork of the car.
Well, it looked like a Pac-Man, didn't it?
And we've got another Milner Motorsport Porsche. This is a Cayman that's stopped with damage to the front left.
That looks like damage all the way down that left-hand side
so he's
there, doesn't it?
He's rubbed himself up against a tyre barrier somewhere.
Steam coming from that radiator just inside that the front left-hand side. There's a big duct there.
And this will be the 939, which is ninth in Cup 3. Just set its fastest lap of the race.
The 97 gets on with it. Just saw the wheel there. It looked like a Pac-Man as the mechanic drew.
Very nice rims. Shiny silver rims.
Perfect in this light.
Very retro, aren't they?
Yeah.
Love them.
So that's an issue now for both the first and the second place cars in SP7. The race leader, and I reckon that number 97 should retain its race lead as we go back to the 939 Milner Motorsport Cayman, which has Rüdiger Schicht driving it, sharing with Kay Schau, Franz Linden and Tommy Graberg. And as you say, Schicht has just done a very good lap.
Look how he's parked. It's got a leak in the front left corner of the Cayman, and it's leaking directly into a little drain. He's parked it perfectly.
Do you think he did that deliberately?
No.
No,
impossible.
Yeah, I know.
It's been right down the barrier, though. Tyre wall, probably, because the otherwise pristine Mühlner wrap, the blue and white, is now affected by that red
and I think the
rash down the side.
Yeah, the suspension's all facing the right direction. I think the problem there is the cooling and the leaking water. So he's pulled over because the temperatures have gone skyward and he can't keep it down.
Did we notice the the number 30 Volkenhorst Aston Martin come into the pits smoking from the rear end?
No.
We missed that one. That's a report that's just come in on the ticker. That was just 2 minutes ago, so that's pretty new information there.
Stefan Aust in the number 30 car, all bronze lineup. It's actually on our screen as an SP9 Pro-Am car, but that could easily be an AM entry. It did actually feature in top qualifying when Stefan Aust was put out there for what turned out to be a single lap and a chance to get the car as high up the grid as possible. Top qualifying was red flagged. It was then delayed to later in the day on Friday, and rather than 2 flying laps, everybody only got 1. To finish the point about SP7, so we've had the problem for number 97 and that tyre going down, and that was for Ralf Schaal. But remember also the 80 car that was second in SP7 nosing into the tyre wall at the end of the Grand Prix track after a problem for, now who did we put in that car? Rainer Neufer. And you and I, Joe, were speculating maybe Neufer might come into the pits via the extra entry route, but I reckon Neufer did actually continue. So there was a delay for the next sector, but he's been brave there, despite damage to the front of that car. The 80 car, completed the lap. It was 10 minutes and 15 seconds, and he didn't even come in the pits. So clearly the tap to the tyre wall was light enough to allow the tmracing.org car to carry on. Let's hope that doesn't bite later on in his stint.
Could be a very good lap here from the 65 Ford Mustang. Yusuf Uega driving the car and setting purple sectors in the middle part of the lap. He's past any slow zone, which is at Flansgarten, and he seems to have a very, very clear track ahead of him. Sitting in 5th position right now, but slightly out of sequence. The last lap was its best lap of the race, and I think he's going to go and improve once again.
Impressive pace here. Now, Yusuf Ovega is gold rated, whereas brother Salman is silver. So I'm going to suggest this is Yusuf at the wheel.
Yeah, okay. Graphic says Yusuf, yeah.
Okay, good. Yusuf actually down to drive 2 of these Mustangs because he's in the Pro car as well, which is the number 64 car, whereas this is the 65. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
65, yeah.
And this is the one that he shares with David Schumacher, who is the son of Ralf Schumacher, sometime Formula 1 driver. Formula 1 winner? Must have been Formula 1 winner. Read an article at the start of the week about Ralph's opinion of David's career choice racing at the Nordschleife, and it just basically said, Daddy doesn't like it. Daddy thinks it's a bit scary.
Okay.
I'm not.
Well, it is.
Well,
I mean, who can deny that?
Yeah.
That's part of the draw, I suppose. 6 wins for Ralf Schumacher in Formula 1.
Yeah, I thought so. I got castigated last week for forgetting Robert Kubica's only win in the Canadian Grand Prix.
Especially it was a year after that massive accident.
Well, exactly, yeah. I remember that.
That's what makes it unforgettable.
Uega is going to go faster here.
I think I would have to agree with Ralf Schumacher. This is a crazy, crazy race. You've got to sort of switch off your imagination, I think, when you go out and race. But how much jeopardy have we seen over the years here? And, you know, everybody knows that this race, you can have the best car in the field and it will take just the slightest incident or hesitation in making that decision in a microsecond that can just turn glory into disaster. And that's why we love it, isn't it?
That was an improvement from Uega, but only by hundredths of a second. So he stays on an 8:15.748 as his fastest lap. He gave away 4 or 5 seconds in Sector 7, where he did have a bit more traffic than usual. But best Pro-Am car, 5th position overall, and about 11 seconds back from Michael Grenier, who is up the road, but also on that last lap, lapped 9 seconds slower. So you can see how an 11-second gap can come to nothing in the space of 10 minutes.
Is that another fastest lap from Orvega in the 65 Mustang?
Yeah, that is literally just what I said.
No, I thought that was a previous one, though.
No, he
continued to go quicker.
He just did 2 on the bounce.
On the bounce, right.
Yeah, and they were all very, very similar. So they were both 8.15s. But it's the thing is, like, he's got an 8.15. Guven's on an 8.29 his last lap, although obviously on a very different part of the circuit. And if you catch a yellow flag or you catch a slow zone at Flansgarten, for instance, Orvega didn't have to go through that slow zone because he was ahead of it, whereas presumably Guven has been behind it, and it can have a massive impact on those gaps.
Maurice Schuring behind an Audi S3 possibly on the plummet down into the foxhole. Car grounds out and then emerges into the clearing at Adenauer Forst. So Schuring's at the wheel of the 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Schuring part of the Le Mans winning lineup from Manthey in 2024. Class winning lineup at Le Mans. Manthey went and won it again this year, of course, with a different driver crew, including bronze-rated driver Ryan Hardwick, who's just getting better and better. Michael Grenier to the outside of the Dacia Logan. It's getting a lot of love, I noticed, on the live chat on our streaming. And there's just a merest glimpse provides a chance to whoop and holler. They're still going. If there was a risk that the car might not even be able to start the race, it had to have a push start. It then sat in the garage for a long, long time, but they are now properly in their stride.
Well, they lost a couple of cylinders in the motor, is what we were reported.
Yeah.
How they've fixed that, we don't know. That would be nice to find out, whether or not they've dropped the crank out and whatever. And
not like you can bolt 2 more cylinders on, is it?
No, and it's what caused the loss of the cylinders. It might have been something easy, like coil packs collapsing on itself, or a spark plug or something, or if it was something really nasty like a holed piston, that would have taken a lot longer.
Moment at Valvoline Curva for a Cayman that's outbraked itself. Thankfully, there's a bit of a runoff road there for 455. So
looked like an ABS failure on that one.
Okay.
Because usually you would not expect that kind of level of locking from a car that has ABS and will certainly being used by the gentleman drivers. Peter Baumann aboard that car, and he stamped on the brake, and it did exactly what you would expect if you stamp on a brake that doesn't have ABS, and he's now touring back to the pits. So yeah. I wonder whether that's a slightly odd electrical failure that you sometimes see with the ABS systems.
That would have got his heart rate up, wouldn't it?
He'd also have massive flat spots as well.
Yeah, he'll have ruined those tyres, and he is going very slowly. He's still on the Grand Prix track, and he will go in the back door and sacrifice a lap and rectify that problem.
Of course, also now, having gone through the gravel, he's now got bits of gravel between disc and pad, and actually as it went past the camera you could hear one of them scraping, and it's the most, especially when it's your car, as somebody who has owned a race car before and raced it, the most horrific noise, the stones grating against disc and pad, because you know full well that you're going to be throwing all of those bits away from a very simple little error of driving through the gravel.
So it runs in the V class, which is for production cars, and there are different levels of the V division. V3 for engine capacity up to 2 litres, then 2 to 2.5 is V4, 2.5 to 3 litre V5, which is what this Cayman's in, and then you can go as high as 3.5 litres for the V6 cars. I used to think V6 was to do with the engine alignment, but it's got no connection.
So this is a production vehicle. This is a car that you could effectively drive home after the race if it was registered.
Yeah. So it's a road car that's been converted into a racing car, whereas the SP9s are bespoke thoroughbred racing cars from the start.
So I mean, we've got a lot of Caymans, but they're all of very different ilks.
Yeah,
this will have a radio and
Sandwiches in the back, maybe. Yeah.
What if he's got it on? What if he's got the radio on? Look at the amount of gravel. Is that the Vidal chicane that we saw there? The amount of gravel. You've got one car width of line through the Vidal chicane, and the rest of the track is just covered in gravel. And that's where you could argue, or you could speculate, that is where we've seen a few punctures now this morning. As the sun's come up, we've had a plethora of punctures, haven't we?
This is a mega push, by the way, from the Ford Mustang. We've now hung with the same camera and seen both Grenier in 4th position and Ovega in 5th, separated by 4-5 seconds. We'll find out at the end of the lap exactly what the gap is, but purple sectors for the 65 Mustang chasing down Grenier for 4th position.
It was 11 across the line, Ben, but that does not look like 11 seconds.
And at the last split, I think it was 9, looking at the TV graphic on that left-hand side.
It's coming down.
But it's definitely coming down. We're now in that sector 7, which is so much longer than all other sectors. It's a whole racetrack and a half on its own.
Yeah, that's the area from Horacht all the way around to Glagenkopf. Very technical part of the track through Brunchen, etc.
Yusuf lost a bit of time in sector 3, but that sector 5 time, 1:45.3, way quicker than we've seen for most of the week. This might be a new fastest lap of the race if he can keep this up, and it's clear through. Well, it is clear, isn't it, for the rest of the racetrack?
He lost 2 seconds in sector 3, though.
Yeah, 2.5 or so.
So I think possibly caught a yellow flag there, or traffic, but 2 seconds in traffic would be quite a bit.
True. To try and match the 8:12.5 that, well, Guven's name's against that, and I don't know whether that's because Guven's currently in the 911 car or whether it's Guven's time. But it's displayed at the bottom of our screen as the fastest lap of the race so far. It's a good time to do it. A couple of minutes after 6:30 in the morning. Grenier ducking out from one of the mid-category cars using the toe. There was also, was that a white flag being waved for potentially another slow car that Yusuf Ovega will have to be mindful of? I just noticed the Lumirank lettering actually says OW and then a J, so it tells us for sure that it's Yusuf in the car and not OWS for his brother Salman Ovega. They have a third brother in the family, Hamza, who does some racing on occasion as well. I'm not sure whether he's ever done the 24 hours. So what's the time from the all-yellow Mustang? Oh, he's coming to pits. So well, you could tell the car was getting light because that was the in-lap for Yusuf Ovega.
Yeah, so that gap that we were speculating on is not going to come to fruition, is it?
Grenier did a 16.15, and if you compare splits there to Grenier, in sector 1, Ovega gave away 0.3 of a second. Sector 2 was a second faster. Sector 3, he gave away 0.8 of a second, so still a second faster. Faster by 0.2 in sector 4. Then it clears, so that's annoying. But I think it was going to be a good 3 seconds faster than Grenier's time had he come over the line, and that would have been a 13 then. Maybe not fastest lap of the race, but very, very close.
He's got the quickest sector time in sector 5 overall.
And 6.
And 6 as well.
Yeah.
Wow. 1:45.3 last time through. And sector 5 is that stretch from Schwedenkreuz up down the hill, sweeping left to Arenberg, then up down through the Vauxhall, Ardenau Forst, uphill through Metzgerfeld, Kallenhard, all the way up to Exmuller, and it's the run up to Bergwerk where the sector ends through the sweeping left before you brake for the right-hander at Bergwerk. So 1:45, that's a big stretch of racetrack, and the Mustang the quickest through there overall.
Briefly off the road was the 189 Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M4 that runs in the SP8T class, so 57th overall but 5th in SP8T. That is either Michael or Peter Bonk, one of the two brothers, but our timing screen doesn't differentiate between drivers with the same surname. Need to have a word with Vega at some point just to see whether they can insert the driver number, because on the entry list you have generally driver 1, 2, 3 and then in some cases 4, And even just a little number next to the name would tell us which of the family members is in at any one time. Felipe Fernandez-Laza pushing hard as well in the number 45 Ferrari. 8:15.597 he's just done, crossing the line and beginning for the Ferrari, fourth lap on the current stint. So remember, Ferrari generally going back up to second place just before it pits. What it can't do, though, is vault ahead of the Ayanchin Guven Grello car. So still, on the lap chart, apart from the area of the race that surrounded the red flag, if you look back on the lap chart, I don't think 911's ever been headed. Every single lap, virtually, as I say, either...
Not since the red flag, for sure.
Yeah.
Pre-red flag, there was a couple of different lead changes.
Well, the 44 Ferrari was leading into the stoppage, wasn't it? But then, after we got going again, it's been a truly dominant display from 911, probably leading every single race lap.
Very strong performance as well. It's not just about the tactics of how they've run the fuel stops. That's pretty been like clockwork, 8 laps and in, 8 laps and in. But the performance between stops is where this advantage is built from. And when you look at the driver lineup, there's been no difference between Ayanchin Guven, Kevin Estre. They've just been absolutely nailing every opportunity. Thomas Preining's done his bit as well, of course. All three of them, absolute superstars.
There's a classic example of we're looking at timing screens going, everything is so clockwork for the 911, it's all so easy, it's all going so well. And yet there are multitude of stories on every lap of, oh, I caught that, came in at that point and I didn't know what he was doing, or the BMW just came across me and I had no idea and I had to slam on the anchors. Guven really having to take avoiding action there, and that could have been a disaster, and I'm sure that happens on 3 or 4 times a lap.
Well, as well as that, let's not forget the human element of picking out your braking point, braking when you need to, maximising your braking, maximising your turn-in through the Tiergarten, keeping it flat. Now he brakes, now he's just easing the brake on, brake hard, turn right, turn left, skinch the barrier, and then across the line, every single braking area. If you miss that braking point by 2-3 metres, you're offline, you're on the dirt, you're off the track. And here, especially the Nordschleife bit, you're in the barrier.
An 8:24 there from Guven, so not a particularly strong lap. Caught traffic in the wrong points. Bearing in mind, most of the SB9s are in the teens now. An 8:16 for Van der Linde, an 8:18 for Mappelli, a 16 for Grenier on his last lap. Fernando Laser did a 15. Schuring's done a 17. Bortolotti is flying in the Lamborghini with an 8:15.2. So a 24 is Guven just being very, very careful and preserving that 1 minute lead.
He's on the Grand Prix track at the moment. The Goodyear hairpin is a very fast sweeping hairpin. It's certainly not a park and turn type of corner. And then up the flat out. Is he going to keep it flat through the Schumacher S? Not quite. A little bit of a lift and then flat out on the exit through the right-hand bit. Not quite sure of the name of this left-right S's, but they are very tricky. Easy to overdo it here. Get across to the left, turn into the right, apex, and then flat out through the kink. Got traffic up ahead, and you're timing where you're going to meet the traffic. He's going to be able to go around the outside here, which will give him the inside line into the Vidal chicane. It's got traffic here right in the middle of the corner. Just has to feather the throttle coming out. The car nicely stays to the right-hand side here. The Sabine Schmidt curve is almost a hairpin. And now we're out onto the Nordschleife and heading towards the Hatzenbach.
TCR card there with its indicator, its right indicator on. Part of the driver's briefing saying, if you indicate right, that is you saying, I am going right. That is not go past me to the right. And if you go on track days, different track days have different rules. But here at the Nordschleife, it is, I'm indicating right, you pass me to the left because I am going right.
It's the 53rd edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Ben Constanduris, Joe Bradley, Johnny Palmer looking after matters with 9 hours and 20 minutes to go. The Porsche that leads the race, working its way through Flutplatz, and the sun's breaking through certain bits of the trees, which means you just get the flashes and distraction. There's also, in certain areas, so much gravel on the road. I mean, it's like driving through a gravel trap at the Vedal chicane. Also, the Door Motorsport McLaren has recently had to go right through the gravel after just overcooking things a little bit on the brakes, and that car not alone. Marco Mappelli in the Abt Sportsline cars just on an 8:14.4, which is another very good lap from the Italian in the Abt Sportsline Lamborghini.
Little package of people going off at the final chicane on the Grand Prix track, and that is why there is so much gravel there. Loic Hartog was another in the 54. And so when you want to try and go round the outside of somebody, you are then having to deal with the gravel. And that 900 Porsche, I'm sure he was doing that single-handed, drifting through the second part.
It looked like his left hand was off the wheel.
It
He just
did.
sort of didn't need to get any more lock on. Sun now right in the driver's eye line. It needs to get a bit higher before it stops being uncomfortable.
I wonder if that's one of the reasons why we're seeing so many mistakes into that chicane.
Yeah.
It's fast chicane. It's not the Schumacher-designed F1 big stop chicane. It's the fast, sweeping S's, and therefore really hard to pick out exactly where you need to be.
Guven coming upon traffic into, I think, Exmuller, that part of the track. And just where you didn't want to be, managed to get through without any issue though. And the BMW 98 is in the pits. Are we going to see?
Well, it should be Van der Linde for
It
a
is Van der Linde.
second stint then.
I was about to say, are we going to see Van der Linde stay in the car? I think so. It would seem sensible to do that.
I've been looking at corner names. The thing is that the left and the right that we struggle to remember, they tend to be named after sponsors.
Yeah,
so
that's
they
right.
change,
Yeah,
chop
they
and change
every day,
from one
every
year
week.
to the. But on one track map, the left hand is called Ravenol Curver, and then the right hand is called Bilstein Curver, who are present at this year's race. So we could kind of adopt that. Goodyear Carer used to be known as Dunlop, the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, but Goodyear now much more prominent. It's the parent company in most parts of the world of Dunlop, and the Goodyear Spanger that we're not using in this iteration of the Grand Prix Strecke, but the Goodyear Spanger is the cut-through that we do use in NLS races together with the Mercedes Arena.
What's the translation of Spanger?
I'd love to know. I mean, it's just an enjoyable word to say, but let's look it up.
Because it is a cut-through, and it's an awkward cut-through as well. It really does feel like you are cutting from one part of the F1 track to the other. Because it's off camber as well, I seem to remember. It's real clunky.
Car driving with its
That's a puncture, isn't it?
hazard lights on.
You can hear some carbon fibre scrubbing on the ground. Yes, it is a puncture.
And it's
this is the
car.
37th position car.
It is the FK Performance BMW M4. It's in the GT4 SP10
Leader.
class.
Leader of SP10.
Leader of SP10 as well. Yeah, second place SP10 is not that far behind. 5 minutes or so, which is within the lap, of course. Mijatovic at the wheel, bringing that car home very slowly. Have you spotted a puncture yet?
Well, listen to it when it comes past the cameras.
There it is. Now, smoke beginning to generate.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, out under the. Yeah, we're out under the Dottinger Hole, and the tyre beginning to destroy itself.
Well, it's either rotating now, and it wasn't previously, or it's disappeared because a big puff of smoke as he came onto the Dottinger Hurt, and now the smoke has dissipated and disappeared. But I think there's a front left puncture. And travelling quite fast, so
He is.
may not lose his SP10 lead.
Spenger, JP.
Spanger is what word did I first find? Brace. So brace or clasp or buckle. So it's like a sort of an
So like a
attaching,
hairpin.
A connector.
maybe, yeah, like a connecting route, basically. So
All right,
Okay.
makes sense.
like a
connection.
hairpin. No,
A
more like
connection.
I'm picturing like a belt buckle. which has a sort of U shape to it,
Yes,
doesn't it?
yeah.
In order for it to be a buckle. So
I think
it's like a connecting piece.
I think it's like go through a connecting door. You go in that connecting channel and bypass
through the Spanger.
Love it.
There you go. Well, it's been named after Goodyear, which I'm now actually being told that has no connection to Dunlop these days.
Really?
Yeah, well, the brand no longer aligned with Goodyear.
So they've completely phased out Dunlop then, because there definitely was a big link, and everything that was Dunlop became Goodyear.
Yeah, Mike Butler's now got a Goodyear shirt on now.
But like, for instance, in Australia, I'm pretty sure supercars still run on Dunlop tyres. That didn't change. That didn't ever change to Goodyear because,
Well, they're 10 years behind anyway.
well, good point.
So maybe in 10 years' time.
but it was a different.
Apologies, I have an Australian passport. I'm one of you guys.
Massively backpedaling right now.
It's not
But
far
you might
from
be
here, is
okay.
it? The
Australia?
The place, not Australia, no.
Well,
where they
I
make
mean,
the tyres.
well,
or they used to.
The
Do they still do
traditional
that?
UK home of Goodyear is Wolverhampton.
Yes.
Massive Goodyear tyre factory there, which I think no longer exists. And then you've got Dunlop, Fort Dunlop, which is just the other side of Birmingham on the M6. It's now a travel lodge, I think, that huge building.
Is it really?
Some of it is, at least. And a big shopping centre at Fort Dunlop. But yeah, the West Midlands, the home of, strangely, both tyre companies in their presence. I realise Goodyear are an American company with the blimp that's not here this weekend, but was at Le Mans.
Oh, we had blimp facts in our commentary box at Le Mans. Apparently there are 4 of those that still are in existence. There were lots of other blimp facts that didn't come from me.
Here's a blimp fact.
Go on.
My wife went up in it. Sammy went up in it.
Oh, lucky.
I know. Think of the social media content you would have got from that, my friend.
Nah.
Like a teenage girl.
The blimp can't Instagram back. No.
Yeah, but people would have realised from your social media that you were indeed leading a better life than anyone else.
They're sitting in a floating balloon. The FK Performance BMW that's come into the pits, damage to the front left corner of that car where it's hit a barrier. The tyre actually was still inflated, so that was possibly wheel arch rubbing on tyre, and then what we saw onto the Dottinger was wheel arch disappearing.
Yeah.
But suspension damage potentially, and certainly bodywork damage to the front left corner of that leading SP10 car. Other subjects, watch out for the Lamborghini out on circuit. The number 28 is on course. Was on course for a lap, a fastest lap of the race, but not if it catches this Aston Martin GT4 car.
107th place, so it's the Door Motorsport SP10 car number 169, which has been in the barrier, possibly on both sides of the track, and done a huge amount of damage, well, to the front right wheel for starters. Cars having to go left and right, including the 54 Pirelli shod Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which is running in 6th place. And the problem is you're arriving on this scene at a high speed. You will have been through yellow flags and now into a code 60, precisely where the 107 car has stopped.
That's that massive...
Sorry, not 107, 169.
Did you ID where it is, by the way, guys?
No.
That's through Klostertal. That fast section on the run-up all the way to the... You come out of Bergwerk, and it's those flat-out sweeps towards the carousel.
So it's the latter end.
Yeah, it's towards the end of that. Yeah.
So which bit after it gets Klostertal, right?
See where it is.
So you've gone through the left-hander, and then you're actually starting to slow for the base of the carousel. It's Sven Schadler who has had this big moment, spewing coolant as well over the road. And code 60 immediately after it, then the sharp right-hander at the style strecker that leads into the carousel properly.
There's a lot of debris out there on the track in quite a distance. There's bits of bodywork over the barrier. My concern is picking up a puncture. There's bits of there'll be shards of metal and broken bits of bodywork.
Doesn't seem too much concern about the driver. And now opens the door and gets out. But the marshals were not at all concerned about checking him out, so he obviously gave the okay. And the concern is to remove that car from right in the middle of the road and at least allow traffic to get past, because right now it's a real struggle to fit the traffic to the right-hand side of where he is parked up. It obviously was a very long accident because the debris field is quite a distance from where the cars ended up.
I think the sun's been a contributory factor there. There's a blinding element of just as you go through that section of blindness by the sun. And Brave, from the intervention vehicle, the first thing they've done is strapped a tow rope to the front of somewhere on the car. They're going to just drag that off out of the way because they're dragging it off. And it's going to be a bit tricky because the steering's wanting to go to the right.
Yeah.
They're dragging it off to the left. And they're going to have to maybe just be really, really aggressive with that and just drag it out of the way. See what's happening there. Now they get a good hold on it and just pull that off. Just to give a bit more gap to the right-hand side of that car. As you come through there blind, the sun's in your eyes and then you're upon it. And that's out of harm's way, or a little bit more out of less harm's way.
It must be so unsettling as a driver, flat out around most of the circuit. You're in your rhythm, and then you come across a code 60, so you're going very slowly through these areas, having to dodge past lots of bodywork, and then you come across a very damaged machine, and you're only going 60 kilometers an hour to try and then just reprogram your brain to go right back to racing speed. It must be really tricky.
Is that a bit of Aston Martin wedge in the top of the Armco barrier there? It's sort of resting on the bank, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the bonnet, isn't it, of the car. It's carrying some Falcon branding because they are an event sponsor. But the 169 Aston Martin has clearly arrived on this scene, 7th place in SP10 at very high speed.
That is a brand new bit of barrier as well that it's sitting on. That's potentially already been changed recently because it's nice and shiny in comparison to some of the others. The barrier itself there doesn't look too badly damaged, thankfully, but I'm sure there is damage to the barrier further round.
So it's connected with the barrier on the left. It might have even been in the wall prior to that on the right. And the state of the debris on the racetrack, I mean, you're right about the sun, Joe. You're blinded for a couple of seconds there. So very easy to become disorientated, maybe get tangled with another car. And Sven Schadler out of the car, thankfully. He does appear to be okay, although possibly a little shocked by it all. Will that Door Motorsport car run again? To be honest, the damage that's been done to the front right suspension, I think that's probably out of the race now.
I think so too, Johnny. That's a massively damaged car. Bertolotti struggling to get by back markers.
It's just nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go, no. And the RPM Porsche there is in the Cup class, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's the car that Tracy Crone is in the driving lineup for, but it's actually Patrick Houseman at the wheel right now, mightily experienced, 6th place in Cup 2, and RPM wanting to get through as well in one of two bright green cars, that instantly recognisable green colours. The Tracy Crone green, you might say, but it's actually an RPM livery, is my understanding.
No, it's Tracy Crone green.
Is it? The other car's the same colour.
Crone Aviation green, that.
So they just carry that same livery across to the sister car as well.
Maybe,
fair enough.
Yeah.
This is the 44 of Maurice Schuring, right on the boot lid of the number 7 Conrad Lamborghini. So they're not on the same lap, are they? Because the 44 is in 8th, but behind the 10th placed car, which is being driven by a relatively late addition to that 7 car. For a long time it only had 2 drivers, but Pavel Lefterov, the Bulgarian, joined the team there, along with Peter Elkman of Germany. So you've got Danny Sufi and Maximilian Powell in that car as well.
They are under investigation for speeding in a code 60, that number 7 machine. Okay. So they are bang in the middle of their stint, exactly the same as the 44, with 4 laps done. We've had a few pit stops over the last couple of laps from Manthey. Archang Guven has made way for Thomas Preining even. Marco Mappelli stayed aboard the 28 on his stop. It's his second stint, and there is a change in the 17 Mercedes because Ralph Aron is now aboard that car from Grenier. Ralph Aron, the older brother of Paul Aron, who you will have seen in Formula 2 and also sometime test driver in Formula E, and massive social media star, much to the ilk of Dorian Boccolacci, actually. Ralph Aron is about 7.5 foot tall, so was never going to fit in a single-seater and has made his way as part of a Mercedes works driver, both in Asia and in Europe.
Schuring might be getting a bit frustrated in behind Lefterov's Lamborghini here. He tried to go to the outside at Galgenkopf. The danger is he's going to lose more and more time to the 54 Dynamic GT Porsche, which is further up the road. And I actually thought he might be able to use the draft from the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini's gone. So the straight line speed is definitely in the favour of the Italian car. Porsche, remember, they had 5 extra kilos added.
Here he comes now.
Yeah, I think he might just run out of road, though. Antonius Bucher, the entrance to Tiergarten. No, the Lefterov car, because it's laps down, will eventually let it through. But that was demonstrative of how much punch out of Galgenkopf the Lamborghini Huracan's actually got.
You really want the GT3 cars to be faster along the Dottinger, don't you? Because it's the one opportunity where they could just blast past everybody else, but such is the way that the cars are all balanced now and slightly controlled by the regulations, and of course also by the downforce that they need to run. Well, everyone's such a similar speed up along there now.
That's what we talk a lot about, the speed of Carrera Cup cars, which will be our Cup 2 class predominantly, and they are as quick as a GT3 car on the straight, but they just can't perform the same under braking and through the corner. So they kind of come together on the straight, but the lap time ebbs away through the twisty bits for the Cup car, that is, but massively quick.
Hearing that there's a pretty bad damage of the guardrail down there at Klostertal, so don't expect the Code 60 to disappear anytime soon, which is possibly now ruined the quest for the fastest lap. Got closest by Marco Mappelli in the Lamborghini that sits 4th at this second, a 14.4, but nobody else getting any closer than that 12.5 that was set at the start of, I think at the start of the race, sort of lap 1, wasn't it, when it was nice and clear and they were in the lead of the race.
And by their second racing lap, they're into traffic, out of the into the Group 3 runners, or the Group 3 grid. It's very quickly, and then from all the way to the checkered flag, you have got traffic upon traffic upon traffic. But there'll be periods of the stint where you will get clear track, where you can really get your foot down and really make up time, and we've seen that obviously with purple lap times and purple sector times.
According to my stats, 4.5 hours of green flag running plays 7.5 hours of Code 60 across the track as a whole. So yes, you can possibly be lucky whereby you enter a lap and the Code 60 removes itself before you get to that point of the circuit, but ultimately the whole track has had 7 hours worth of Code 60 versus 4 of green flag running.
Maurice Schuring out of Hocheichen, now through Kiddelbacher Hall with Flugplatz in the distance. Track gets very narrow there because you're actually heading over a bridge where the public can pass underneath to access the inner part of the racetrack. The Nordschleife, because it's such a large footprint, does that actually several times. But it's not until you drive around in a road car and realise, oh, is that bit of track that I've been watching race cars go through on the TV, for instance, for years after years after years. Oh, yeah, that's the run down to Arenberg, for example. You do learn an awful lot more about the racetrack if you got a little walk, actually, through the forest, meet some friendly people who often give you a bottle of beer as you walk by. I remember that. It's a good few years ago now, maybe as many as 10, Joe. We found ourselves eventually on the inside of the carousel, a couple of tents there pumping out music, and they said, well, have a beer, guys.
Well, the reason,
okay, then,
if you remember, Johnny, it started a bucket down with rain.
Yes.
And we were sheltering under a tree, and this constructed awning that was conjoined with other constructed awnings, making one huge area under cover. And somebody beckoned us across the 912 off into the barrier while I tell my beer drinking story of the carousel.
8th place in Cup 2 for Kiki Reshko. This is one of the K. Kramer Racing entries. And Kiki Reshko's done a good job, actually, of getting it out of the the natural firing line, Oleksiy Kikireshko. So he's now in a safer place to try and get that car restarted. Might need reverse gear, though, as he inches further and further towards the barrier. This is Hatzenbach. Oh, and would have been perfect for a drift show display, but then wallop.
He heard it, didn't he?
Yeah, that hit perhaps harder than we suspected it was when we saw that first. We heard the thump. So while he gathers himself up, so that we were beckoned across, Johnny, if you remember.
Yeah.
Shelter out of the rain. We went across, we went into this awning. It was like a Berlin nightclub in there. Beer bottles thrust into our hands, there you go. And then we went in there, and there was that American couple that came and visited us in the box, in the Aston. They were guests of Aston.
They were.
They were in there as well.
Of all the places.
I know.
Yeah. So we had a nice conversation with them in Aston Martin hospitality. And then the next time we met them was about 3 hours later, when they looked a little more dishevelled, perhaps, but had found their way to precisely the same tent that we then ended up in.
And it was
Small world.
in the centre of the carousel. So you went and you were looking at the cars going through the carousel.
Oh,
from
you're
the inside of
surrounded
the
by
corner.
race traffic.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful place to be.
And I must say that wherever you go around the Nordschleife, that friendliness still exists. I've done a couple of events where I've been lucky to go filming in the campsites, and as soon as the camera stops rolling, there is all kinds of things handed to you, and come and dance, and I had to jump over a fire as well to justify the beer that was thrust into my hand. Such a great atmosphere, and such a friendly atmosphere as well. We've got barrier repairs, we've got a lot of quick dry, thank you, to soak up the fluid left by the Aston Martin. But we do have, I think, another 2 zones now where cars are stopped.
That sounds like an initiation ceremony that you had to go through.
It was, yeah. Literally jump over the fire,
walk on hot coals, drink a beer,
and then you get
another
a beer.
7.
I remember I was in our team wear, so I looked very sort of well-dressed comparison to all the bare-chested Germans out there in the stands, and this guy came towards me bare-chested and said something in German. I said, I'm English, and he went more sterner expletive than I'm going to use. Stuff the English, opened a bottle of beer and thrust it into my hand.
What a welcome.
Okay then. Well, we're never going to refuse that.
No.
They were
Friendly
lovely people. Yeah, too right.
I imagine you would need a rebrand of your shirts when in the campsites at the Nürburgring versus wearing Le Mans shirts. Be like rivalry, bad race, this is the race.
I'm not sure he noticed, Ben, to be honest.
It was a bit blurred, was
Picked
it?
up on the fact that I was English and threw a beer at us. Well, not threw, but I was handed as a beer.
Were you were English because you were wearing a shirt?
No, I tried to. I couldn't talk to him. He shouted at me in German, quite aggressive German. And I said, I'm English. Speak, stuff the English.
He won't be aggressive at all.
No, not
just
at
the
all.
way it comes
Just
across.
Communication process. Yeah, great atmosphere.
Stephen Palletz brought the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin into the pits from 12th position. That is the car that almost made it into top qualifying on, what day was that? Thursday night to decide those positions the following day. Yeah, qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. And the top times within that determined then who went into qualifying. It was only the late lap that Laurens Vanthoor was able to produce in the then working number 16 Porsche. Unfortunately for Laurens, perhaps the biggest accident of his career so far, he reckons, finished any chances that Scherer Sport might have had with their Porsche car for this year's race, and since then their Audi number 1 has bitten the dust as well.
More and more you see accidents like that look as though some giant has picked up the car and just chucked it. It's a bit like the Sophie Flörsch crash at Macau. When you see it, you go, I can't even fathom that's a car.
Like a Skeletric car going off across
It's literally,
the
tantrum at the end of a Skeletric's race. No, throw it at the fire. And the Laurens Vanthoor at full speed is frightening, because he was almost terminal velocity, and the way the car bounces over the curb, it's in the air, it bounces on the ground before puncturing through the barriers and then rebounding back. Quite remarkable that he just jumped out the car like nothing had happened.
And most of the shots that we've seen of it were aerial cameras, well, not in the air, but at the top of towers, and that tends to take the real visceral nature of that crash away a little bit, the energy of the car, which when you're down at ground level must have been entirely brutal.
Yeah, I have seen a fan cam video from where he spun and hit the grass, so the car comes past you and then goes away spinning, and that just is amazing, amazing.
Anyway, 7:05, it is a Porsche that leads, but in the form of Grello, the yellow and green car from Manthey Racing. We're at the phase of the stints now where the Ferrari's gone back up to second position. But we always like to give a little bit of love to the other classes, the middle order classes, the cars towards the rear as well. So over to Joe for that again.
Yeah, we start with 16th place overall once again. Cup 2 being, dare I say it, I'm hopefully touch wood, not want to hex this, but the 48 Lush Motorsport by Black Falcon, the number 948, it seems to have led that Cup 2 class since we started doing these hourly updates. 82 sees their class leader in 25th overall, and that's Max Cruz Racing's number 644. 28th place overall, TCR. 830 is the number of the Hyundai Motorsport Target competition car there. SP8T, they're in 29th overall, and it's the 150, the number 150 Team Bilstein by Black Falcon entry. AT3, that's the number 19 Max Cruz Racing, or Max Cruz Racing I should say, they're in 31st overall. SP10's class leader is in 38th place overall, that's the number 187 FK Performance Motorsport entry. The number 962 WNS Motorsport, they're leading Cup 3 in 39th place overall, and it's the number 97 car, no team name associated to the number 97. They are leading SP7 in 44th. Down to 55th before we find the SP3T leader, that's the number 310 FK Performance Motorsport. 65th, we've got the VT2 Hecker. That's the number 500 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan, Wales. It's a sister car, but this time in the BMW M240 for the number 650 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Manhattan, Wales. And they're in 66th, just behind their teammate. The number 414 leads V6 in 69th. And then it's the number 471, the Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport VT2 front. That's the class, and they're in 79th overall.
Excellent. Thank you for the latest update. We're trying to do that as close as we can to the hour of each race, and it's of the race. And considering we started on the hour at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, it sort of fits in with another significant step towards the checkered flag at 4 o'clock this afternoon. In another 52.5 minutes, we will have reached 2/3 distance. We're now an hour and a bit the other side of sunrise, and so many people think, oh yeah, right, we're on the home stretch now, but we're really not. There's just under 9 hours of this race still to go. So anybody who is a Grello fan starting to count their chickens, I would just be a little bit more reserved than that. 30 seconds the gap between Preining's Porsche and the off-kilter 45 Lamborghini, but you know, there is a chance that 30 seconds might get a little less in another 8 laps time, particularly if the Ferrari cuts through the traffic or cuts through the yellows more efficiently than the 911 Porsche. And then might it be that when we get to about 10-2 or 5-4 this afternoon, those two are still very close to one another? And can the Ferrari pit closer to the checkered flag than, for example, the Porsche? And its final stop would be a lot shorter than the 911 car, because even though the focus for most of the race is the stint lengths you've just done, 8 laps generally, and then you have to do a 3-minute and 17-second pit stop, when you get into the final 70 minutes of the race, it's all down to the number of minutes there are to go to the checkered flag. So if you can pit with 15 minutes to go, that's going to be a shorter pit stop than it might be for a car that pits with 30 minutes to go. So all to do with to try and equalise the difference in the fuel pump performance. It's no guarantee that one fuel pump is pumping out the fuel at the same rate as another fuel pump somewhere down the pit lane. So to make sure that everything is fair for all, these pit stops are timed to a minimum reference time. But if you're going to pit with maybe 5 or 10 minutes of the race still to go, actually there'll be a situation where the pit stop is just done as quickly as the team can manage to do it. Manuel Lauk back on the loud pedal, heading up towards the carousel. He is the leader in the TCR division. 830 Hyundai Motorsport Elantra, the Elantra N TCR car, and Lauk has a fairly decent margin over the 831. 831 is being driven by, it's another Hyundai, by the way. It is being driven by Mason Filippi. So that's an all North American driver lineup with Robert Wickens in that car, Michael Lewis and Bryson Morris as well in another Elantra N. So it's a 1-2 for Hyundai in TCR as things stand. I'm pretty sure Alexei Kikireshko, the Ukrainian, did get going again after that run. Oh no, actually no, he didn't, because we haven't got a time yet at the end of Hatzenbach. Remember, it was a lurid slide in the second half of Hatzenbach, then whacked the barrier, and the K. Kramer racing car has not yet got to the end of that current sector, Sector 3. So slipping to 8th place in Cup 2. Joe's just giving you the leader in Cup 2, but let's just see whether that has closed up at all. Carlos Rivas drives 948. Tim Shearbart, who is trying to get a little closer to Rivas, but remember the 918 Müllner Motorsport Porsche suffered that puncture when Tim Selewski was at the wheel, and 918 still second, but has got a lot of ground to try and make up now.
912 is moving again.
Okay.
And is over at Arenberg right now and moving at speed, so they have managed to continue.
That's good news for Kiki Reshko. I think that's only just happened, but yeah, we got a... I know, this lap is up to speed again, so I just caught it at the wrong time when it was in Sector 3, and it takes about 70 seconds to go through there. So last time around it was an 11.5-minute lap. That rather suggests that was the pit stop lap to try and get the car repaired. Kiki Reshko stayed at the wheel.
For the first time in, certainly since I've been paying attention the last few hours, the BMW in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde right now is within a minute of the Manthey Porsche that leads. It, for the most part, has been around 1:15, but of course, depending on how you stumble across yellow flag zones, and we've seen also that Guven was not going for those big lap times in his end of his stint, and it was more being more cautious. So the gap now has come down, still significant, still over around a minute's time, but it is getting closer and closer, and I think that Rover BMW of van der Linde is just being driven absolutely at the ragged edge. They are really the closest challenger to Manthey Racing, because the third position car, which is the Lamborghini, is another minute and a half back. So you're without a big problem for the cars in front. In terms of racing sort of nose to tail, there's a big old gap between Mapelli and Preining, but van der Linde and Preining less so, because you can easily win 10 seconds a lap.
But amazingly, it's still only 4 minutes to separate first to 6th. And have we still got 6 different manufacturers? Yeah, Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Lamborghini, Mercedes and Ford. So they're not necessarily all within a shout of winning this race, but it only takes an issue that takes 4 minutes to sort out, and this thing will turn on its head. Half a minute the deficit for the Ferrari, which is due in at the end of this current lap. The BMW and the 911 Porsche are almost synced. BMW will come in a lap before Thomas Preining in his Manthey Grello Porsche.
20 victories for BMW overall at the Nürburgring 24 hours in 53 editions. Porsche, next most successful manufacturer, as you would expect, with 13 victories, and they had a quarter of the field of cars entered into this year's race. Ferrari with just a single victory, Lamborghini with no victories, I don't think. No. Mercedes with just the 2. I think that's most remarkable. Only 2 victories for Mercedes, considering how long they've been in GT3 racing and how successful they've been at the likes of the Spa 24 Hours.
Yeah.
Just the 2 victories here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. At the moment, that 17 GetSpeed car is its best hope, but 3 minutes back from Preining.
44, Maurice Schuring, now in the pits from 8th place, or showing as 8th, as Loic Hartog in the Dynamic GT Porsche on the Pirelli tyre. Number 54 runs in 7th position. So Hartog is the first repeat manufacturer in the Porsche after the race leader, but otherwise it's 6 different makes, which is testament to the balance of performance, you might say, or certainly the attraction of this race to get involved if you are a manufacturer of a GT3 car.
Of course, it wasn't always that way. We had, in the early days, and perhaps the reasons as to why BMW was so successful, it was more of a touring car race. You know, you had escorts winning, and things like that. So the idea of a GT3 being the main class has allowed the likes of Ferrari and Lamborghini to prosper.
The Ford Escort RS2000 were the winners here in 79 and 80. We had Ford Caprice winning in 81 and 82. We've had a Chrysler Viper winning it. Where was that again? BMW M3 E36. That's more of it's barely just erring on the side of becoming a sort of a sports car entry, but the Chrysler Viper won in 99.
But that was when they switched from a touring car race back to a GT. Yeah.
The first one was run in 1970. It was won by a BMW 2002 Ti, which is definitely a touring car. But no Lamborghini win so far. Opel Astra Coupe won it in 2003. And then we've had
Would
Porsche.
that have been similar to it was a V8 engined car? Would it have been similar to a DTM car of the time?
I'm kind of visualising that. It's a V8 engine coupe. Manuel Reuter, Timo Scheider, Marcel Tayman. It was a turbocharged 3 factories entered V8 powered cars. Audi, BMW and Opel.
Maybe just a touring car on steroids.
Yeah. The first of the GT3 spec cars came in 2011 with a 997 win for Mark Lieb, Timo Bernhard, Lucas Law, Roman Dumas. They were junior drivers at that time.
Young whippersnappers. And now Lieb and Bernhard have retired.
Yeah, Lucas Law, he's retired. Lieb is more on the engineering side. He is a qualified engineer.
Dumas still holding on. Dumas out in Pikes Peak this week, isn't he?
Right.
Driving another electric Hyundai this time, I think.
Okay. He's done that a lot now. Does he still hold the record time?
In yes, what was that in?
VW or something?
Not in the Ford van. Ford electric van.
Oh, Pikes Peak. Could have been.
I have a feeling that's what it was.
Well, I know that's a real focus of Frenchman's career now.
Yeah, so much so that we didn't see him at Le Mans last week, which is a bit of a shame.
Mark Lee was definitely there, and often in the sort of cafeteria out the front of Porsche. A lot of the time that I passed there,
we had both Lieb and Bernhard in our commentary position to chat to.
Wonderful.
Any drivers out there listening on the feed who are down in the paddock area, do feel free to come and join us in the commentary position. I'm talking to you, David Pittard, as you've got nothing else to do now, I'm afraid. Very disappointing for that Aston Martin to retire.
With thanks to Rob Lomas in our London production area, it was a VW IDR for Dumas' record a few years ago. So I had a memory that it was a Volkswagen of some description. But yes, lots of drivers that are very good on the microphone are sadly now out of this race. So as long as you can find your way to our commentary spot, then the coffee's brewing.
So is that a hint, Johnny, for me to go and pour it?
Well, I thought you'd left the room to go, and then you came back with empty-handed. No mugs in your hand.
It's a magic wand. It's a spoon, not a magic wand.
Oh, I see.
I'm waiting for it to
No,
brew.
you just said it was a magic wand.
Yeah, I'll go and check it out.
Okay. Well, we're on for about another 40-odd minutes, at which point John Hindhoff and Peter Mackay will be taking over. They've had a very busy weekend to this point, being in several places.
I mean, they've been in Watkins Glen earlier in the day. I mean, yeah, their private jet's been working hard.
It certainly has, putting the air miles in. Out of the Yokohama S goes the all-yellow Ford Mustang. So that's the car that was being driven by, well, very rapidly by Yusuf Ovega recently. There is still an Ovega at the wheel. Not sure whether that's now changed to Salman. How far through its stint? No, that's still Yusuf Ovega, OWJ on our timing screen.
Well, so that's his third stint then.
65 is on lap 6 of an 8-lap stint. So this one and 2 more to go. And yes, a triple.
No, a double.
A double, okay.
David Schumacher was in there earlier, but he was very, very fast at the end of his first stint. We're probably past the best of morning glory now, aren't we?
Yeah, just judging by the lack of purple on our screen. There's a bit of green here and there, including from the race leader Thomas Preining, who's just gone through the second bit of the Grand Prix track quicker than that car has managed all race. Decent second sector as well for the 55 Hankook Porsche. And that is being driven at the moment by Roloff Bruins, the Dutchman, sharing with Yongkyung Kim of Korea, Marco Holzer, Stephen Sho in that generally all white with a little bit of orange flashes around it, but the only SP9 car on the Korean rubber.
This is a battle for 5th position that we're following on screen. This actually is Ferrari versus Mustang for position. They are off sequence with each other. It's Axel Jeffries aboard the Ferrari. And as we say, Yusuf Ovega in the Mustang. Mustang being very, very strong. Got to get through the traffic, but amazing that they have found themselves on the same piece of tarmac. Everybody else in front of them owes us a pit stop, but owes us a pit stop in the next couple of laps.
Just gone through well, whether the yellow appeared on the Nordschleife transition at Marshall Post 62 after these two cars
yeah, I think so.
through.
We didn't see it.
Okay, so that, and in fact it's clear now anyway, so it's probably a car just spinning and continuing. The change of surface flag, the oil flag is there though, so is this a slippery surface or debris? Let's hope that Ovega gets through safely. He's made the pass, and both cars do get the other side of Schwedenkreuz and into Arenberg.
Easy, wasn't it?
Seemed to be. Yeah, that was just lining the Ferrari up. Maybe Ovega had been working out where his car was quicker, but in